Alright, you guys saw the running time, so I'll be quick with this introduction, but welcome to my behemoth of a video, my entire film collection. And what I like about my collection and what I find interesting is that I'm pretty much a fan of everything. There are a few genres in the whole horror subculture that I don't like, maybe other than found footage, but even then I do own some, so I find it interesting to kind of go over everything, and especially to compare it to my last year's video where I did the same thing, and to see what I got and what I sold. So yeah, without further ado, here is a 10-hour long video of my entire movie collection, piece by piece. Alright, as they say, third time's the charm. This is the third time I'm recording this collection video, well, just this Italian section. I don't know why, I just keep buying stuff, so I've decided to do this once again. So as per usual, we are starting with Italy. And of course we're gonna start with Lucio Fulci, who's my second favorite director, and I've pretty much got all I need other than a few other movies, but yeah, let's start with the beginning. I've put the DVDs at the end just because I think starting with the DVDs makes it more like equal, I don't know. Anyways, we're gonna start with a movie that's Contraband by Shameless releasing. This is Lucio Fulci's entry into the Eurocrime genre, and this one is a bloody good time. Sadly, the lenticular cover doesn't really work anymore, as these kind of tended to do. They worked for a little bit and then they just completely stopped. It's also known as The Smuggler, and it's a really good time. I'll just put it there just because, it's a little tight. Then we have The Brute and the Beast from a releasing label that I don't really own a lot of titles from because they mostly release westerns, and I do really like spaghetti westerns. I just, don't always get them, and this one is from Fulci, and I've pretty much owned all the Fulci westerns. I do have a multi-pack with Silver Saddle on it, which is another really good western, and this one is also really good. I just really like westerns, and I like Fulci, so they go well together. His westerns are also always really, really brutal. For example, this one, which recently got a Blu-ray from Arrow. Sadly, it's in a box set. Well, I say sadly, it's also the kind of box set that I would buy because it's a bunch of more forgotten spaghetti westerns. And yeah, this one is deserving of a Blu-ray. This is like the old Anchor Bay release. Man, this is probably my favorite western from Fulci. This is like a solid 10 out of 10. It's not what you expect from him. Of course, there is a lot of violence and gore because it's Fulci, but it's also very dramatic and very well acted. It's just a beautiful movie. I really like that one. It's not what you expect from Fulci. Conquest is another one that's not something you'd expect from Fulci. This is kind of a swords and sandals film with a lot of magic. This film is more known for the way it's shot because it feels like the cinematographer just put a layer of grease on the lens, and it's a special movie, but it still has everything you expect from a Fulci film. Just, it's not my favorite, but I do enjoy it. I haven't seen it in so long. Murder Rock I have covered on my second channel. This is fairly tame and doesn't really feel that much like a Fulci movie. Like, most of the kills are off screen, which is kind of weird for Fulci, and it honestly feels more like a TV movie, which I think it might have been since this was the late 80s and that was kind of the thing to do in Italy. I don't know. I like the music. I like how it's like a rock opera, and overall, it's a really enjoyable film. I just don't like the lack of gore. I think now it's not tight enough. God damn, I'll have to put back that movie that I took out. House of Clocks. Again, by Fulci, I don't know why I have to say it. This is again a later, I think this is even 90s, so this is clearly like a TV movie sort of deal. And honestly, it's decent. It's far from being my favorite, but I like it. Voices from Beyond, I've given a rewatch because of a comment on one of my, I think, last year's collection video. Oh, I said I didn't really like it and couldn't even finish it. Well, I gave it a watch and I really ended up enjoying it more than I thought. It is a fairly average movie, especially for like Lucio Fulci standard. It's also a TV movie, but it has gore and nudity, which I don't understand, but hey, they did what they did in Italy, so that's pretty cool. I enjoyed it overall. I also talked about it on my second channel and gave it like I think a 7.32 as a rating, so it's a good movie. Then we have the first appearance of a film that will appear a lot. This is the French edition of The Beyond, and it's known as L'Au-delà. And I just really like this cover. It's brutal, if you know, you know. And it's a really nice edition. The quality of the transfer is not that great, but the edition is cool. You get a lot of bonus features. Pretty sure they're all bonus features that you can get on other releases of this film, which I have plenty of. So speaking of which, now we're getting into the Blu-rays, and my Bluetooth just came on to the car, so I hope you're not hearing me through the car microphone. I don't know. Now we're getting into a box set from Arrow, and it's funny because it's in the Fulci collection, but it has two movies, one of them by Fulci, The Black Cat, and the other one by Sergio Martino, Your Vice is a Locked Room, and Only I Have the Key. And even though Fulci is my favorite director out of these two, Your Vice is a Locked Room is one of my favorite giallos, so I kind of prefer that one. They're both inspired on Edgar Allan Poe's story of The Black Cat. I do really enjoy Fulci's entry. It's of course way more violent, but it's also from 80 or 81, I think, so it feels more like the 80s Fulci, while Your Vice is a Locked Room and Only I Have the Key feels like an early 70s giallo, which I really enjoy. Can't put it back, god damn it. I've put everything back, so it shouldn't be such a pain to take out. This is The Beyond. This is the older Arrow edition. I think this is from the early 2010s. 2011, yeah. So this is the like window box that Arrow used to do that are so cool. They come with 4 different covers. This slip box that's like windowed, and the name of the director. I decided to go with a poster that I rarely see, and I think it's the Thai poster, or yeah, I don't know. I wasn't too familiar with this poster, and since I already own a lot of different posters of this film, including a 6-foot tall poster of the French cover, I'm like, yeah, I'll alternate the cover, and of course the Ultimate Edition, unless they release a 4K, which I rarely upgrade from Blu-rays to 4Ks, like, by that I mean I've never did it yet, but for The Beyond, I mean, it would be understandable. If you don't know, The Beyond is my favorite film of all time, not even just favorite horror film, but just favorite film. And at the beginning of the year, I was really in a Italian film mood, so I rewatched Cat in the Brain, which previously I enjoyed, but not that much, and now this time I adored it. I really love it. I think now that I'm more familiar with Fulci as not only a director, but a person, you can really appreciate this film, and of course, it's a Grindhouse releasing, so it's a beautiful release. My favorite giallo from Fulci, it's Don't Torture a Duckling. Man, what can I say about this film? It is a wonderful, beautiful, haunting, visually striking movie. I adore Don't Torture a Duckling. This is a really cool edition by Arrow. Transfer looks beautiful. I love Barbara Boucher, and I love Fulci, so it makes sense. 88 Films release of one of the most underrated film by Lucio Fulci from 1969, and that is Beatrice Cenci. It is based on an Italian play that was based on a real-life event, and again you see Lucio Fulci's kind of problem with the Catholic religion and the establishment of the Catholic religion that you saw in Don't Torture a Duckling, which is another reason why I love this film so much. This is another film of that that type. It stars Adrienne Larussa and Thomas Millian, which is actors you should be familiar with if you like European cinema. There's nothing really at the back. This is kind of a bare bones release. I think, is it in their Italian collection? I don't even think so. So yeah, it's a great movie that is not talked about enough. And yeah, I love this one. A lizard in a woman's skin. This is a more psychedelic, psychosexual giallo film from Lucio Fulci. I haven't seen it in so long, and I should watch it again because I remember really liking it. Then we have one that I haven't watched yet. I thought I was going to watch it before doing this collection video, but clearly I forgot about that, which I don't know why, because out of all the new Fulci movies that I bought this year, this was the one I was most interested in. But yeah, Perversion Story is a giallo. The Psychic is another giallo, and I like that not a lot of people are really consider Fulci as a great giallo director, but he really was. The Psychic, No Torture a Duckling, all of those movies are examples why he was so great. And finally, if you watched my last update video, you saw that I finally upgraded my second or third, depending on how I feel that day, Fulci film, The New York Ripper by Blue Underground. This is just the Blu-ray. I could have gone to 4K, but I didn't want to shill $60 on it, and this was on sale. And yeah, I watched it, and it looks beautiful. It's a great upgrade, definitely an upgrade from the DVD that I used to own. The Devil's Honey, again, this is a weird Fulci film. This is from the late 80s, I think, and it's a throwback, I guess, to kind of giallos with a lot of raunchy themes. The sequence at the beginning with the saxophone is glorious, and I would recommend this one to any fans of sleaze. And sorry for the noise, I guess my neighbor started his Subaru. Warriors of the Year 2072, directed by Fulci. This wasn't that great. I did enjoy it for what it was, but I'm just not a big, like, future sci-fi. Well, I am post-apocalyptic. I don't know. There's just something about this film that didn't click with me like I thought it would, being a Fulci film. I don't know. I didn't really care for this one. Zombie Flesh Eaters, also known as Zombie 2. I've covered this recently on my channel. This is one of the greatest zombie films ever made, and yeah, it's great. These I will go through quickly because I love them, and you guys know I love them. These are what got me into Fulci. House by the Cemetery is the first Fulci film that I saw. I adore it. I watched it recently once again. Same for The Gates of Hell, also known as City of the Living Dead, which got a 4K recently with a slipcover that I think sold out in like 2 minutes. I love this one. It's another great one. All of these, like these two, I've already reviewed The Beyond, but these two, of course, I'm going to review in greater details because it's some of my favorite films. Demonia, I was pleasantly surprised with. It's a later Fulci film from the late 80s or maybe even 90s. I'm not too sure. I don't remember. Yeah, it's kind of a throwback to his more 80s gore fun. So the movies I'm missing that I really want from Fulci now are Enigma, which I can either get a 7 or an 88. I think I'll go with the 88 because it's cheaper. And Manhattan Baby, which I think Blue Underground released. So yeah, those are the Fulci films that I'm missing. But yeah, overall, kind of completed with my Lucio Fulci collection. Missing a few titles, but I don't want his comedies. And maybe if Silver Saddle gets a release, I'd buy that. Anyways, moving on to Mario Bava. Moving on to the man who pioneered Italian horror, who's kind of been forgotten by younger generations, and that is Mario Bava. Of course, he kind of established the giallo genre, and he kind of established the Italian gothic horror genre. So and he worked until to the I think he started in the 50s till the 80s. So yeah, I love Mario Bava. And The Whip and the Body with Christopher Lee and Dalia Lavi. This is an interesting blend between a gothic horror film and a ghost story. It's I haven't seen it in so long, but it's a good one. Then inexplicably, this is a Redemption Line release. I don't know why. I don't really associate the Redemption Line with Mario Bava. It kind of seems too classy for the line. But anyways, it's Hatchet for the Honeymoon. Also a great blend of genres. This feels more like a giallo. It's from 70, and yeah, I should really rewatch it. I should get onto a sorry about that, people. Oh my god. I should get more into a Mario Bava kick, because there's so many of his films that I really liked when I got into horror that I didn't really fully understand, that now that I'm older and more patient, I could probably fully appreciate them. And yeah, this was probably going to be a great example. Planet of the Vampire. Now this is a banger. This is a certified hood classic. I love this one. It's just really fun. It's a sci-fi film, which is surprising that I like so much, because I'm not the biggest sci-fi guy. Well, mainly because, it's Planet of the Vampire. It mixes sci-fi with horror, which I usually tend to, enjoy a bit more than just straight sci-fi. So yeah, it's fun. Black Sunday. Now this is a classic from Mario Bava. This is one that most people know. It's great. It's atmospheric. It's eerie. This is the black and white anthology film with the this scene, which is kind of became synonymous with gothic Italian horror. And yeah, I love it. These are way too tight. Should maybe stop just taking them out and just do this. Evil Eye, the aka plus The Girl Who Knew Too Much, which is the same movie but a different cut. I'm pretty sure The Girl Who Knew Too Much is the American, or maybe it's the Italian cut. Anyways, this is the first giallo, maybe not the first, there was proto giallos before this, but this is the first that kind of established the genre. And it's from the 50s, I think, or released, no, 63. And this one is a black and white film, so I don't know why the image on the back is in color. But yeah, this is not the best giallo, but it's you watch it and you understand how Mario Bava kind of perfected the genre in the same year, I think, that he did this one, or maybe a couple years later with Blood and Black Lace, which I will talk about later. Black Sabbath is a return to the gothic anthology, and it's one of the best in that genre. I absolutely adore Black Sabbath. It has one of the creepiest image in cinema history, while there's just a guy at the window, and yeah, this one is fun. Boris Karloff kind of just introduces the stories in the anthology. Really underrated film, as most Mario Bava films are, and that is Kill Baby Kill from the 70s. This is one that was released in America, but had this really exploitation-y trailer, and it's not really that. It's a more slow burn giallo murder mystery with some creepy ass dolls that I'm pretty sure Dario Argento was inspired by, because Dario Argento was inspired by a lot of stuff in Mario Bava films. Not throwing shades, it's just facts. The House of Exorcism and Lisa and the Devil. I have a VHS of House of the Exorcism, and that's the first one I watched out of the two, and it sucks. It's the House of Exorcism is this American recut because they wanted to capitalize on the success of The Exorcism. It's a terrible recut. I kind of hated that. So whenever I got Lisa and the Devil, which is the real actual like Mario Bava Italian cut, I was fairly surprised. It's not my favorite. Not a big fan of like Possessions, but it's fun. Now this is the one. Now this is the one that started it all. This is Blood and Black Lace by Mario Bava. This is one of my favorite, if not my favorite, giallo. It is kind of the one that really, if Evil Eyes was the beginning, this is the one that inspired the rest. So every giallo that came after this one was heavily influenced by Blood and Black Lace. And if you watch this one and then you watch Dario Argento movies, you'll see that, it's fairly obvious that he was heavily inspired by Mario Bava's Blood and Black Lace. $5 for An August Moon. It's fun. I need to rewatch it. It's been a while. I have a poster of this. It's fun from what I remember. Bloodbath, aka what's the real name? The Bay of Blood. Yeah, it's decent. It's a fun. This one, what's funny is that he pioneered the giallo, and this one is really a proto-slasher. A lot of the kills were kind of used in the Friday the 13th franchise, so this feels more like a proto-slasher that was made in, I think, the 70s, or maybe 60s. Yeah, I don't know. A Bay of Blood. I don't like how they don't write the year on these. But yeah. Now for Bava's most underrated film that nobody talks about, again, it's Kidnapped, aka Rabid Dogs. I think people tend to forget about this one because it doesn't feel like a Mario Bava film. This is way more of an straight up Italian exploitation film, the kind of film that David Hess would be perfect in. Yeah, I really like this one. This one is so different for Bava. It's sleazy, it's vile, it's disgusting. I'll probably cover it on my channel. Now we're getting into Dario Argento. The Bird with the Crystal Plumage. It's good. I like this one. Not my favorite, but it was like kind of his first. I think this is 1970. So like it kind of established Argento as a director. So yeah, pretty good. Deep Red, it's good. I haven't seen it in years. I need to rewatch it, but you know, it's good. It's a good movie. Maybe not as great. I'm not as high on it as other people. Phenomena, did I watch this one? No, I don't think so. I watched Inferno though, and Inferno's a decent sequel to my favorite Argento film. I don't know. Tenebrae is a perfect by the number giallo. It's a really good movie. The Cat. What the fuck is the English title for this one? The Cat O' Nine Tails. Cat O' Nine Tails is it's alright. It's alright. I don't hate it. I don't love it. It's alright. It's alright. Now, one of my favorite films of all time, my favorite Argento film, this bizarre, psychedelic, kind of hypnotic film, Suspiria. Now everybody knows about Suspiria. This is probably like one. It's in my top 10 favorite horror films of all time. It's one of the first one that I saw. It's one of the films that got me into Italian horror. So yeah, I really love Suspiria. Mountain of the Cannibal Gods. Now we're getting into the Martino, a director I adore that is also really underrated. And this film in the canon of Italian jungle cannibal films is really underrated. This one is fun and it's vile. It reminds me more of like a Cannibal Ferox than a Cannibal Holocaust. Of course, it has some disgusting scenes. Of course, the animal cruelty, you can't really get away from it. But I think all the animal cruelty in this is all stock footage from other movies. Another one of my favorite giallos, I just love Martino. He was honestly the most underrated Italian giallo filmmaker, and Torso, or I corpi presentano tracce di violenza carnale, is a great example of that. It's great. It's one of the early 70s, like sleazy, trashy giallo that I really adore. Morte sospetta di una minore, or a suspicious death of a minor. I don't remember this one. I really don't remember this one too good, which means I'm due for a rewatch, especially because it's Martino's giallos. The Strange Vice of Mrs. Worth, with, of course, Edwidge Fenech. This is a Sergio Martino giallo, but kind of the weird, when he got really weird, when he got really psychedelic and like more experimental. I haven't seen it in a while. I remember really liking it, but what I did watch recently, god damn it, which is kind of a sequel to that one, is All the Colors of the Dark. Now, both of these movies kind of are similar in themes, and they got the same cast. But yeah, I really like All the Colors of the Dark. It's one of my favorite of these psychedelic, experimental, slow burn, really nonsensical, nightmare logic giallos. It's amazing. And what I like about Martino is he could do something like, All the Colors of the Dark, and then he'd make Island of the Fishman, and both would be incredible. I love Island of the Fishman. It's such a fun B-movie creature feature, kind of similar to like 50s, but with that Italian twist. And of course, Barbara Bach is in it. It's great. I like this one. This one, not so much. It's basically a TV series that was cut into a movie, and this Full Moon release has to be one of the worst transfers of all time. It looks like they just took the TV beta masters and just threw them on a Blu-ray. It looks like shit. Device is too hot. God damn it. That's why I shouldn't use my phone. So I switched it to HD in hopes that it wouldn't overheat so quickly. So yeah, I was at The Great Alligator by Sergio Martino, and once again showing that Martino was based and he could do any movie, any genre of film, and make it super entertaining. This of course has Barbara Bach, famed for Island of the Fishman, of course, and this is just your straight up Jaws ripoff, and it's really fun. It's not amazing, it's not a great masterpiece of cinema, but you're not watching a film called The Great Alligator for that. The infamous Violent Professional, is that the one? Yeah, that's the one with that Code Red took the poster from a website and it still has the watermark on it. I always like to to say that because to emphasize how Code Red was a sketchy company, especially because I think this was, god damn it, from their before they got not bought out, but before their deal with Kino Lorber. So that's just funny to me, and it's a fun movie. I'm sorry about that, people. I'm gonna calm down my. So yeah, Violent Professionals. To conclude my thoughts, it's a fun Euro crime film. Almost every Italian director had to have their entry into the Euro crime genre, which I appreciate because it's a fun genre that's kind of underrated when you talk about, Italian films. A lot of times people get bring up horror, exploitation, of course the westerns with Sergio Leone, but they often forget the Euro crime. Now we're getting into the very tiny Massimo Dallamano collection, with of course the first one being What Have You Done to Solange, which is not only one of my favorite giallos, it's my favorite giallos. If you follow me on Letterboxd, link in the bio, this is on my top 4 for a reason. This is a perfectly well executed giallo murder mystery. It is incredible. The reveal always gets me, even though I've watched this about I don't know, 10, 15, 20 times. I'm always surprised at the end. I love this movie. And it's also one of the sleaziest giallos. Like, it's not trashy because it's too well done, with Massimo Dallamano being a cinematographer. The cinematography is beautiful. The handheld shots are great. Really, really ahead of its time in execution and style. But man, is it sleazy. Similarly titled, but this is not a giallo, which always surprised me when I got it. It's What Have They Done to Your Daughters? And yeah, this one is also fun, but it's much more of a Euro crime film than a straight giallo. It does share elements of the giallo, but I haven't watched it in so long, and I should rewatch it. I love Massimo. A Black Veil for Lisa, not my favorite Massimo film. Obviously, my favorite is one of my favorite films of all time. This is the Olive release. This is much more of just a classy thriller. It's from '68. And yeah, I don't remember too much from it, but I remember enjoying it enough. Now, my latest addition to the Massimo Dallamano by Raro Video, Il Dio Chiamanto, CH, is it Chiamanto? Dorian, or also known as The Secret of Dorian Gray, obviously influenced by the story of Dorian Gray. Now we're getting into Deodato, rest in peace. Waves of Lust is a surprising film if you're familiar with the later half of Ruggero Deodato's career. This is an erotic thriller on a boat. It's really good. I was surprised. Now, this is one of the better Euro crime films. This is a Live Like a Cop, Die Like a Man, and it's also one of the most brutal because it's Deodato, so it has to be, and it's fun. I love this one. Cut and Run is a post Cannibal Holocaust cannibal film. 85, yes. So it's a post, and this one is much more of a jungle adventure film than a jungle cannibal film, and it's fun. Not my favorite though. I need to rewatch it. Of course, we got the daddy of them all, Cannibal Holocaust. I will talk about this movie in more details, even though everybody and their mother talks about this film on YouTube anytime they have like a YouTube channel dedicated to like extreme or shocking or exploitation films. But I feel like I need to, because this was one of the most misunderstood, wrongly criticized horror film of all time. Raiders of Atlantis is a really fun 80s action film by Deodato. It is not as brutal as you'd expect, but it's still really fun. Jungle Holocaust is pre-Cannibal Holocaust jungle cannibal movie from Deodato, and it's really good. Not my favorite, but really good. Of course, we got House on the Edge of the Park, which I need to upgrade to like an individual release, because this is a drive-in double feature from Scorpion, I think, or Dark Force and Code Red. Yeah, it's House on the Edge of the Park is another one of Deodato's best, and he released it the same year he released Holocaust, which is impressive because both of them are two of the greatest confrontational exploitation films ever. And Last House on Massacre Street, from what I remember, was pretty decent. Now we're getting into the Lenzi with this ugly ass cover, this old Shriek Show DVD that I got at a convention, but it's an X rental because there's stickers all over the place. Spasmo. I was put off by this cover for so long, and then I finally watched it, and it's an amazing giallo. But it's not surprising because Umberto Lenzi's an incredible director. Seven Bloodstained Orchids. I think I haven't watched this since like 2014 when I got it. I do remember liking it, but I'd probably enjoy it more now that I'm mature and patient. Eaten Alive, I do enjoy myself some Eaten Alive. I do need to upgrade this. I was skeptical about upgrading anything really, especially when I already own it, you know. But man, these old Shriek Show DVDs are kind of starting to show their age. Nightmare City, of course. This is a infected, not zombie film, and it's even though it says zombie rights ever, yeah, this one is fun. I wouldn't say great. It's not a great masterpiece of cinema, but it's a fun 90 minutes nonetheless. What am I saying? Nonetheless. Moving on to a very divisive film in the community of exploitation Italian horror fans and jungle cannibal fans. It's Umberto Lenzi's Cannibal Ferox. Now, I feel like if you're a jungle cannibal fan, you either love this one or hate it. And I'm in the camp of love. I absolutely adore this film because it's a short riding... it's Cannibal Holocaust's short bus riding cousin. And you know, sometimes when I want to watch a Italian jungle cannibal film, I don't want to re-question humanity. So I don't throw in Cannibal Holocaust and I instead opt for Cannibal Ferox. This release is beautiful. It's a bit damaged, but who cares? It's got the... Umberto Radici in one of his sleaziest, sketchiest role. The dialogue in this in the English version is an absolute treat. It's ridiculous. I love this one. The Tough Ones, a Umberto Lenzi's entry into the Eurocrime film, and honestly one of the best, and this is one of the best release. I love this one. I haven't watched it in too long, but I feel like either a lot of other Poliziesky or Eurocrime films took footage from this one, or this one took a lot of footage from other crime films, because I'm pretty sure it shares a lot of footage with Almost Human, of course, starring Henry Silva and Thomas Milian, because you couldn't have a Eurocrime film without those two. I like this one. Nightmare Beach is Umberto Lenzi's attempt at making an American slasher film, which is it's a film about spring break. And I've covered this one on my second channel. It's a blast. It's so horny too. Now we're moving on to Mario Bava's son, Lamberto Bava. And the first one is a DVD for Body Puzzle, which is a later TV movie. I still haven't watched it, but I'm sure I will eventually. Of course, Demons and Demons 2, which I've covered on my podcast with my boy Toy Urshel. And yeah, I mean, what can I say about both Demons film? They're must have for any horror fan, any serious horror fan, as Demons 1 and 2, and any based horror fans as them as some of their favorite horror films, especially Italian. Blast Fighter is an action film, a Rambo ripoff by Lamberto Bava, starring Michael Supkiv and of course George Eastman, which we'll see a lot more George Eastman later on in this video. Then we have an unfairly hated film from Lamberto Bava, because this was of course on Mystery Science 3000, and most people base their opinions on like IMDb and Letterboxd on the episode of Mystery Science 3000, which those people are the worst people. Anybody who like base their opinions off like riff shows are like, come on, watch the movies first without the like riff tracks to see if it's actually bad or it's just, you know, made worse by stupid unfunny jokes. But yeah, Devilfish, it's not good. It's not like a great movie, but it's a blast, and you'll have a blast watching it. Now for the very small Michel Soavi collection, another great director and probably the best Italian director that started in the later 80s, early and mid 90s. Of course, there is La Chiesa, The Church, presented by Dario Argento, because Michel Soavi was kind of a protege of Dario Argento, and La Chiesa is great. The Sect is also amazing. I love these films. These two go very well together, and I think it's The Church that's like an unofficial sequel to Demons 2, and it kind of could be, honestly. I see that, it's a very small isolated area, and it's supernatural, but The Sect is so much fun too. I love both of these. The Sect is, damn, I love The Sect. Damn, I love The Sect. But nothing beats Michel Soavi's masterpiece. Of course, everybody knows this one, De la Morte de la Mort, aka Cemetery Man. This got a 4K from Severin that I would really like to buy if it wasn't so goddamn expensive, because Severin has gone off the deep ends, and also it would probably be a better transfer, because this is a terrible transfer. This looks like dog doo-doo. I'd probably be better off with DVD, honestly. Then we get Michel Soavi's I think it was one of his first feature-length film, don't quote me on that. Somebody in the comments will probably correct me, and I'm glad they will. Written by George Eastman, which was surprising, and it's also produced by, it's produced by Joe D'Amato, which is mind-boggling when you know the kind of influence that Michel Soavi took from Dario Argento and people like that he would associate himself with Joe D'Amato. I recently rewatched this, and it's really fun. It's not really a giallo, it's more of an 80s slasher that's Italian, and it's really a good one. Now for the even smaller Enzo G. Coscarelli collection, we've got Street Law, one of the staples in the Eurocrime action genre. I got a poster of this that's in the back of every video, starring the wonderful Franco Nero and the beautiful Barbara Bach. Yeah, I love this one. I haven't seen it in years though. The New Barbarians with Fred the Hammer Williamson, who's great, who's just great, makes everything better. The New Barbarians is a kind of post-apocalyptic, similar to Gladiators of the year 2072, but much better, much better. And then one of the first Italian exploitation film that I ever bought. I bought this at a flea market. It is The Inglourious Bastards. Obviously, the name inspired Tarantino's The Inglourious Bastards. This is mind-blowing. I love this one. I haven't watched it in probably like 10 years, but man, is it good. Now I'm going to move, and we're going to get into one of my favorite directors that will piss off every film nerd out there, and that is, of course, Bruno Mattei. When I say I like trash cinema, I am not lying. Bruno Mattei is unironically one of my favorite directors of all time. He's brought me so much joy with his films, and one of them is SS Girls, which is something. I've covered this on my channel greatly. I made a full review of this one. You should check it out. And I recently got this one because one thing that Mattei was fairly well known to do was shoot his films very quickly, under budget, which is good for any producers, and then he'd take the same cast, the same locations, and just write something up and make another movie. Hi. And this is the case with Women's Camp 119, and oh boy, is this one a much darker, nastier film. And that's the thing about Mattei, is he would make like one of his, goofy, fun little movies like SS Girls. Trust me, it's goofier than it sounds. And then he'd make something like Women's Camp 119, which is vile. Honestly, it's disgusting, and it's great. Well, it's not great. It's not great. And I learned to love his later, like 2000s, made in the Philippines kind of movies, because he kept the Italian exploitation way of life alive. And this one is a great time. This is one that I throw on with some friends, have a couple of drink, see a Bigfoot scene for some reason, and it's amazing. Now this one I'll cover on my channel because it is so weird that this was made in the 2000s, because this is straight up like 70s trash, and it's great. And I also love the title, The Gel, The Woman's Hell. It kind of just sounds like a Pinku movie. Then we have his really late entry into the jungle cannibal genre. I've also covered this in a full review. It is a straight up garbage, hilariously trashy, just hilarious Cannibal Holocaust ripoff. And I recently rewatched this, and oh boy, it's just as fun as the first time. And this year I've been on a Bruno Mattei grind. I think he's probably my most watched director of this year, which is funny. This is one I probably get rid of because all these Emmanuel films I have on my Emmanuel box set, and this is Women's Prison Massacre, which I also own like 3 copies of now that I have the Emmanuel box set, with a bonus second feature of Caged Women. I'm just not sure if I want to get rid of this because this is a really cool looking edition. I mean, it's not a great transfer, but it's from this old company. I don't remember their name, but it's an old DVD. Now, I know these got legit releases, and I did watch the legit transfers, and they look beautiful. But Severins are kind of expensive, so I'm waiting on a sale, but both of them are really worth picking up. It is, of course, Bruno Mattei's Robo War with Reb Brown. This is a fun-ass movie. Not as good as the next one, but this is like a really fun movie. Obviously, this is an attempt at a Predators ripoff. Yep. It's wild. It's wild. Strike Commando is one of my favorite Bruno Mattei films. Of course, it stars Reb Brown, and this is a total, like, an attempt at a Rambo ripoff with some silly goofiness. I really like this one. This is a bootleg. This one I don't think has any legit releases. From Trash Palace, it's Madness, and this is a mid-90s giallo by Bruno Mattei. How good will this be? Eyes Without a Face, okay, that's the Italian title, and it's from 1994, directed by Bruno Mattei, and it looks goofy. I do also have files for his other films that he made in the 2000s that I'm really excited to watch. One of them is like Snuff Tape Killer. I don't know. This week I watched both Hell of the Living Dead and Rats Night of Terror. After watching Dawn of the Dead at the theater, I thought to myself, damn, I haven't watched Hell of the Living Dead in a while, which tells you something about myself. Oh my god, this movie deserves a full review. Oh my god, yeah, Caligula and Messalina, this is oof. I love this one. It is pure garbage. Born to Fight is another one of his 80s American-influenced action films made again in the Philippines, I think. What can I say about this one? It's fun. It's really fun. All of these movies are fun, and that's why I love Bruno Mattei, like, unironically, is because you will throw a movie on from Bruno, and it might not be a great cinematic masterpiece, but you'll have the time of your goddamn life. Shocking Dark, aka Terminator 2, even though this is a Alien ripoff, this one is also fun. Moving on to another director that is considered garbage that I love, that is Joe D'Amato. Endgame, this is like a German hardbox. I want to get a legit copy of this because I watch it on Tubi, and I think this one doesn't even have English subtitles. I'll have to check it out. Endgame is this post-apocalyptic Mad Max ripoff action film that is really fun. It has Laura Gemser in it. she gets gang raped for some reason, even though it has, like, this movie's tone is so weird. Like, it's not like a sleazy, trashy movie, and then you get Laura Gemser getting gang raped, so it's weird. It's wild. It's a wild movie. Sorry about the cat in the background. She just came in and she wants to play, and after this video I'll go play with her. Anthropophagus, the Grim Reaper. This is one that a lot of you are probably familiar with. This is kind of the film that people talk about when they talk about Joe D'Amato if they're horror fans. I like this one. It's really a mood movie. I think it's Moods that said that, where you can either throw it on and love it or throw it on and be bored out of your mind. There's no middle ground. Erotic Nights of the Living Dead. Imagine Zombie by Lucio Fulci, but make it hardcore. Yep. And of course it stars Laura Gemser, and this also deserves an entire video. So does this one, Porno Holocaust. It is 2 hours long for some reason. Then we get, of course, Emmanuelle in America, which I haven't covered yet, but I have covered on a podcast with the Sick on Cinema boys. This is one of my favorite Emmanuelle movies. This is the one that goes all the way. And I'll probably get rid of these eventually, just because, you know, I own all of them now. Same thing with Emmanuelle and The Last Cannibal. Now, I've covered this on the Sick on Cinema podcast, and I've also covered this in a full review on my channel. This movie is something. This is in my letterbox list of movies that need a helmet to ride the short bus, because this movie is special. And it's not really an Emmanuelle movie, it's more about Gabriel Tinti, but yeah. This is probably like Joe D'Amato's easiest film to get into, because this is not really exploitation. This is just a kind of gothic giallo. Emmanuelle and Françoise, not great. It's not a Laura Gemser Emmanuelle film, so I don't care. But it does have George Eastman. And then, of course, Joe D'Amato's entry into the world of Caligula ripoffs. Caligula, The Untold Story with Laura Gemser, of course, and yeah, this one is not as great as the Bruno Mattei one, because this doesn't go as far, let's just say that. Deep Blood is a terrible movie. This is one of the worst films I own, probably. I've reviewed this on my second channel. I guess I'm just not a shark movie guy, but man, this one is a rough watch. I really don't like this one. Contrary to Beyond the Darkness, which I absolutely adore. This is one of my favorite, like, straight up horror films that Joe D'Amato ever made. I love this one. Emmanuelle and the White Slave Trade, we've covered this on the podcast. I will not make a full review of this one, even though it's an Emmanuelle movie, because it's boring as sin. Now we're getting into Fernando Di Leo, of course known mostly for his Eurocrime films, and we have Caliber 9, The Italian Connection, The Boss, and Rulers of the City. All the ones I've seen are great. I've seen Caliber 9 because it has, of course, Barbara Boucher. I've seen The Italian Connection, and I've seen The Boss. They're all really good. Then we have Naked Violence, Shoot First, Die Later, and Kidnap Syndicate. I don't think I've seen a lot. I think I've seen Kidnap Syndicate, and again, I really liked it. I mean, they get, like, samey a lot of time these. But honestly, if you're just into Eurocrime, Fernando Di Leo was like a master of them. So honestly, if you're into Eurocrime, goddammit, or just Italian action and exploitation, these are musts to get. And so is this one. This one is really different for Fernando Di Leo. This is a much more like exploitation, transgressive, confrontational type of film, and I enjoyed it. I need to rewatch it. I wasn't in the best mood for this type of film. It's more of a coming of age drama, but with a lot of exploitation thingies. Then we have Liliana Cavani, who is mostly known for directing The Night Porter, which I will get into later. Yeah, this is I haven't seen it yet. It has music from Ennio Morricone, and apparently it's this really artsy, almost protest film. Then we have a film with Franco Nero and David Hess. This is one of the greatest Italian exploitation film. It is similar to Mario Bava's Kidnap. I feel like they would go well together as a double feature. It is trash, it is exploitation, it is a beautiful, truly an underrated film starring David Hess. To me, it's very close to being right up there with House on the Edge of the Park. You can read that one. This is a crime film. This is not what you think it is. And it's by Carlo Lisani. Now some more trash from Intervision. This is Deported Women of the SS Special Section. I got this accidentally. I ordered the Gestapo's Last Orgy and got this one instead, but let's be honest, it's not much of a different film. It is trash, it is sleaze, it's typical Nazi exploitation. Then we got this very not obvious Last House on the Left ripoff, Last House on the Beach. This is another one of the first exploitation Italian films that I've got in my collection when I was probably way too young to get these, and it's fun. I need to rewatch it. I think it's been over 10 years. Oh yeah, Bloody Pit of Horror. This one is fun. This is a 60s funky, very 60s at feeling, kind of mixed between a modern 60s funky horror film and a gothic horror film. It is really fun, honestly. It's not a great movie, but it's fun. Oh, sorry for the burp. This is Libido. This is a proto giallo, directed by Ernesto Gastaldi and Vittorio Salnero. Ernesto Gastaldi is, of course, mostly known to have written a lot of the classic giallos. He was one of the most prolific writers of giallo during the 60s and 70s, and this is a very interesting film. Not my favorite, but very interesting. I don't know why I haven't seen this one yet. Klaus Kinski in Nosferatu in Venice. Any Klaus Kinski film is surely to be wild. The Killer Crocodile, and of course The Killer Crocodile 2. These are not my favorite movies. They're fun for what they are. The time I watched them, I guess I wasn't in the mood for like this type of monster creature feature bullshit, but hey. Footprints, which I recently got. It stars Florinda Balkan, of course, who we all love, and it's directed by Luigi Manzoni. Night Killer, aka Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. Claudio Fragaso's masterpiece. This is one of the best, like, I don't like good bad movie, but I feel like this describes it perfectly. It's fun. It is so much fun. This is really an underrated Italian women in prison film. It's Escape from Women's Prison, just because it doesn't really have any super well-known starlets in it. It does have what's her name, Lily Carati. Yeah, it's really fun. It's produced by Dick Randall, so you know it's gonna be some wild shit. This one, also the title is Sus Bileth, the Demon of Incest, and it also has the same cover as Sex of the Witch. I've watched this. I don't remember it. It is a exploitation trashy film. Now we're getting into my mortal enemy. It's Luigi Cosi with Paganini Horror, which I've talked about on my second channel. This has Donald Pleasence and Daria Nicolodi for some ungodly reasons. And of course the Black Cat, which recently Show Me Something Wrong podcast has done an episode on the Black Cat. It's probably Luigi Cosi's best film, and that's not saying much. It's only good because it's entertaining. The Wax Max, which is directed by a Sergio Silvaletti, who was a cinematographer and a special effects artist, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't watched this yet. This is like 90s Italian horror, so I'm kind of skeptical, but it looks fun. Massacre in Dinosaur Valley is a mix between a jungle cannibal film and a adventure jungle film. I really like this one. It is super fun. It's cheesy at parts, but overall it's this really tame, entertaining jungle cannibal film. It's not like as dark as Cannibal Holocaust or even Cannibal Ferox or all of those other films. It's much more fun. It's much more lighthearted. Dr. Butcher MD is this film that I adore. I tried to cover this multiple times on my channels without any success, and I will eventually get to it, but it's a mix between Zombie by Fulci and a jungle cannibal film, so it's really fun. The Iguana with the Tongue of Fire, very good giallo, but it's kind of, your very stereotypical giallo, but it's fun. It has some sleaze, but it's fun. The Red Queen Kills 7 Times. I've recently watched Immaculate with Sydney Sweeney, and the director was highly influenced by The Red Queen Kills 7 Times. I'm pretty sure he uses a song from this movie, so yeah, I like this one. This is, I always forget the English title, The Fifth Chord. Yeah, I like The Fifth Chord. I haven't watched it in years, and I should rewatch it, but yeah, it's Franco Nero. Of course, it's great, and it's one of the sleazier kind of giallo. The Night Evelyn Came Out of Her Grave. Now, I was familiar with this because it was on like all of those public domain box sets, those 50 horror films for the price of a coffee at Starbucks. But this is like the uncut Italian version, because I think those were like shitty American cuts. I watched it, I don't remember much. The double feature of Pleasure, Death Walks on High Heels, and Death Walks at Midnight. I have a preference for Death Walks at Midnight because it's just a tad more sleazier, but they're both really good movies. Who directed these again? Luciano Arcoli. Yeah, Luciano Arcoli. Yeah, good films. I really like those two. This one I haven't seen yet. It's one of the few giallos from Arrow Video that I needed to add to my collection. Of course, it has the man himself, Klaus Kinski, and his Double Face. I think that's the title. The Bloodstained Butterfly. I enjoy this one. It's much more of a courtroom drama than a straight up giallo, but it has its moment. It's fun. Now for some westerns. Django, Prepare a Coffin. This one is fun. And yeah, this will probably cover on the podcast fairly soon. It's one of the greatest spaghetti westerns ever made, and it's honestly, for me, I take this over a lot of Leone's films. I know it's blasphemous for some people, but this is truly one of the greatest westerns ever created, and it's an amazing masterpiece. Honestly, go watch it. These are more comical. They're decent. They're not my favorites. It's Pistol for Ringo and The Return of Ringo. Yes, my favorite Italian Exorcist ripoff. I like this one. Look, sue me, but I really like this one. It is a must-watch for any fan of trashy exploitation Italian films. So is this one, which I've made an entire review for, and it's yep. Let's not talk about this one too much. I don't want to be on some list. Death Laid an Egg. This one I was really disappointed really disappointed. I heard so much about it being this weird experimental hypnotic giallo, but honestly it was kind of just a bit too slow for my taste, but I need to rewatch it. Maybe I'll like it on the second watch. The Antichrist, another amazing Exorcist ripoff. It's funny how I don't really care for possession films. Like even the original Exorcist, I respect it, I own it, I love it, but it's not my favorite. But man, these Italian goofy Exorcist ripoffs, man, I can't get enough of them. Black Magic Rights, Renato Polselli's. This recently got a imprint 4K, I think. I won't be upgrading it. It's not a bad movie. It's just, you know, not one that I'm really in love with. As opposed to Cannibal Apocalypse with John Saxon, which is another great entry into the cannibal, but not the jungle cannibal type. This is much more closer to like a zombie film, of course, directed by the wonderful Antonio Margaretti, and it's great. Dun-dum, 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 Salo, or the 120 Days of Sodom. I've made an entire video about it. I'm pretty sure you saw it. Most of you guys are from that video. I adore this film. It's one of the greatest straight up like exploitation, unapologetic, confrontational films of all time. It is not for everyone, and I understand why people don't like it. But if you're gonna talk shit about it after watching it. Don't talk shit before watching it, especially not when you are fed with misinformation about the film. Federico Fellini's 8.5. I still haven't watched this. It is long. I mean, it's not that long. It's just like 2 hours something. But yeah. It's just, you know, it's 8.5. I'm gonna watch it eventually because I'm also a pretentious film nerd. The Night Porter by Liliana Cavani. Great film. Ah, yes. The triple feature of Shriek shows Demons, all including unofficial Demon sequels, as they tended to do. The Other L by Bruno Mattei, which I've honestly heard a lot of good things recently. I hated that when I first watched it, but that was a while ago. Then we have Demons 3, The Ogre, which I think is from Lamberto Bava. I'm not too sure. It's not a Demons 3 sequel. It's a Demons sequel. It has nothing to do. It's not even demons. It's in the title. They're ogres. And of course, Black Demons, which I remember, you know, decent. Then we're getting into the unofficial zombie sequels, which I've all covered on two different videos. I've covered Zombie 3 and Zombie 4 on one video, and of course Zombie 5 had to have its own video. Slaughter Hotel, starring Klaus Kinski, the GOAT of pieces of shits. And then we have Psycho Killer triple feature, which is a great triple feature, especially for the time. I would have loved this, but I'm only keeping it because I don't own Delirium by Lamberto Bava on Blu-ray, but I do own A House on the Edge of the Park and Beyond the Darkness, of course, which you've seen previously. God damn. Oops. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna be careful. Burial Ground Nights of Terror, come on, everybody knows about this. This is one of the greatest bizarre, trashy zombie films. This one is a great triple feature for anybody who can find this cheap, who are just getting into giallo and Italian films. It's a triple feature of Lamberto Bava, except Shock. Shock is credited to Mario Bava, but it was mostly completed by Lamberto Bava because it came out in 1980s, and that was the year that Mario Bava passed away. But it's a great introduction to Italian thrillers. These like multi-packs of Blue Underground, if you can find them for cheap, I highly recommend them because they have a lot of good films that have since been re-released in better formats, but if you just want to watch them, they are great ways to watch them. And this is the Aldo Lado collection. Aldo Lado has 2 movies on there, and then there's the Bloodstained Shadow, which is Antonio Bito. Yeah, The Bloodstained Shadow, Short Night of the Glass Dolls, and Usar Die. Then we have, of course, the shockumentary triple feature, Africa, Blood and Guts, Goodbye Uncle Tom, and the documentary about the directors of Mondo Cane and these 2 movies. Yeah, I don't want to say that I love these movies, but I kinda do. Alright, moving along to more Blue Underground, we got The Forbidden Photos of a Lady Above Suspicion. Now, this is one of the first giallos that I ever got, and honestly, it's good. I haven't watched it in years. Once again, I really like to rewatch my movies, so I'll get to it eventually. It is, of course, starring beautiful Suzanne Scott, and yeah, I like that one. Seven Deaths in a Cat's Eyes. I don't remember who directed this. Oh, and I just realized that I got my hand over the microphone. Sorry about that, people. Seven Deaths in a Cat's Eyes. Yeah, again, one of the first giallo. Back in the day, back in the good old days, these Blue Underground titles were so affordable. Now, nothing is anymore when you're collecting. But yeah, I got a bunch of these back in the days. This one I wanted to watch because it's directed by the same guy who did a movie I just talked about, which I forgot, Black Magic Rights. And it's apparently another one of these sleazy giallos, and I'm always looking out for the sleaziest, trashiest giallos possible. Goodbye, Uncle Tom. I will once again refer from saying anything other than I like this movie, and no, I will not explain myself further. Night Train Murders is another Last House on the Left kind of ripoff, and it's one of the better ones. I haven't seen it in years. I remember one year I said that this was shit, but I haven't seen it in so long, so I don't think I could really judge it fairly, because every movie that I watched since in 2014, 2015, don't really count because I was much younger and didn't appreciate the same kind of films I appreciate now. Same thing with Killer Nun. I was not a big fan of this one, but again, I haven't watched it in so long, and this is getting a Blu-ray from Shameless, and if I rewatch it and I like it, I might pick that one up. Luigi Cozzi's most overrated film. I despise this film. This film is garbage. I don't like this one. It only has cool effects of exploding stomachs, not like Aliens, like you think. It is an Aliens ripoff, but I mean, the explosion is much more graphic, and yeah, I don't like this one. I like the effects. I don't like the movie. Honestly, if you want to watch a better movie by Cozzi that has the same effects, just watch The Black Cat, because it has some stomach explosions too. Salon Kitty from the director Tinto Brass, of course, director of Caligula, one of my favorite films of all time. I haven't watched it yet, but oh man, I really should have, because again, I love Tinto Brass, I love Caligula, and this inspired. So basically, when you made an Italian Nazi-exploitation film back in the 70s, you either ripped off Salon Kitty or you ripped off The Night Porter. Machine Gun McCain, this is one of the first Italian films that I got. It's kind of not a film I'm really into today, thank god damn it. So yeah, it's more of like a James Bond type of film, not really into those. But from what I remember, it was enjoyable. So like, if you like action films from that era, you'd probably like this. And speaking of trashy exploitation giallos, we got Strip Nude for Your Killer, starring Edwidge Fenech, of course, the beautiful, and this is one of the trashiest giallos. It's directed by Andrea Bianchi, so it makes sense because that's the director of Burial Grounds, Nights of Terror, and a lot of films that are just garbage, but hey, they're fun. The original Django, of course, with Franco Nero, one of the greatest, most influential spaghetti westerns. Of course, Sergio Leone collection. I really like this box set. It's like nice, like embossed cover. It has basically all the Sergio Leone films you would want. A Fistful of Dollars for a few dollars more, The Good, the Bad, the Ugly, and Duck You Sucker. And of course, we have a different edition of The Good, the Bad, the Ugly. Again, a great edition, comes in a white case, has like some art. Yeah, it's really cool. Honestly, for a DVD, like it's for a DVD release, it's pretty goddamn cool. Of course, now you can get the Kino 4K, and I would recommend probably picking up the blue or the 4K for this. This DVD is kind of getting old. It's just not a film that I watch enough to really consider buying the Blu-ray. I've watched this once, really enjoyed it, but it's long, and it's really, yeah, I love it. Obviously, it's one of the greatest spaghetti westerns. ever made, but like I said, I'd throw on A Day of Anger before rewatching this. Speaking of spaghetti westerns, these two are fun ones, much more underrated. You got Killer Caliber 32 and Killer Adios. Really two good spaghetti westerns, two decent spaghetti westerns. Then we get these Mill Creek box of 12 spaghetti westerns. I watched a few of these. Of course, this has Django Kill with George Eastman, which I think I watched and I think I enjoyed. It's really hard to tell because these are so similarly titled. The Shadow of Zorro. So yeah, it's honestly, for Mill Creek, this is a decent selection, and like the transfers are not terrible. They're not like straight VHS transfers. They're actually kind of decent. Shameless Fan Edition? What does that mean? It's Pupi Avari's The House with Laughing Windows, or La Casa delle Finestre Cheridono, and yeah, this one is truly underrated. I think somebody's releasing it on Blu-ray. I hope so. It's a great atmospheric, slow burn, just thrilling giallo. I love this one. Eye in the Labyrinth. I've seen this. I don't remember. This is, I think, a film that I own already. Yeah, it's the Aldo Lotto film that I talked about in the triple feature. I don't know why I bought this. I think because it was like $5 and I thought it looked cool. This is Who Saw Her Die, by the way. I'm pretty sure. Now these like little full moon grindhouse collection. I mean, the transfers are garbage, but who else is going to release these films other than Severin? Did Severin release SSL Camp? I don't know. I like SSL Camp. I haven't watched it in too long, but this is like the Beast and Heat. It's of course a video nasty, and it is nasty, but it's mostly war drama and then straight up exploitation trash thrown in there, which I like. Riot in a Woman's Prison. I haven't watched this one in so long. Is there anybody I remember? Directed by Brunello Rondi, not a familiar name. And Marcin Brochard, Erna Shuro, Katia Christie. Not any starlets that I recognize. I'm due for a rewatch. Unlike the next film, which I don't think I'll ever watch again, it's SS Experiment Love Camp. No, I will watch this again because some of the dialogue is horrendously funny. This is, of course, Sergio Garone, one of the directors of all time. It stars people I don't know, and it is complete garbage. Complete garbage. Flavia the Heretic by Synapse. I still haven't watched this. A lot of the films you'll see, like, if you watch all of my full collection videos, which if you did, you're a beast. I would never do that. You recognize a few that I'm like, yeah, I haven't watched it yet, but this is kind of a nunsploitation. I might watch it because Immaculate really inspired me to delve into the genre even more. Alien 2 on Earth is it's a decently little fun sci-fi horror. This is much more similar to the 2000s movie about people caving. What was that one again? I don't remember, but yeah, it's much more in that. The Descent. This is honestly similar to The Descent, which is funny because if The Descent was inspired by Alien 2 on Earth, like, I have to do a standing ovation to that director because this is an obscure ass movie, man. I'm keeping this double feature for Super Bitch because Super Bitch is a Massimo Dallamano crime film, but Black Cobra Women is an Emmanuel film which I own on Blu-ray. Death Will Have Your Eyes from Maya, the distribution company that you never hear anything about. I haven't watched it yet. It's like this really obscure giallo. It's and what's weird is the director, I think, only did this one, which usually Italian directors were like movie making machines. Emmanuel, Queen of the Desert, another one that I'll probably get rid of because I own it on Blu-ray now, of course, with Gabriel Tinti and Laurie Gemser, my love. A Savage Man, Savage Beast. This is an Australian release, and no, it's not a bootleg, even though it looks like one. The Sinful Nuns of St. Valentine's, Sergio Grieco. This one is one that Good Bad Flicks covered, and I thought it looked interesting. This is Maison Rouge distribution label. They work with... Okay, that makes sense. They work with Salvation, and I do own another one of their releases for a Just Franco film. In the Folds of the Flesh by, what's his name again? Sergio Bergonzoli. Yeah, this one is... I really love this one, but I cannot recommend it. This is the most convoluted, nonsensical giallo film probably ever made. The Slave, I haven't watched this one yet. It's directed by Pasquale Festa Ciampinelli, who, if I'm not mistaken, is also the guy that made Hitchhiker. Gore in Venice, I've covered this on my channel, and it's fun. It's again, this is probably the sleaziest, trashiest giallo that I've seen so far, but I mean, there is competition later on in the Forgotten Giallo sets. I will talk about the competitions, but there is competitions. Claudio Frgasso's masterpiece, Troll 2, we all know about this one. Lee Van Cleef in The Grand Duel and Franco Nero in Keoma. I really like those movies. Moving on to the Japanese stuff, and we got Criterion, or also known as Eclipse. Oh, sorry, I got a phone call I gotta answer. Cat's gotta go to the veterinary. Don't worry, it's just a yearly checkup. Yeah, Eclipse, When Horror Came to Shochiku. These are like B-movies, sci-fi, horror films from Japan, and they're really interesting. You got The X from Outer Space, Goke Body Snatcher from Hell, The Living Skeleton, and Genocide. I've watched a few of these in a terrible mindset. That was the year I was very depressed, and I need to rewatch them. Now, if you follow this channel for long enough and you know me, you are not surprised to see this in my collection. Female Prisoner Scorpion, the first one, is one of my favorite films of all time, and I want to get a tattoo of it. That's how much I love it. Starring, of course, the wonderful Meiko Kaji, who really makes this series... She's great. I love her. She's one of my favorite actresses, and yeah, I'm gonna get or tattooed on my body eventually. Stray Cat Rock, another series starring the wonderful Meiko Kaji. These are more like 70s kind of teenage films, which are really interesting from the perspective of like these kind of American feeling Japanese films. They're really fun. The Daijimin collection, the trilogy, sorry. I've seen the first one. These are like kaiju, but the kaiju is like this ancient statue that comes back to life, and it's really an interesting concept, kind of different for a kaiju film, and they're really, really fun. 70s, of course. The Ring collection. I love Ringu. I haven't seen the American remake. I'm not that interested. I know it's like one of the better American remakes of J-horror films. Some people say it's the only one that's like well made, but I don't know. I just absolutely adore this franchise so much in the original Japanese. So same thing for Ju-on, and this set is beautiful, by the way. Shout out Arrow. Both of these are great. They're sturdy cases. They're beautiful. But man, they really pulled out all the big guns for this one. The Grudge collection. So you got The Grudge, The Curse 2, which were these straight-to-video Japanese horror films that were all the rage in the late 90s, and then the director made The Grudge, the original like on film, which was a remake of The Curse, and then he made The Grudge 2, then White Ghost and Black Ghost. And what I like about The Grudge is, even though I am not interested in watching the American remake, it's all the same director that did pretty much all of them, which is really interesting. Grave of Honors, which include two films, the original from the 70s and the remake by Takashi Miike, which I sadly haven't seen yet. I know, I'm a bad boy, but the original is really good, and I've heard from John from the Sick on Cinema podcast that the remake by Takashi Miike is also great, which makes sense because it is a Takashi Miike directed Yakuza film, and he's great at those, as you'll see in my Takashi Miike collection coming up pretty soon. Then we have Shinya Tsukamoto. I always have a hard time pronouncing not only Japanese names, but more specifically his name. Of course, he is mostly known for Tetsuo the Iron Man, which is an amazing film, Tetsuo 2 Body Hammer, which is an amazing film, The Adventure of Denshu Kozo, which I haven't seen, Tokyo Fist, which is a certified spooky 10 out of 10. It's one of the greatest Japanese films ever made. Bullet Ballet is fun. Snake of June is another certified spooky 10 out of 10. This kind of erotic nightmare body horror film that chef's kiss. And I haven't seen the rest of his cinematography. I know Urshul's a big fan and he's been kind of telling me to watch them. This is 3 films by Senjun Suzuki, Yumije Kagaruza, and Ziegen Weisen, which sounds more like German than Japanese, but hey. Beautiful set. This is Aero Academy, back when they existed, and it's the Taisho trilogy. I haven't seen any of these because they're art films, and I haven't been in an art film kind of mood for a while now, but I'll get back to them. Sister Street Fighter Collection, of course, you cannot not have Sister Street Fighter Collection if you're a fan of Japanese films, especially because these are so much fun. Yeah, I like these. These I've talked about on my second channel, really underrated Japanese films. They feel like 70s Hammer films, but made in Japan. So instead of the typical vampire films from Japan, you get these very Western influenced vampire films, and it's really intriguing to watch. They're fun, and they're all like so short. I think first one is 71 minutes, the other one is 82, and the last one is 83 minutes. So you can crank them out in like one night. Sailor Suit Machine Gun Girl. Sailor Suit and Machine Gun. Machine Gun, not Machine Girl. That's later on in this video. Yeah, I haven't watched this one yet. I just really love the slipcover. Beautiful colors. I'll get to it eventually. Now on to the Takashi Miike, and we start with his most underrated trilogy, the Black Society trilogy. These are amazing, and they vary in genres and in tone, as Takashi Miike is known and known to do. You got Shinjuku Triad Society, which is amazing. You got Rainy Dog, which is amazing. And then you got Ley Lines, which is incredible. It's this really intense drama that will probably make a grown man cry. The Dead or Alive trilogy, my boys from the Sick on Cinema podcast have covered these. These are fun. The ending on the first one is completely absurd. Dead or Alive 2 Birds, I haven't watched in so long, and I know the boys really liked it. And I didn't care much for the finale. Bird People in China. I haven't watched this one. It deals with a lot of issues and topics that Takashi Miike deals with, which is the racism and race relations in Japan, Korea, and China. Really intriguing film. I haven't watched it yet, but hey. This one I have covered on my channel. It's one of my favorite films from Takashi Miike. It's shot on video, well, shot on DV, digital video. It is silly, it is absurd, it is one of the darkest comedy ever, and it's great. Then we got one of the many video game and anime based film that Miike did, Yakuza Like a Dragon, Yakuza, based on the famous Sega Yakuza franchise, which I will start playing this summer because I'm off and I have time. Yakuza Apocalypse, I haven't watched this one yet, but it looks really fun and I've heard good things. Arakiri, I got this for super cheap. It's put out by Tribeca Films. I haven't watched it yet. Ichi the Killer, you cannot be a fan of weirdo exploitation Japanese films without having Ichi the Killer in your collection, by Takashi Miike, one of his most well-known films. Oh, my cat is back. She's back. The menace. She wants me to go outside with her. Yeah, we'll go. Yeah, okay. Okay. Alright, I am back a couple days ago, and hopefully the lady will show some patience, but I doubt she will. So I was at Takashi Miike's First Love, which is a film I bought when it was released, and I watched it when it was released, but can't really remember anything. I remembered enjoying it quite a lot, and of course Audition. Everybody knows Audition. This is probably one of Takashi Miike's most well-known film, well, at least here in the Western world. It is one that always gets mentioned whenever disturbing cinema is brought up. It is really, really good. When I first watched this, I didn't really understand it, but I recently rewatched it and absolutely loved it, so yeah. I don't think it's overrated. I think it's one of Takashi Miike's most well-done thriller. One miscalled, I watched the first one the other day, and it is a fairly good J-horror technology. The early 2000s were full of them. This, of course, got an American remake, which was apparently god-awful. I don't know, I'm not much of an American remake kind of boy. And for the almost last Takashi Miike film here, we got Blade of the Immortal. This is a really cool Arrow steelbook. Not the biggest steelbook kind of guy, but I do appreciate it when they look nice. Also, this was like the same price as the regular edition. And I watched this movie in the theaters when it came out. My local theater sometime will play foreign. A lot of foreign films, and this was one that I watched. I didn't know when I watched it that this was based on an anime, actually. Anime or manga, I don't know. Urshel could probably answer that question. I don't really remember if it was anime or manga, it doesn't really matter. All I remember is the film was really enjoyable. This one gets silly. My only problem with this is it's a tad too long, but most of Takashi Miike's films are over 2 hours long. This is A Lesson of Evil. This one made quite a little splash when it came out. I remember this playing at the Fantasia Film Festival. I didn't see it there yet in 2012. I didn't see it there. In fact, I don't think I've seen this film, but it is about schmootings, because YouTube doesn't like that word. Now moving on from Takashi Miike to Sion Sono, another one of my favorite Japanese directors. And of course, Love Exposure is epic. Oh man, this movie is 4 hours long? 4 hours 30 minutes long. It's 237 minutes. It is quite the epic, and it is quite the amazing film. Sion Sono really threw everything at the wall, and most of it stuck. I really don't have any complaints about this film. Other than the length, it being over 4 hours long, which means that I've only seen it once, but at least I've seen it, and it's really good, and eventually I'm gonna get back to it whenever I have 4.5 hours to spare, which should be, probably like a Saturday or Sunday afternoon. If I don't work, I have quite a bit of time, and this compares this film to Alejandro Jodorowsky, and I agree. This feels like a Japanese Holy Mountain-esque epic. It's really good. I really like it. This one's a bit easier to watch because it's a bit shorter. I think it's only under 2 hours long. It's 2 hours and 20 minutes long. I've seen this one a couple of times. It's, of course, Cold Fish, which I also absolutely adore. This is one of my favorite Sion Sono film, and honestly, for the time that this came out, I don't remember, 2010, 2011, this was probably one of the best films from that year. I just really enjoy this one. It's so great. It is messed up, but it's also darkly comedic, and that's, Sion Sono is kind of known for his dark comedy. Guilty of Romance is another masterpiece from Sion Sono. I absolutely adore this one. It's about relationships, the struggles with sexuality and discovering of themselves. It's a really impactful, great, again, Sion Sono just really knows how to tell a story, and this one is the shortest out of the three at 113 minutes, which is the director's cut, I think, is 2 hours and 24 minutes. Also, I usually watch the director's cut. If I'm gonna watch a Sion Sono film, I know it's gonna be long, but I know it's gonna fly by, and that is what I think is called the Hate Trilogy. You got Love Exposure, Cold Fish, and Guilty of Romance, and I highly recommend these. These are some of my favorite Sion Sono films ever. The Land of Hope, I haven't watched it yet. I bought this probably one of the last Arrow sales, because Third Window is there on the site with Arrow, and yeah, I haven't seen it yet, but it's Sion Sono, and apparently this one is a bit more wholesome. This looks, just by the cover, this looks way more wholesome, kind of a coming of age and disaster movie. I don't know, looks interesting though. The first film from Sion Sono that I've watched, and honestly still one of my favorites, it's Anti-Porno. I absolutely love this film. I should make a video on it, and I will eventually, especially because this is a kind of throwback / critique of the whole 70s Roman porno nikatsu movement, and it stars, I think, some ladies from back in that day. Yeah, I just love this film. The leading actress does a wonderful job. Seijun Suzuki, who you are familiar with because I got one of his box sets. This is Branded to Kill. It's kind of this spy thriller, black and white action film from the 60s, I think 1967. Yeah, and it's a fun one. I don't remember, it's been a while. Now we're getting to one of my problems with goddamn Arrow, and they started to do this recently. I was talking to the guy at the Arrow table at Fantasia. He was telling me we've always done this, but the goddamn spine not being in English and it being in the like language, and then the cover, like, what is this film? I think this is Joy of Torture, Shogun's Joy of Torture. Like, this is a lot of work. Shogun's Joy of Torture, I'm pretty sure. It's from the same director as Orgies of Edo, Teruo Ishii. Auras of Malformed Men, of course, which you will see later on in this video. And then just to prove my point, this is an older release, and the title on the spine is in English. This is Orgies of Edo from Teruo Ishii, which I've just discussed. Yeah, Shogun's Joy of Torture was the previous film. These are really strange, kind of weird erotica, like pre-Roman porno era, you know, because I think these are from the 60s, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 68. I think Shogun's Joy of Torture is from 67. These are strange, and I'll probably do a video on them. Inferno of Torture is another one of those from Teruo Ishii. Yeah, these, again, same principle. These are kind of like the Shogun era erotica, kind of messed up torture films. They're entertaining enough. Yakuza Law, also from Teruo Ishii. I guess I do own a lot of this man's film. And Yakuza Law is also a filthy, grimy exploitation film from Japan in the 60s, and it's also pretty typical for Teruo Ishii, and this is probably his masterpiece because it's also very different from the previous films I've talked about. This has not really any like sexual torture. It does have sexual content, but like not in the same way as Shogun's Joy of Torture or Orgies of Edo. This one is amazing. This is truly a great film. I was a bit harsh on it the first time I watched it because I don't think I was in the mood for this kind of weirdo outsider freak show type of film, but now that I think about it, this is a really great film. Now we're getting to another one of my favorite directors, Yasuzo Masumura, The Black Report. And again, this is the only film that I own from him that I haven't seen. This is a kind of a spy thriller, a bit different from. Okay, there's two movies: the Black Teskar and the Black Report. And they're 60s kind of spy thrillers. I've seen the trailers, they do look interesting, but spy thrillers aren't really my thing. I just wanted to own as many movies from Yasuzo Masumura as I could, and I'm gonna get more of his because he also has another film that Arrow has put out, something about toys, which looks wholesome, especially when you're the following films from the Why I Know Him, which are these kind of weird erotica pink films that are disturbing as shit and will make you depressed. And this is one of them. This is Red Nurse, I think. Again, I don't know. Red Angel. Now Red Nurse, because the character is a nurse during World War II who is shipped to different locations as she helps out patients during the war, and then she falls in love with a doctor who's addicted to heroin. This is a messed up film. Sorry, he's addicted to opium, because 40s. This is an amazing masterpiece of war drama. It's incredible. I highly recommend it. It is depressing as balls, but that's kind of what you expect from this director. Blind Beast, the one that made me discover him, this is a perfect description, is a grotesque portrait of the bizarre relationship between a blind sculptor and his captive muse. I've done an entire video on this. This is not my most viewed video, but honestly, it's kind of sad because this film should be talked about more. I feel like Yasuzo Masumura is a very underrated director who's made some incredible movies. For me personally, he's made 3 10s out of 10s, and this is one of them. So is this one, Irezumi, which I will definitely cover on my channel because it's right up my alley. Again, directed by Yasuzo Masumura. It is this incredible film about a young woman getting I don't want to... Yeah. I haven't seen it in like a year. I don't want to spoil anything, but let's just say that this tattoo and just this image is perfect for this film. It's another messed up film about art and artists and their creations. Yeah, highly recommend it. Meiko Kaji's first big role, Blind Woman's Curse, and again, this is a masterpiece. This is from Teruo Ishii. Okay. I should put it with his other films. I'll change that. I didn't know that was Teruo Ishii. I just knew that Meiko Kaji was in there and that she's amazing in this. Again, the imagery of this film is incredible, and it's again perfect for a tattoo. So yeah, I'll put Blind Woman's Curse with the rest of Teruo Ishii's films. Wolf Guy, I haven't seen this one in so long. I should. It's with Sony Chiba. It's this really fun 70s action film, urban action film from Japan, kind of similar to the same genre as Stray Cat Rock, but it's fun. It's fun. Kinji Fukasu, I can't speak Japanese today. Battles Without Honor and Humanity, the complete trilogy. These are 3 Japanese samurai films, and I watched the first one. It was good. It was good. I really enjoyed it. Very typical for a like 70s samurai film, but I just love the cinematography of these 70s Japanese films. They're just something. The wide anamorphic widescreen that I just adore, with the flares and everything and the sound design. I just love these. Pulse is early 2000s J-horror, and it's great. It is depressing as shit, as that genre tended to be, honestly. But yeah, Pulse is right up there with Ringu and Juhan. I absolutely adore it. And finally, before I get moving on the bed, From Seijun Suzuki, it is Pistol Opera, which I've had for a while. $16. Why not just make it 15? Why the $1 extra? I got this at a Cinebazaar back in the day, and this was a Tokyo Shock release. I don't know why I haven't seen this film. I do really enjoy these pinky violence type of films, obviously, but you know, Stray Cat Rock, this is also in the same vein. These good-looking women, you know, in action roles. Yeah, I should watch this one pretty soon. Alright, this next statement might offend Letterboxd users, but this is my one and only Akira Kurosawa film, and I haven't seen it yet. It's Rashomon. It's this old Criterion DVD. Oh shit, this is from 2002 Criterion. I got this for a really good price on eBay. It came with this sleeve, so you know it was in a good collector's house. Yeah. I haven't seen it yet. I don't know why. I am a film snob when I want to. Onibaba is another one I haven't seen. This is also a old Criterion DVD from 2004. This one is still available. I got it on Unobstructed View during a sale, but it is available on Blu-ray. Jigoku, I absolutely adore Jigoku. It's by Nobuo Nakagawa. Can't read today, goddamn. This is your depiction of hell. It's beautiful, the colors, the cinematography. It's a stunning film. This really weird, psychedelic kind of representation of hell. Very Japanese, but really good. Hausu, we've talked about on the podcast. I mean, how can you not love Hausu? It is such a weirdo out there type of film, and it's really what people think about when they say like, oh, Japanese films are weird, but you know, there are a lot of cultural references, and you know, it's great. Kwaidan, I haven't seen it yet. It is another one that is like 3 hours long. Yeah, it's over 3 hours long. It's a bit of an ask as far as time goes, but it is an anthology film discussing themes of Japanese folklore, which is always interesting. I'll get to it eventually. Lady Snowblood with Meiko Kaji. Of course, this has Lady Snowblood and Lady Snowblood the sequel, Love Song of Vengeance. I absolutely love both of these films. Of course, the sequel is not as good, but the first one is a masterpiece of cinema, and everybody who doesn't like it can suck my balls. This one I will definitely cover on my channel. This is one of the most infamous Japanese erotic films. It's In the Realm of the Senses by Nogisa Oshina. They really had to put that weird text there. Yeah. Uncensored, and apparently people back when this was released would take a boat to an island just to see uncensored genitalia, because I think that specific Japanese island didn't obey to the same laws of censorship as the rest or the mainland of Japan. I don't know, but I just find it hilarious that guys were so horny to see unpixelated genitalia that they took boats to go there. Big Time Gambling Boss, absolutely love this film. It's one of the great examples of straight Yakuza films from the 60s. I don't remember who directed this one. Kosaku Yamashita. Yeah, it's a really great film. I was stunned because I didn't expect much, because you know, just like Battles Without Honor or Humanity, when you see a couple you kind of get the gist, but this one was amazing. Some third window that weren't either Takashi Miike or Sion Sono. Blue Spring, I haven't seen it yet. It looks really cool. I remember horrible reviews talking about it. And yeah, cool slipcover. Destruction Babies, and another one, I haven't seen it yet, I should really get around to these. Yeah, another one that I picked up because it was cheap and horrible reviews. I talked about it. Love and Other Cults is a super underrated Japanese film. It's really, really fun. It is absolutely a ball of a time. I really like this film. I don't remember who directed this one. Eiji Ushida, yeah. A couple of his movies will show up next because he's another director that I really had a phase for, especially Low Life Love. If you're into filmmaking, or if you thought you were gonna go into filmmaking, Low Life Love is a perfect film for you. It's kind of this, you follow this loser who makes independent movies, and he's a piece of shit, a worthless human being, but you know, you can feel the passion and the love. Some of my favorite quotes about like filmmaking and art. Yeah, I like this one. Grateful Dead is another film from Eiji Ushida, which I just talked about. This one's not my favorite from him, but it is a good movie. It has this crazy style, this crazy characters, this crazy dialogue. Yeah, I like that one. One Cut of the Dead is an amazing film, and I was so happy because this got the attention it deserved, and then it got a French remake that looks absolutely like dog shit. I think it played at Fantasia this year, and I was like, nah, bruh. I'm not gonna go watch a French remake of a Japanese film that was already perfect. Like, come on, France can do good movies, but can they really remake Japanese films? This one I talked about on the podcast with Urshel. This is on my top 4 on Letterboxd. It is The World of Kaneko, one of the most underrated Japanese films. It is complete insanity. The characters are all terrible human beings. You have nobody to root for, and it's a masterfully crafted piece of cinema. I love that one. Videophobia is another one that doesn't get a lot of attention. It was released by one of the Vinegar Syndrome sub-label, that being Kani, and I got this at Fantasia last year, or the year before, because Kani was there, showing some old Hong Kong movies. Videophobia is incredible. I kind of don't want to talk about it too much in fear of spoiling anything, but I should make a video about it. I love that one. Aerodol, again, this is from a sub-label from the Catalog. I haven't seen this one yet, but I have heard a lot of great things. Now we're getting into some DVDs, back on the DVDs, Writhing Tongue. I didn't know where to put this on my collection. This is a movie that the Show Me Something Wrong podcast has talked about, and this is the Sin release. Apparently it's depressing. You're basically watching a kid, I think, dying of tetanus. Yeah. So you're just looking at a kid dying of tetanus for 2 hours. Thank you, Japan. Now some Isayasu Sato, and sadly, Isayasu Sato is a filmmaker that doesn't get enough love. So like all the movies until this one I got from him are bootlegs. So we got the Sin release of Splattered Naked Blood, which I've covered on my channel. I need to rewatch it because I wasn't I want to fuck a bag, lady. Yeah, for people who know what that reference is. But yeah, I was a bit harsh on it when I reviewed it. I should really rewatch it. It's just not what I expected from a Isayasu Sato movie. My problem is I watched Isayasu Sato's kind of typical Pinku films before I watched this one, and I was kind of expecting something else. Now we got Rewind, which I've covered on my channel. Absolutely love Rewind. Other than Love Minus Zero equals Infinity, this is probably one of my favorite films from Isayasu Sato. This one is so great, and again, I've covered it on my channel. It is kind of a Peeping Tom story. Now with the not-so-subtle titles, we got Molester Strain, Nasty Behavior from Orange Crate. If you know, you know. Yeah. This one, I haven't seen it yet. And then one of his gay pinkus, because he worked a lot in the world of gay pinku. And again, I've heard nothing but good things about this one. I can't, gotta do my focus. It is Bondage Ecstasy. Yeah. Again, I'll give it a watch. This one I've covered on my channel, and I will not say the name out loud. Then we're getting into the Impulse picture. I love Impulse pictures. For people who don't know, it's a sub-label of Synapse, who releases adult cinema, and they have this Nikkatsu Classics line, which is basically the best of the Nikkatsu pink Roman porno and pink films, or pinku films, and with this one. But yeah, I've covered some of these. I won't go too long on these because YouTube won't appreciate them. It's Female Prisoner 101 Suck. Nun Story Frustration in Black, which I've covered. Oh, my phone is too hot again. We got Woman in a Box, Virgin Sacrifice, which I've covered. Nun's Diary Confession, which I think I've covered. Nurse Diary Beast Afternoon, which I've covered recently. True Story of a Woman in Jail continues. I haven't covered this one. Woman in Prison, I've covered this one. And then lastly for the DVDs, True Story of a Woman in Jail. And I'll be back when my phone is not as hot. Alright, so phone had time to cool down, and just for some behind the scene, my plug on my phone doesn't work anymore, so I'm transferring these clips through Google Photos. And it's a pain in the ass. Anyways, Flower and Snake is one that made me discover this Nikkatsu Roman porno collection, and it really made me want to watch more of the line and just of this genre in general. I have covered this on my channel. I think it's one of my oldest videos. It's a fairly popular video, so most of you have probably seen that one. And so was Fairy in a Cage, and Fairy in a Cage is really right up there with Flower and Snake as one of my favorites. It's great. It is gnarly, it is grim, but hey, what do you want more from a Nikkatsu erotic film? Zoom Up Murder Site, of course this has an alternative title, and I've discussed this on my channel. This video didn't do too well, so maybe you haven't seen it. If you haven't, I would highly recommend it. This is a really interesting Nikkatsu Roman porno that's kind of a blend between a Nikkatsu Roman porno and a giallo. Star of David, Beautiful Girl Hunter. I won't stay too long on that cover because it's naughty. I haven't seen it yet. And then Love Hunter, and this is the 70s one? 72. I remember there is another Nikkatsu movie with a similar title to this. I think it's Sex Hunter, that I haven't seen yet. And then out of the blue, you have a 90s take on the genre from Unearthed Films put this out. I haven't seen it yet. I do plan on making a video. It is from the Unearthed Classics line, of course, which is a line that brought you many other Asian classics that I will discuss further along in this video. Then if you watch my recent update from Ciné-Bazar, 5 pink films, this is a French box set that contains 5 pink films from the 60s to the 80s. Pretty excited to crack into this one, which I will probably cover a few of those on my channel. This is one that I will cover on my channel. I absolutely adore this film. It's probably my favorite nunsploitation film of all time, and it's just an amazing masterpiece of cinema, of exploitation cinema that really needs a Blu-ray release. Even though this Cult Epics DVD does look really good, it is from 2005. It is starting to show its age, and I would upgrade it in a second. Now Mondo, with their take on Japanese nunsploitation films, it's Sins of Sister Lucia from 78. Again, I'm pretty sure this is a Toei nunsploitation? No, Nikkatsu. So this would be perfect for the Nikkatsu line from Impulse. This is a Nikkatsu Roman porno nun film. I will again cover this later on my channel. Sex and Fury. Now this is a pinky violence film that I wanted to watch for so long, and I finally got to it, and I absolutely adored it. This is a French double feature that comes with Caresse sous un kimono. I don't remember what the English title is for that, but Sex and Fury is probably the most notorious films of this set. It is with Christina Lundberg, of course, from Thriller, A Cruel Picture fame, and a Japanese starlet that I absolutely adore, but I don't remember her name. It's directed by Norifumi Suzuki. Yeah, this is a blast of a film. Another one that I'll get covered eventually. Rika is this kind of 70s urban action film from Japan. I really enjoy this one. It's super fun. It is just a ball of a time. I think this was in a Jesse Midnight Crawler video, and I was like, damn, this looks good. Shogun Assassin, of course, is a cut of 2 of the Lone Wolf and the Cub series, cut down and dubbed for an American audience. It's a really good film, but I would really like to see the original series, which is put out by Criterion. Eventually I'll get through that, but in the moment this one does the job. It is really good. Slaughter in the Snow, I've covered this on my second channel. It's a Japanese samurai film. A lot of great arterial sprays, and of course the backdrop being snowy is also really good, makes the blood really pop out. Kind of a lesser Lady Snowblood. Now for some Zatoichi film, which of course were all put out by Criterion. I could have gotten this whole set from it's Janus Films. I found them in Montreal in a used movie store, but they were all $10 each, and I wasn't about to drop $70 on a series that I didn't know if I would love, but eventually I got through it, the first one, and I really liked it. It's based on a TV show. It has 26 film sequels, 100 TV episodes, and Zatoichi, the mid-2000 film is one that I had at my local video store, and when I got into Japanese movies after discovering Kill Bill and seeing Tarantino's influence, and it's one that I saw really young and that I really enjoyed. So yeah, hopefully I can find that one again. I think it's not gonna be as good as I remember, but you know, for nostalgia's sake. Zatoichi, the Tale of Zatoichi continues, and then the New Tale of Zatoichi. These are all like early 60s films, black and white. Really good. Violent Cop, of course, with Beat Takashi. Directed by Beat Takashi, aka Takashi Kitano. This one is a fun 80s blast Japanese action film. Off the wall. Vans off the wall. Come on, get in there. My bed is squeaking. The next two I've covered on my channel. This one I've actually covered twice because this was one of my first videos. It was before I knew what editing was, when I just recorded reviews, kind of like what I'm doing right now. And then the second one was a more professionally well done edited review, and both. I watched that newer review. Entrails of a Beautiful Woman. I'm about to probably do the same with this one that I did with Entrails of a Virgin, just because my original video for this is 3 minutes long. Yeah, back then I made these shorts. Organ, which is a video it's a film I will cover in a video. This one has been recommended to me since the dawn of time, since the dawn of my channel, by one of my subscribers. Shout out Vigilis Fear on YouTube. And yeah, I will get to it eventually. Evil Dead Trap, of course, I've covered on my channel, and I really like this one. I need to rewatch it. It's been way too long. I really enjoyed it. Again, from the Unearthed Classics line. And then we have Hideki, Evil Dead Trap 2, which apparently is really good. The boys from the Seikansama have done an episode on the Evil Dead Trap series, and yeah, it looks fun. This was also highly recommended to me by Silas, Psychonaut on Instagram. It's the Japanese Chainsaw Massacre, aka Living Hell. Yeah, I really need to get through this. Apparently, it's a great, vile, extreme Japanese film. And then we have this really old VCI release of 3 Giallos. 2 of them I own now. Of course, Blood and Black Lace by Mario Bava and Bird with the Crystal Plumage. I'm keeping this, first of all, for the Bido film, which is Watch Me When I Kill, I think. And also, I just love the look of this old, like, set. I'm pretty sure if you turn it around, does the Italian flag cover? Yeah, I just like this. Transfers are probably dog shit, this being a DVD from, like, 2007, but, who cares? And while I'm here, I'm gonna do my box set and, like, specialty, I guess, section. We have Demoni 2 soundtrack signed by Lamberto Bava, who I met at Horrorama. We got John Carpenter's The Thing on Laserdisc. We got the Wild Angels soundtrack, Mad Max on Laserdisc. Over here we got Vendredi 13, which is the French dub of Friday the 13th on VHS. For the movie stuff, that's pretty much it. I got Trauma from Full Moon when they found tapes, Wizard videotapes, and of course it's fake. We got the Shaw Brothers 1 and 2. The second one has Boxer's Omen, which is based, and eventually what I'll do is I'll do just a marathon of Shaw Brothers films. I've seen a couple from the set. The first one, I've seen The Mighty Peking Man, which is Hong Kong's answer to King Kong, really fun. And then we got the Vinegar Syndrome Lost Picture Show, which I'm yet to jump into. I should really get on that. We got these exclusives from Sunrise Record or HMV, I think. Universal, like, Blu-rays, but they come in, like, these old school VHS thingies. I think they look really cool, but, you know, I didn't buy the entire line because I wasn't interested in a lot of the movies. But we got Slapshot, hockey comedy that I have yet to see. We got The Breakfast Club. Of course, The Breakfast Club is great. I really like The Breakfast Club. And then we got Jaws, which I respect, I like. It's just not a movie I go to a lot. Basket Case VHS, signed by Frank Enenlotter. Sealed copy of David Cronenberg's Rabid, and sealed copy of Ilsa, She-Wolf of the SS. There was a bunch of these 2 left in, like, the Cinepix warehouse, which is the Canadian production company that put these out. Of course, my light has died, but we don't need the light because we got some indie films on tape. I got these for super cheap at Horrorama. I met the directors. Still haven't seen these, but they're free on YouTube, so I might as well just check them out. Or I could just hook up my VHS. Quebec Exposé, which I've talked about. Valérie, which is like a maple syrup porn that they call, like, early 60s erotic cinema from Quebec. Got 2 not straight to video, shot on video films from this company called Brimstone Productions. I don't know. I've seen Addicted to Murder. It wasn't great, and I haven't seen Twisted Tales yet, but I'll get to it. I might rewatch Addicted to Murder. Ever since then, I've kind of become a fan of shot-on-video films more than I was when I originally bought these tapes, and I'm pretty sure they're really rare, really hard to find, but since nobody knows what they are, they don't go for crazy money, but eventually, if, like, Culture Shock releases them, or, you know, one of the Vinegar Syndrome sub-labels, hey, they might go up in price, and I might sell them and be like, yeah, buy more movies with them, because I'm not the biggest VHS kind of collector. Then we got Monster Hunter, aka Absurd, by Joe D'Amato. This is, again, the Wizard video kind of fake tape. And, of course, we got The Shrine to Laura Gemser, the beautiful, the talented, the amazing Black Emanuel sets. We got the OG Severin 3 movie sets, and then we got the Goliath, the beast, the behemoth that is the Central World of Black Emanuel. I love these films, and I will cover all of them eventually. I've done my part. I think I've covered like 5 or 6 Emanuel films, so I'm already like almost halfway there, so that's cool. Anyways, let's go back to Asian films now. Back to our regularly scheduled collection things. Oh yeah, this one's gonna get stuck. This part of the collection is packed tight. We got Stacy, which I really need to rewatch because I watched this, I think while I had COVID, yeah, because I got this the Horrorama, well, the last Horrorama we've had so far, 2022, I think, and I got COVID, and I think I watched that with COVID brain, so yeah, I really need to pay attention to this one more. Whenever I get the chance to rewatch it, I'll just stick it in, and I'll just get the one behind it. It's goddamn, this is hard. I don't want to damage it because I got these little pieces of paper just there to not mess up the plastic. We got Bloody Muscle Bodybuilder from Hell, which was recently re-released on the Blu-ray by that company that I really like. That's a sub-label of Wild Eye. Anyways, it's a fun movie. It's basically the Japanese Evil Dead. It's a total ripoff, but it's so much fun. Yeah, I really like that one. Junk. Junk is another one that I really like. It's like my third video on this channel, once again, before I knew what editing was. Well, I knew what editing was. It was just my job, and I didn't want to come home and do more editing. It's Junk. It's really fun. It's super surprising. It's basically this Japanese take on 80s Italian zombie films, and it's really surprising. It's an early unearthed release. I think this was from the movies from 1999, the DVDs from 2003. So like that's early unearthed. That's like you still could get the guinea pig movies early unearthed. We got 2LDK by TLA Releasing, not a major releasing label. This was also picked up by Unearthed recently, and I did cover this on my second channel. I do really enjoy this film. It's this really intense, short, fast-paced action film. Daisuke Yamanouchi. Now we're getting into the Daisuke Yamanouchi collection, and the first one is Kyoko versus Yuki. I've covered this with one of my most titillating title. This sadly doesn't have English subtitles, but it's a very simple plot to understand, so you don't really need the subtitles, but you know, a subtitled release would be nice. Girl Hell 1999. This one I did cover on my channel. This printing quality leaves to be desired, but usually ZVDD or whatever that bootleg company was known, because yeah, most of the Daisuke Yamanouchi stuff I own is bootlegs, because not a lot of his stuff was released in North America other than Red Room, which is coming up. Yeah, I covered this on my channel. It is extremely messed up. One of the most like messed up straight-to-video Japanese films from the 90s. We got Red Room 2, and they released Red Room 1, and I would like to own Red Room 1, but it's sadly out of print and goes for crazy money. I snagged this one before the prices got crazy. I snagged this for like $15 back in the day, but the first one was going for a tad more. I've covered both movies on my channel. I wasn't the biggest fan of Red Room, goddamn Red Room 1, but I feel like I would like it more now. This is Daisuke Yamanouchi's masterpiece, Muzani. This is one of the greatest found footage horror films like ever, and yeah, it is an extremely, yeah, these bootlegs are a bit off. This was clearly not released in 1979, but it is in color. Yeah, this one is messed up. I have covered this also in a video titled we need to talk about the ending of Muzani, so that, of course, that video is a bit of a spoiler, but hey. This is also one of my most popular videos, so most likely you have seen that one. It is The Lady in the Sea of Blood. It's really not great. I think it's infamous due to its mysteriousness. I've also made a short on this gosh darn movie. Talked about a lot about that one. Woman's Flesh, My Red Guts, another one that is, these faces are gonna mess up my focus. Another one that I've covered on my channel. I've covered it. Not my favorite. This is probably this director. I don't Takuchi Anaru. Anyways, Anaru. This is Woman's Flesh, My Red Guts. No, that was the previous one. This is god damn, I don't know. Woman's Tumbling Doll of Flesh, that's the title. And I just realized that I showed you the back, and the back is quite graphic. I really do like these alternative covers that Massacre Video did, basically these original VHS covers. Yeah. Another one I've covered, another one you've probably seen because it's my second most viewed video on my channel. And then we got the last one, which the title I will not say because again YouTube is not a big fan of that word. But this is one that I haven't covered yet, which will get covered because I want to do the whole Anaru trilogy. We got Mute from Banana Box. This is a shockumentary that I haven't watched yet, even though I owned this for a while. This was the first thing I bought from my friend Urshel in the beginning of a long and sexual relationship, friendship. Speaking of which, Banana Box, this is the Blood Runner Zero trilogy thingy saga series. How many of these? Oh, there's 5. Goddamn, yeah, that's more than a trilogy. These are by the other Sato, the less likable Sato. I've covered the first one. I will eventually get to the second, third, fourth, and fifth one. They're just so short and very not that amazing that I'm like, I don't know. Plus, I'm not a big fan of real life blood. The unofficial 7th Guinea Pig entry, Lucky Sky Diamond, directed by the guy who made Evil Dead Trap 2, Hideki. I don't like this film. I really don't. I haven't watched it in a while. This was a video that was planned on for my channel even before I covered the official Guinea Pig films, and I never put that video out because I hated the film so much and I didn't like the video. Recent pickup, I found this for like $5 on the clearance at Sunrise Record. It's Miss Zombie Redemption Films. I do love Redemption, and I do love when they get out of their typical kind of Euro cinema, Euro horror cinema like they did with Mai-chan, which I don't own yet, and I eventually will get because I honestly did like Mai-chan more than I thought I would. Anyway, Miss Zombies, I haven't seen it yet. Now we're getting into some Tokyo Shock, which was a great label if you were a collector in the early to late 2000s. This one is Makai Tensho, Samurai Reincarnation with Sony Chiba, and this is kind of an odd one for Tokyo Shock because they tended more to release newer films, and this one obviously is a 70s weirdo kind of samurai film. I haven't seen it yet. I'm pretty excited. I love Sony Chiba and I love weirdo Japanese films and samurai films. Tokyo Gore Police, which I rewatched the English dub with a friend this weekend, and we had a blast. The alcohol did help for that, but it is a fun movie that's honestly way more upsetting than I remembered. Oh, did I break something? These are packed in way too tight. X-Cross, which I talked about in my my last update. I got this at Cine Bazaar, and I watched this on Tubi originally. It's a fun blend of like the early 2000s Japanese ghost films with the late 2000s splatter films. Highly recommended, really underrated. If you can find it, they're still cheap. Because I got this one new for like a couple bucks on Amazon. That is Psycho Gothic Lolita, which I've covered on my channel. This one is super fun. Post Tokyo Gore Police type of film, but honestly a blast of a time. And honestly, I should cover Tokyo Gore Police because I've covered Machine Girl. The Machine Girl, which by the way, this is like a Korean bootleg. I don't know. I got this at a convention for like $2, so I wasn't going to complain. But I watched this like back in the days when I got into Japanese exploitation and horror. I rented this at my local video store and I had a blast, and then I bought this and I still had a blast. This is probably the director's best work. Not Terry Windsor. That's... What? The Machine Girl, starring Lance Henriksen. Yeah, this is a bootleg. Anyways, moving on to some Blu-rays. So yeah, just a bit of miscellaneous Blu-rays before getting into the weeb shit. More of these like weird Japanese. This one I wasn't a big fan of, Robo Geisha. This, like the whole Machine Girl kind of movement that was started by that film, didn't make out for the bests of films, but yeah, I don't know. Robo Geisha's, it has its moment. Overall, it's not that good. I should probably sell it. Same with Brutal. I've covered this on my channel. This was just meh. I don't like this film that much. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna sell this one probably. Unearthed L. And I know some people like it, but I don't know. I don't hate it as much as other people do, but I don't like it either. This is a bootleg of the entire Guinea Pig films, which are just some rips of the like German, I think, or Italian X-Videos release. And yeah. I mean, I've covered a lot of films. I've covered 3 out of the 6s. They're fun movies, most of them. The first one's a bit of a snooze fest, but I just don't like this release. I would pray that Unearthed could somehow, you know, get the rights back up and put out a proper release. Midori. I haven't covered this on my channel. This is again a bootleg that does contain some shorts from the directors and an interview with Hiroshi Rada and the Camellia Girl, which is the real IRL adaptation of the classic anime. Yeah. So now we're getting into the weeb shit. Ghost Stalker's Daydream. I've covered this on my channel. It's a fun, it's not hentai, but it is pretty close to it. It's just a lot of fan service, and it's just, what do you call those types of anime that are just, not like hentai, but almost, I don't remember. But yeah, it's fun. It's like 3 episodes. It's like from the early 2000s. You can't really go wrong with this one. It has its moments. Oh, it's 4 episodes, and I've covered all of those. It has its moments. I would recommend it if you can find it like me for like $5. Akira, of course, masterpiece. I don't really need to talk about it that much. I really enjoy that one. Ninja Scroll. I watched this in the theater and really loved it. This kind of kicked back my love for like the early 2000s, late 90s, even like late 80s OVAs, action-packed, gory anime, back when anime had a different kind of target audience, I guess. Paranoia Agent by Satoshi Kon. I haven't watched this. I should probably watch it. I've been meaning to watch this goddamn anime since I was a wee lad in my weeb phase, but I just never got to it. Eventually, I did buy this on Blu-ray, I think last year or the year before, telling myself that would give me a reason to watch it, and clearly that didn't work because I was too busy watching things like Blood Shadow, which I have covered on my channel. This is hentai, horror hentai. Yeah, it's something. I should rewatch it. I really liked it. Samurai Champloo, of course, my favorite anime series of all time. This one really, I just love. Samurai Champloo. Some more Satoshi Kon. We got Paprika. I really enjoy Paprika. I heard it's coming on 4K, so I might pick that up. I don't usually upgrade, but man, this one is so visually stunning that I might have to. And Perfect Blue, which I've covered on my channel. It was on my top 4 on Letterboxd for so long, and honestly, it's probably still top 10 for me, or at least maybe even top 6. And Perfect Blue is amazing. And this edition, like I said, not the biggest Steelbook fan, but I just love the art that's on this edition, put out by Scream Factory or Shout Factory, I think, in their like anime line. Yeah, I like this one. Now for some kaiju action. Not my favorite subgenre, but I have a couple. We have Gamera and Gamera versus Guiron and Gamera versus Jiger. Yeah. I haven't seen these yet. I got these for super cheap when HMV went out of business in Canada. Same thing for these two. We got Gamera versus Gyarados, and Gamera versus Virus. Yeah, these are packed in way too tight. I'll just leave that one there. We got the Criterion DVD of the original Godzilla, directed by Ishiro Honda, of course. I got this at Walmart for super cheap. It's a great edition. I just love the style. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Love this film too. The Toho Godzilla Collection Volume 2. From what I've seen, these like that came out on Blu-rays are so gosh darn expensive now, and I got like 7 of them for super cheap back in the day, so I'm gonna hold on to this DVD because I don't want to pay the Blu-ray prices for these. King Kong vs. Godzilla. This I picked up from Walmart. I'm pretty sure it's the American version. It's not my favorite, but it is fun, like cheesy camp monster movie type of thing. We got Godzilla, Mothra, and King Ghidorah, and Godzilla against Mechagodzilla. These are from the 80s, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe the 90s, 2002. I am way off, and 2001. Yeah, so this is the 9/11 and the 9/11-2 release. Shin Godzilla. I really need to rewatch this because when I watch it, I was in a bad headspace. Mothra on this Scream. Oh no, Mill Creek. Damn, Mill Creek putting in effort on this steelbook. Again, really cool steelbooks. The steelbooks that I do own are pretty cool. Now just more random Japanese films. We got Curse, Death, and Spirit. Those are 3 shot on video. I think, they are shot on video. 3. It's an anthology film with 3 different short films. They're interesting. Not my favorite, but I had fun with these. And my light is gone once again, but I'm just gonna end my Japanese films because I got a bit of the daylight that I can use. We got Rampo Noir, another one of these anthology films, and one of the films is directed by Isayasu Sato, which is why I bought this. The Man Who Stole the Sun is this really underseen, underrated 90s Japanese indie film that is honestly insane. It's about the nuclear power, and you can assume where that goes. The Devil's Feast, Switchblade Pictures, which I'm pretty sure are completely out of business. I have covered this. This is one of my older videos, and I don't think it's one I'll go back to. Tokyo 10+01, from what I remember, and I don't remember a lot, this was just okay. Azumi, which I watched recently, this was really fun. Not my favorite, but fun enough, especially for like a chill Sunday afternoon. It has everything you want. It has a lot of good fights, some good decent special effects, some arterial sprays. I like this one. Touch of Zen. I haven't seen this one yet. I got this at like a closed down video store, or a video store that was closing for like super cheap, and I was just surprised because this is a British import. Budo, The Art of Killing. I thought this was a a like actual movie, but this is a documentary, and yeah, I got this super cheap on eBay. And finally, for the Japanese films, because this is not just Japanese films, we got Asian Extreme 4-pack by Kino Lorber. I bought this for Yakuza Graveyard and 3 Seconds Before Explosion, which I've watched and was pretty fun, and Cops vs. Thugs and Hitman File. I think Hitman File is the one that's like kind of weird for this set because it's Thai and then the rest are Japanese. But hey, Kino needed to sell this movie somehow. Anyways, now after this, we're gonna go to Hong Kong. Alright, I just got back from walking the cat, so I'm pretty excited to talk about some there she is. Some Hong Kong movies. Now, of course, I have a lot of Japanese films. I kind of love Japanese cinema, but I also have a fairly decent amount of Hong Kong films. And the first one that I'm going to show you is, of course, the box sets, because, you know, they kind of are there for structural integrity, and that is Infernal Affairs, the trilogy. Now, obviously, Criterion put this out semi-recently, and these are Hong Kong crime films. I think they deal with the triads, and yeah, they look pretty cool. This was put out by Tartan Asia Extreme, who is a label that you'll see a lot of, especially when it comes to Korean cinema, especially. They kind of put out a lot of stuff in the early to mid 2000s. Whenever we got that kind of Asian cinema boom here in the West, obviously led by some of the J-horror films like The Ring and Ju-Han. And of course, after that, we have a Bruce Lee collection. I'll just be right back. Now, obviously, no sane film fan cannot have a Bruce Lee collection. This one I got for super cheap. As you can see, it has like tape on it. I don't know why. It's I think the first time I've seen this, but this is the old Fox 20th Century Fox box set with, of course, Bruce Lee the Legend, which is more of a documentary, Game of Death, The Chinese Connection, Fists of Fury, and Return of the Dragon. Obviously, it's missing a very important one that was put out by Warner Brothers whenever Bruce Lee got super popular, and that is Enter the Dragon. Now, of course, I love all these films. I love Bruce Lee, as any fan of Asian action cinema does. Then we move on to some Jackie Chan with The New Police Story. Ever since then, there's been a few other police story films. This one was from 2004. So this was kind of when Jackie Chan was really popular in North America. This was around the same time he did that franchise with Chris Tucker. I don't remember the name. I don't own any of those because I never was a big fan, even when I was a child. Then we got Police Story Lockdown, which is another super recent police story film from, oh boy, actually hiding the year. But yeah, I just really like these police story. I don't remember this one quite well. I might have not watched it, but yeah. Then we got this pretty cool Shout Factory double feature. We got Crime Story and The Protector. I think I've seen Crime Story. I don't know, one night I watched it with my dad. Probably because it had an English dub and it was easier for him to watch it than to read because, you know, people don't like to read their movies. I don't know why. People who don't like watch subtitled movies are missing a lot of great cinema. Man, these are really packed tight. I might have to leave one. Then we have Jackie Chan in Mr. Nice Guy. From what I remember, I really like this one. It's by Sammo Hung, of course. That makes sense. That's why it's probably really good. It's a Raymond Chow / Golden Harvest production. Oh yeah, that makes all the sense in the world. I think this is an older one, maybe the early 2000s. I don't know, but you can call it a toll-free number for Alliance. For some reason. Yeah. 1998, so kind of recent, but not really. Then, of course, the mother of them all, my only Jackie Chan Blu-ray. For some reason, I should maybe get more of his films. I know 88 Films has like an entire collection of his stuff, which I should really think about picking up some more, but we got the OG, The Police Story, and The Police Story 2. Man, I do adore these films. These are easily some of my favorite action films of all time. The stunts and the fight sequences in these are above, like, my human brain. I cannot understand how great and how dangerous Jackie Chan as films and stunts are. Yeah, Police Story is a hood classic. We got Kung Fu Zombie with Billy Chung. I don't know. This is clearly like a gray market release. This is probably like a public domain film. I think I've seen it before. I don't know. I got a lot of these sketchy gray market Hong Kong martial arts film in my collection. Not like here, but in other rooms and in the basement. Then we got Godfrey Ho, aka Joe Livingston's Robo Vampire. Man, when I got into exploitation films and like the Cinema Snob, he reviewed this, and I just loved like Godfrey Ho's like style. Not really his movies, because this is kind of a dog shit movie, but it's fun. But his like whole like shameless thing of taking an unfinished film or a like lost Hong Kong film, or just a film that didn't have like a release outside of Hong Kong maybe, and then to just cut it with and insert some scenes with American actors. It's just hilarious. And don't remember if Robo Vampire is in this vein. I'm pretty sure it is. Like, one of the screenshots is not even the screenshots, that's just the cover, man. These are such a shit film and a shit release. Hong Kong 1941. I don't know. I found this for super cheap. Like the scan code is blocked for some reason. But this is by Leung Po Chi, and I don't know. I just think I've heard about this one. It's like a war drama from the point of view of the Chinese army during World War II, which were obviously invaded by Japan. We got Flying Fists of Kung Fu. Again, one of these Mill Creek, but one of these good Mill Creek sets, because most of these films are actually pretty entertaining, at least from the ones I've seen. This is the kind of film that I just throw on the background whenever I work out and stuff, and I like pay half attention to, and I feel like these Hong Kong Kung Fu flicks are perfect for that. Now we're getting into some more modern stuff. Obviously, Iron Monkey, bought at Buster's DVD, Buster's Pawn Shop. No name DVD. There is a name. It's called Iron Monkey. This was from a cool era, the early 2000s, whenever they would release a lot of Asian films in the cinema, and this is clearly inspired by from acclaimed action choreographer of The Matrix and Crouching Tiger and Hidden Dragon. Yeah, that makes sense why I got a wide release in the States. The Killer. I got this DVD for super cheap at my local charity shop, so I probably paid 50 cents for this. It's a John Woo masterpiece, and now these Dragon Dynasty titles, which you'll see a couple of coming up next, are really hard to find and out of print ever since, the Weinstein thing. Overall, The Killer is an amazing film. I mean, it's John Woo. What do you expect? Then we got some Shaw Brothers. We got The Return of the Five Deadly Venoms, aka The Crippled Avengers. Super fun kung fu movie, and super fun Shaw Brothers movie. I really like this one. Five Shaolin Masters. Again, just one of those Dragon Dynasty Shaw Brothers kind of release. Yeah, Shaw Brothers Classic Collection. Before the release of the Arrow sets, these were pretty much the only way to get these films in North America. Not a lot of people would release the Shaw Brothers stuff. Human Lanterns, which I've talked about on my second channel, I think, and honestly, it's deserving of a main channel video. This movie is messed up, but it is so much fun. This is the type of Shaw Brothers movie that I really love, whenever they get silly with it, when they get too much jiggy with it, because, yeah, I like these, like, traditional martial arts film, but man, when Shaw Brothers got weird, they got good. I say that, and then I pull the 36th Chamber of Shaolin, which I'm pretty sure I own in one of those Arrow sets. I'll have to look at it and probably sell it, because again, these Dragon Dynasty Blu-rays are going for some crazy money. And what's funny is that this is probably one of the rarest movies in my collection, and it's a John Woo film that kind of got wide distribution. It's hard-boiled. It's just, as I've mentioned, the Weinstein thing kind of killed the Dragon Dynasty, and like nobody, I guess, got the rights to these. So yeah, this goes for crazy money, and honestly, I will not get rid of it unless there's a better version out there that comes out in the next few years, because this is one of my favorite Hong Kong and just action film in general. I absolutely love this one. I mean, more exciting than a dozen Die Hards. Yeah, that's kind of true. I really love this film. Of course, Anthony Wong, the GOAT, is in it, but so is Chow Yun-fat, and yeah, love this one. This one I picked up yesterday, and I watched it yesterday, and I really loved it. It's a Shaw Brothers film, The Oily Maniac, and again, in the same vein as Boxer's Omen or The Human Lantern, this is when Shaw Brothers got silly with it, and this is such a blast. I love this one. Now for some bootlegs. Some of these I've gotten a legit release, but not this one, because this one is horrible. Holy shit. Strike of the Tortured Angels. The only reason I keep this in my collection is I feel bad about like selling a bootleg, so I'd probably just give it to somebody. But man, this sucks. This is a terrible film. This is the tamest, most like PG woman in prison film. Like, it has nothing. The cover might be titillating, but there's nothing. There's not even a singular boob in this. Like, it's so like PG, and it's not great, and the transfer is god awful. This got a Blu-ray from Error 444. They're just so expensive here in Canada, and I'm just waiting for them to release like their regular editions. And this is one that I would pick up. Devil Fetus is a blast. It's not a classic or a lost Hong Kong classic, but man, is it a fun movie in the veins of, you know, Boxer's Omen and these very typical later 80s kind of nutty Hong Kong film, which still had some cliched like the wizard fights, but they got like hardcore, and I really like this one. Centipede Horror, yeah, it's alright. It's another one that I would pick up on a Blu-ray just to see, you know, the movie in a way better transfer than this bootleg, but you know, it's a decent film. I like it. Then we're getting into some Cat 3, which is a rating systems in which was a rating system in Hong Kong, basically letting filmmakers get even more silly. And the prime example of that is Human Pork Chop from my boy Sin Film Preservation from 2001, and this is a dark, gritty, grimy, sleazy piece of Hong Kong exploitation. Obviously, I've covered this on my channel. I would highly recommend you guys watch that video. Same with The Untold Story. This is kind of the one that started it all. It's directed by Herman Yao, starring Anthony Wong, of course. Unearthed Classic Blu-ray. And yeah, this one is amazing. This is one of the best and most notable Cat 3s. I've also covered it on my channel. Now for some comfort movies. Dr. Lamb. Yes, this is a comfort movie for me. Yes, I've been to therapy. I don't know what to tell you. This movie is great. I've covered this on my channel. The first time I watched it, I wasn't as high on it, and then I watched it twice in the same week, and now it's just a movie I put on whenever I feel like it. I might even watch it tonight. Look at me do exactly that. That's what I'm gonna do tonight. This is a Look, this isn't the best Cat 3, best Hong Kong film, but for me, this hits different. I just love Simon Yam in this. He's such a slimy, greasy piece of shit, and I just love the cops in this. The comedy is super dark. Yeah, I love this one. Now with some more Herman Yao and Anthony Wong, this was the last of the big threes to get released, and oh boy was I happy. I absolutely adore this one. The thing about Ebola, The Untold Story, is I don't know which one is my favorite because they're all up there. They're all amazing movies, and this released by 88 Films, chef's kiss. Speaking of 88, their Cat 3 line, which I will try to get all of them because I just love how it looks, and I also just love Cat 3. This is, if I'm not mistaken, this was the first Cat 3. Don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure this was the first or one of the first. That was category 3, not for sexual content, but for violence. And this one is violent. Everybody knows about the story of Ricky. What's funny is that this is based on a manga. This is a Hong Kong film based on Japanese property. And it's, I think, don't quote me on that. These videos, I just say shit. Usually when I review movies, I do my research and everything. These movies are just me saying shit. It's super brutal, it's super violent, the gore in this is just amazing. I love that film. A recent watch for me, this is Erotic Ghost Story. I bought this with Robotrix. This wasn't as good as Robotrix, but this was still a blast, and I can't show the back of this because there's a lot of nudity. These were like early Cat 3, I'm pretty sure these are like 80s. No, 90. And this is like early Cat 3, and this is what I meant when, these were rated Cat 3 for sexual content. It's fun. It has the goat, Amy Yip. I love this. And of course, Robotrix, which I rewatched this weekend. This is another one that I absolutely loved the first time I watched it, and I watched it twice this month. It's a blast. I love Robotrix. I'm gonna tell my kids that this is the real RoboCop film. A film that is criminally underrated, and that is Gate by BioToilet. You guys know I cover a lot of underground cinema, and this is what I love about underground cinema. Not much the fetish stuff, but like the absurdist comedies and just the art for art's sake. This was released by my friend Urshel through Banana Box, and it's out there, man. They're really bringing back the like fun to the underground. This is as filthy as John Waters. This is as absurd as, I don't know, just like the most absurdist underground comedy. I love this. It's criminally... Actually, if I'm not mistaken, Urshel might still have some copies for this. If you're watching this and he does, please hit him up. Detention. It's another one that was a blind buy based on a video game. It's about Taiwan's Red Terror, I think, like their 60s kind of fear of communism taking over Taiwan. It's a great film, genuinely creepy, genuinely frightening, slow burning, beautiful, like visually striking. I love this film. Criminally underrated too. The Sadness, another one that I rewatched this weekend. It's great. It's an infection zombie film. Bloody as hell. This was released by Raven Banner in Canada. I think it's got a release in the States. I don't know. It's a great film. I've also covered this on a video. And Detention, I'm pretty sure I've covered on my second channel. I've covered a lot of movies on that channel, even though it's been dead. Unearthed Films, I picked this one because it was super cheap, but this is a Taiwanese film. Basically Taiwan's answer to Hostel, and I feel like now that I've covered the original Hostel, it would be perfect timing for me to cover some Hostel ripoffs, or some movies that were highly inspired by Hostel. Then we got Mon Mon Monsters. This is again another Taiwanese film, a Shudder original. I got this at Walmart for super cheap back when this came out, 2017, and I haven't watched it yet, but I will eventually. Give me a break. Now we're gonna move to some Korean films. Alright, moving on to Korea. And first of all, we got some DVDs. We got Witchboard. It's funny, Tokyo Shock. This is not a Japanese film, guys. This is from Korea. I don't remember if I've seen this one. If I did, it's been a while. Now, I do know that I didn't watch this one, but again, this is a Tartan Asia Extreme. This is Cello. I started to watch it, but then I was like, I don't really feel like watching a Asian ghost film tonight, and I should probably get back to it, because I've been kind of getting back into ghost MJ horror. Three Extremes 2. This I got at the dollar store. It's a sequel to Three Extremes, which was kind of well known and well respected, especially in like extreme cinema world, because it had a Park Won-choo, the guy that made Old Boy and the coming movie. I'm bad with names, but this has Kim Ji-woon, Monzi Nimbintor, and Pito Sun-chan. A good reading there, spooky, good shit. This is 2 hours and 9 minutes. Yeah, I haven't watched this one yet. I kind of want to see the first one before that, because I've heard that one was really good. Picked this up last Third Window film sale. This is No Blood, No Tears. From what I understand, it's a Korean heist film. Yeah, I haven't watched it yet, but it sounds pretty cool. The trailer looked really good. It's what made me buy it, and plus it was like $5. Then we got Park Chan-wook, that's the name, The Handmaiden Special Edition. This is a beautiful release. You got the theatrical cut and the extended cut on 2 different discs. The artwork, it's like embossed, there's gold. I absolutely completely love this film. It's a period piece from Park Chan-wook. It is great. It is amazing. It's kind of an erotic thriller. It's about the 1930s, I think. Yeah, in 1930s, the Korean occupation by Japan. And that was loud. I'm sorry for the background noise. Then we got, of course, Old Boy by Park Chan-wook. I don't know why I don't own all of the Vengeance trilogy. I will eventually, probably in the next Arrow sale. I watched this when I wasn't feeling that great, and I need to rewatch it. But even then, I really liked it. I understood the potential it had. Oh, come on. Get in there. Tale of Two Sisters. I haven't watched this one yet. I've heard a lot about it. It's apparently very messed up, very disturbing, even though it's 15 plus. That seems like the British equivalent of PG-13, so I don't know, we'll see. Mondo Macabro's releasing of Woman Chasing the Butterfly of Death, which is not only a beautiful title for a film, but it's also an amazingly underrated film. This is so good, like so good. Plus, it's a Korean film under 2 hours, so that's like a short film for them. I Saw the Devil, come on, I absolutely love I Saw the Devil. I Saw the Devil. More and more I'm seeing people like recommend this to other people who are just getting into Korean films, and I'm really happy to see it, because it's one of the best like Korean horror thriller ever made. It is such a masterfully crafted cat and mouse type film. I love this one. The Villainess is an amazing action film that John Wick got heavily influenced by, especially the scenes on motorbikes, which is right there. It's amazing. I really love this film. I need to watch it again. This was such a blast when it came out. Then we finish with Parasite, Oscar winner, of course. I haven't seen it yet. It's directed by Bong Joon-ho, which I do own another film by him, which was his American attempt at a film, which I really liked, Stoker. I really liked Stoker. And now for the only North Korean film that I own, I got Pulgazari, which I made a short on YouTube about, and it's fun. Then we're moving on to the Philippines, I think. Invader of the Lost Gold. I've covered this on my second channel. I only bought this because of Laura Gemser, and that's where this iconic image of Laura Gemser comes from. It has Edmund Purdom. It's directed by Alan Berksha, which is a British director. Why is this in my Philippine? I thought this was... Look, people, I don't know. It's such a shitty movie anyways. I'd probably just get rid of it. But no, I can't because it has Laura Gemser. Now for these old Eddie Romero, that's the name. Eddie Romero is kind of a legend in Filipino filmmaking. He helped a lot with Roger Corman whenever Roger Corman's production company would want to shoot in the Philippines. But the man did make, produce, and direct some of his own horror films. And this is from 1959. It is co-produced by an American producer, and it is co-directed by Eddie Romero and... Oh, no, it's directed by Gary B. Leone, but yeah, it's produced by Eddie Romero. Its Terror is a Man. Fun 50s B movie. Not my favorite out of the bunch. Severin did release like a box set of his stuff. I am missing one of his films, and apparently that one is like one of the better ones. Then we got Brides of Blood. This one I think is directed by Eddie Romero. Yes, indeed. It is also directed by Gerardo De Leon and Eddie Romero. So he moved into the director's chair. This one is fun. 68, so way later than the previous film, and yeah, it's fun. It's really fun. Like the back says, it is 50s style, so don't expect these to be really like of their time, especially for late 60s whenever we saw Night of the Living Dead, for example. These are much more of a throwback to 50s sci-fi, 50s fun horror films, B-movies. These are fun. Mad Doctor of Blood Island. I think this is the one that like the zoom like always goes like that, which is a profoundly confusing decision on the filmmaker's part, which of course is Gary De Leon and Eddie Romero. Again, this just feels like a B movie from the 50s, but with more sex and blood. I like these. They're fun. I'm missing one. I'm gonna try to get it, but they're not like mind-blowing. They're fun, like afternoon, Sunday, relax kind of watch. Jungle Cannibal film from the Philippines, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Primitives. Yeah, this is an impressive get for Severin Films. This was like kind of in the bootleg circles for so many years, and then Severin brought it out. Sadly, it's not that great. Now, this one is one that I wanted to see for years, because in those Grindhouse trailer compilations, you'll always see the trailer for the Twilight People, especially because it has Pam Grier in it, and other ladies. And yeah, I reviewed this on my channel. This was one of my first, like, videos after a big success, and like nobody watched that video because I went from talking about like Japanese nasty stuff to 60s or early 70s B-movie from America with, you know, it's basically the Island of Dr. Moreau, but I really like these types of Island of Dr. Moreau stories. It's fun. Now, I think this is... I'm moving countries now. Ode to Nothing. This was released by Connie. I still haven't seen it. It's still sealed. So that's good. I should maybe get to it. Then we have, I think I'm getting into Indonesian cinema, I think. We have Art of the Devil 1 and 2, released by Tokyo Shock, of course, and they're not Japanese. Thai, okay, these are Thai. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Ode to Nothing also is Thai. Yeah, I haven't seen them. I haven't heard great things about them, but hey. Now, Indonesia. Some Indonesian cinema. We got Mystics in Bali. Fun movie. Not my favorite. It does have a lot of weird, out-of-this-world absurdity. So does The Lady Terminator. Now, Lady Terminator is a banger. I have covered this film on my channel, but the production company is so ashamed of it that they blocked it worldwide and haven't gotten rid of the copyright notice. I did a short on this as a way to get back at them. I do have the full review posted on my Patreon, so if you want to see that. Macabre is, of course, every country, every filmmaker has their own take on TCM, and this is, I'm pretty sure, Indonesia's take on TCM. It's really fun. I was surprised by this, especially for a DVD that I got at the dollar store. I am back. Alright, Macabre, I talked about that. Sick Nurses. Now this was another dollar store pickup that I was actually surprised by. This is once again Thai, I think, and this is a sick nurses, kind of demented nurses killing patients. Yeah, this is fun. I haven't watched it in a while, kind of forgotten about it. And my cat is leaving. She doesn't like me talking. She was trying to sleep. A Cambodian horror film, a Cambodian vampire film from 2004, directed by Kam Shanti. I haven't watched it yet. I'm bad. But my best friend's from Cambodia, and I was like, man, I don't have any films from Cambodia. So I picked this up because it looks really interesting with the cover. It's a bit graphic, you know. YouTube, don't get mad at me. Now we're moving on to some action film with Tony Jaa. This, I don't remember where this is from. I'm sorry, people. I'm just bad with country names and shit. This is pretty much the most well-known action film from this country. Thai, yeah, this is Thai. So I'm getting confused. Indonesia, these are Indonesia. Now I'm in Thai. Cambodia, Thailand. Yeah, yeah. This is really fun. This is a kick-ass action film. I don't talk a lot about action films on my channel, but I do really enjoy them. It's one of my favorite genres. Newer action films. I'm not much of a 80s action fan. Sadly, I know it's kind of, well, I am, but I mean the Bruno Mattei kind of Italian cheap shit. Not much of the American kind of action films. Anyway, more Tony Jaa. That is The Bodyguard and The Bodyguard 2. I got this for like $10 at a video store that was closing recently, actually. Probably the last bastion of the video store in my area. By that I mean it was like 45 minutes away from me. The Bodyguard and The Bodyguard 2. These are fun. Now, of course, The Raid. The Raid is an amazing piece of action cinema. I absolutely adore The Raid. It's been so long since I've watched it. Directed by Gareth Evans, of course. Now, this is a very cool concept of an action film just taking place in one building. You kind of get a feel of claustrophobia, and the action sequences are insane. Not much plot there, but the director returned to a sequel that I picked up at Walmart, and with The Raid 2, and he kind of corrected the aspects of people, you know, criticizing the film for not having a lot of story. Now this is all story, and it's also like way longer. It's like 2 hours long, and the original was, I think, under 90 minutes or just over 90 minutes. This is a good one. This is honestly, this takes the first one and turns it into a very complex film. I really enjoyed this one. Now for a Vietnamese action film and the last of the Asian cinema. Now the rest of this part of the collection will be the beginning of the Veneer Syndrome stuff, but we got Fury. Yeah, this was fun. Don't really remember it all that well. It does have a language, an English language version available, which I haven't watched. Again, this was at HMV or Sunrise. Yeah, this is decent little film from what I remember. Now we're moving on to Vinegar Syndrome, a company that I absolutely adore. They release my type of films, you know, these very obscure exploitation films, and yeah, they started in the early 2010s, and I've been collecting them ever since. They started with DVDs, so I do have a couple of DVDs, but they quickly moved on to Blu-rays, which is the majority of the things they come out with. And they had their drive-in collection, which were a collection of double features on DVD. I sadly don't have all of them. I wish I did, because they did release a lot of cool stuff. The first one is The Dungeon of Arrow and Death by Invitation. Now this, I think, was originally a different double feature with the Dungeon of Harrow from 1962 and Death by Invitation from 1971, but I think they didn't actually have the rights to the second feature on this double feature, and they had to change it. And I think the original one is super expensive because, you know, they only made a couple of them. These are fairly cheap. The ones that are still available, because most of them are sadly out of print at this time, always go on sale for super cheap during their sale. So I would recommend you guys pick these up when you have the chance. Death Force I have on VHS is this fun blaxploitation action film, and we got Vampire Hookers, which my friend Paul from Grindhouse Funhouse recently reviewed. I don't agree with everything he says, because I actually kind of enjoy the film. It's not great, but it's fun. And these are both directed by Sergio H. Santiago. From what I remember, Death Force is a bit too long. Yeah, 110 minutes. That's long for this type of film. Vampire Hookers is some fun 70s trash with, of course, Carradine, who was drunk through most of it. I had a little Bigfoot phase, so I got In Search of Bigfoot and Cry Wilderness. Now, I'm pretty sure Cry Wilderness is actually more of a family-friendly Bigfoot movie, and Search of Bigfoot is like this pseudo-fake documentary. I'll give them a watch. I like my Bigfoot movies. This I picked up because of Frozen Scream, of course, which is a video nasty, and this strong stuff. Oh yeah. And then The Executioner Part 2, which fucking sucks donkey balls. I'm pretty excited to watch Frozen Scream though, even though I heard it's not that great. I do own Frozen Scream on VHS. This is probably my favorite of their double feature from this line, Crypt of the Living Dead and The House of the Living Dead. I think I've seen both. I really enjoy Crypt of the Living Dead. It's slow burn 70s indie American films. I made a meme about that. It's just, you know, these very slow, atmospheric, low-budget horror films that kind of were born out of the success of Night of the Living Dead. Of course, my favorite being Messiah of Evil, which I'm pretty sure I talked about a lot. Then we have The Mothers. The Mothers is a super fun action flick from Sergio Santiago. It's like kind of this blaxploitation pirate film, lady kicking ass type of film. I enjoyed it. This one I've had for so long, yet I've never seen it. I think they released it on Blu-ray in like an AGFA back before AGFA was their own thing, their own sub-label, and this is well known for having Mickey Dolenz from the Monkees in it. And these screenshots don't look that great, but I'm pretty sure they did a good job recently, like restoring it. And interracial baby makers versus insanely racist strangle rangers in this Southern fried whodunit hate wave. Everyone's second favorite monkey, Mickey Dolenz. Okay, yeah, I never read the synopsis, and now I really want to watch it. Sounds like a blast. Now, the adult films on DVD. Prisoner of Paradise. I should review this one. From what I remember, I enjoyed it. It stars Seika, John Holmes, and Jade Wong. Jungle Blue I have covered on my channel to not a big success. I kind of am sad at that because that was one of my favorite videos I made recently. Then we have Star Virgin from the 80s, obviously deeply inspired by Star Wars. Then we got this All Night at the Bizarre Art Theater. This is a great compilation of stag films. Of course, I've covered the Bigfoot one, aka The Geek, but I want to cover more of these because these are something. Back in my college days, I'd have parties over, I'd invite my friends, and I just put these in the back, just keep them running. Most of them are like an hour or less, so, you know. Then we're getting into the box sets, which I will eventually run out of space and I'll have to move them on a different shelf, but for now they stay here. And sadly, I missed out on the first Forgotten Gialli set, so I have this single edition release. Kind of sucks, but yeah, no, because I really love giallos, obviously by my massive Italian horror collection, and it's one of my favorite genres of all time, but I missed out on the box, and this has Trauma, Police Are Blundering in the Dark, and The Killer is One of 13. Trauma is really good, and the rest, Police Are Blundering in the Dark, I think I've watched, but yeah, I don't remember. Now, these are the amazing sets. This is the second volume. Just, I love the art on these. They're beautiful. We got Girl in Room 2A, which is really good. My Dear Killer, that I haven't seen. And The French Sex Murders is some fun. It's produced by Dick Randall of Pieces and Slugs fame, so you know it's gonna get goofy. I enjoyed it, though. The third volume, with Autopsy, Murder Mansion, Crazy Desires of a Murderer. Autopsy is great, Murder Mansion is fun, and Crazy Desires of a Murderer is also a really good, underrated Forgotten Giallo. That's almost like it's what the box sets are named. Now this is probably my favorite set. This is the Sleaze garbage, trashy giallo set, which I love. Trashy, garbage giallo, and look at that art. It's just beautiful. I recently watched with my friend Arabella Black Angel, the sister of Ursula, and the killer is still among us. Arabella is amazing. It's so sleazy, it's so horny, I love it. The Sister of Ursula is a great film, stars one of the lady from Suspiria, and The Killer is Still Among Us is another one that's like so sleazy. This one also has some pretty decent sleaze, although I think I've only seen a couple of these. White Dress for Marielle, I think I've seen. Tropic of Cancer, I don't think I've seen. 9 Guests for a Crime, I've seen. It was fun. Yeah, I like these. And then the most recent one, and I'm glad they kept going on with these hard, like, boxes, even though they take a lot of space. It's Forgotten Gialli Volume 6. And of course it has Death Carries a Cane, Naked You Die, and The Bloodstained Shadow. The Bloodstained Shadow you've already seen because it's on one of those Blue Underground 3-packs. Naked You Die is Antonio Margaretti, and it's really good. Death Carries a Cane, I haven't seen it yet, but apparently it's really sleazy. Then we got Camille Kidden in Italy. So these are films that Camille Kidden starred in when she was in Italy. Of course, the most notorious one is probably What Have You Done to Solange, but these are not that. They're much less good. I've seen Tragic Ceremony. It's the only one I've seen, and it was actually pretty decent. Madeleine, I want to see because it looks also pretty decent, but I've heard that Sex of the Witch is horrible, and I've recently watched a film from that director who made The Return to the Exorcist, or Return of the Exorcist, which was god-awful, and he also directed Holocaust 2. Now this was my first 4K from Vinegar Syndrome. It's Six String Samurai. It's one of these, I think, VSA or VSUs. So these super amazing edition. The film itself is pretty good. I mean, it's not my favorite. I think I kind of got caught in the hype of the trailers. It's like this 90s indie film that's kind of this rockabilly post-apocalyptic, and as a fan of like Fallout, I thought this was going to be in the same vein as that. And I mean, it's not a bad movie. It's just not as good as I expected it. Hell Comes to Frogtown with the legendary Roddy Piper. Roddy Piper. Yeah, this is fun. I haven't watched this since I got this Blu-ray, and honestly, I should rewatch it because my tastes have kind of changed, and I feel like I would enjoy this much more than what I originally thought of it. Now some Hong Kong stuff from Vinegar Syndrome, which I'm glad they're starting to do because I do love my Hong Kong films. Not the biggest fan of this art, Black Cat 1 and 2, and I did watch Black Cat 1. It is this kind of really good take on the whole femme fatale movement of the 90s, you know, with La Femme Nikita, and honestly, it was pretty good. It's entertaining, some good action, some good set pieces. Apparently the second one is really good also, so I'm pretty excited about that. And these are, of course, limited to 5,000, so yeah, that's a lot of movies. Then we got this set. This is the more like common types of set they make now. It's like a slip box and a slip cover with a little booklet or a poster depending on the film. And these are made in Hong Kong, Volume 1, and I can't wait for more volumes of this. They only released the first one, but man, this is a series that if they release more, I will pre-order them and buy them day one. You got the Demons, baby. Erotic Nightmare, and of course the Deadly Camp, which is a one that is hated upon, and I like it, but it's not as good as Demons, baby, or Erotic Nightmare, which are both amazing films. Erotic Nightmare, all of these got Anthony Wong. I'm pretty sure I just remember him from Erotic Nightmare because he plays, of course, a sleazeball pervert. The Cardona collection. Now, there is a volume 2 of this. It's just not one that I'm, like, super excited to jump on, although it does have some interesting films. Yeah, I've only seen Treasures of the Amazon, which, of course, has Donald Pleasance playing a Nazi alcoholic, so that's fun. The Triangle, the Bermuda Mystery, and Cyclone. Cyclone is like this natural disaster film. These are like jungle adventure films. They look fun. Like I said, I had a fun time with Treasures of the Amazon, and I'm thinking of picking up the second volume of this during a sale because they're fun movies. And of course, I'm almost done, and my gosh darn light turns off. Damn you, phone! Savage Arbor. I think you can still see pretty... Oh, I'm covering the microphone. Savage Arbor with Frank Stallone. I don't know why I got this. Apparently this is terrible. I think it's because I got excited by their new line, which these are VSAs. This is the first one, yeah, VSA 1. I got excited. I don't know why I picked this up. And I think I'm 808, the numbered. Action USA. Now this one is fun. And my battery saver, I'm in deep trouble. My light, I think I'm gonna have to charge my phone and come back to this. But Action USA is a blast. This is one movie that is like so bad it's entertaining, and I think Red Letter Media has covered it, and it's really fun. Honestly, I'd recommend it. Alright, we're back with some Vinegar Syndrome, and I was at Champagne and Bullets. Now this was really fun. I saw this in the theaters with a crowd, and I had a blast. So when I came back home, I ordered it VSA. So this is 978 out of what, 8,000? Jesus Christ, that's ambitious for this piece of shit. Because it's honestly, it's good with the crowd or maybe with a friend or two, but I rewatched it even with friends, and it wasn't as fun. So I guess you really gotta be in the mood for this type of movie. Now this, I think, is like my lowest number, 89. Because I got this even before it was officially released on Vinegar Syndrome's website at a convention, because usually they do that. If they have a convention, they get some early titles on, and that is an Eternal Combat. This is your pretty typical Hong Kong flick from this era. Some nice wizard fights. It's fun. Not a bad time. Then we got another VSA. This is 3,180, and that is of course A Gun for Jennifer, one of their more recent release. This is like a super indie 90s revenge film, and I haven't seen it yet. I'll probably make a video on it. Now we're back to some VSAs, but this one doesn't have a number. Oh yeah, it does have a number, but it's on the other side. 3,190. Again, this was a day one pre-order. I'd seen this on a on a online version, a very legal online version. Obviously, this is a sequel to Untold Story, and obviously it's not going to be as good, but it does star Anthony Wong, and it is a ball. I really enjoyed it more on the second watch, because the first watch, sometimes the quality of the transfer does make a film better. Now, this is Amazon Jail 1 and 2, a double feature of women in prison films, and you guys know I like my women in prison film. These are Brazilians, and they're from the director of Bear Behind Bars, I think, which I will talk about later, and that movie is something. And from what I heard, this is also really sleazy, really fun, so I can't wait to watch those, maybe do a video on them, I don't know. Beyond the Door 3, now this is one of their early releases, and I really love this movie. It's a unofficial sequel to the Italian Beyond the Door, which I talked about, and it's fun. This is way more fun. This is totally out there, and it's not even European. I think it's like an American movie that they just slapped the title Beyond the Door 3. And if you're wondering what is Beyond the Door 2, because you didn't see it in my collection, that is Mario Bava's Shock. For some reason, when it was released in the States on VHS, they decided to call it Beyond the Door 2, because, everybody wanted a sequel to Beyond the Door, and then Beyond the Door 3 came out. It's silly, it's fun, I have a good time with this one. Beautiful slipcover. Alright, we're gonna go back down to some more Vinegar Syndrome. Finally, I don't need the step stool anymore, which I don't like because it's really flimsy. And we're starting with Blood Beat. Now, this is probably one of the most underrated, super fun, low-budget film that Vinegar Syndrome put out. I watched this whenever it came out, because this is an older release, as you can see from the description actually being on the back of the slipcover and not it being more art. I think this came out in 2017. It's limited to 2000, 2017. This is like a French guy was traveling in the US. He stayed with a family, I think, in the Midwest, and he was like, yo, let's make a movie. And this is just an absurd, super fun movie. I've listened to the commentary on it, and you can learn a lot about the production process and how, it was kind of amateurish, but it's super fun. Then there's some samurai, there's some magic, there's some optical effects from the 80s, I think. Yeah, 82 this came out. And it's shot in 4:3, because apparently the cinematographer was kind of a piece of shit, kind of making fun of the guy making his first movie, and he thought this was a TV movie, so he shot in the TV aspect ratio. Yeah, it's a fun one. Blood Games is a 90s film that feels like a 70s exploitation film, and it is amazing. I really, truly love this one. This one I had on VHS, well, I still do, somewhere in this house, and I should probably sell that, because apparently it's a really expensive VHS. Then we got Body Melt, the Australian Melt movie. This is also super fun, and this was another older release with the creative type of slipcover. So I'm just gonna put that back in there, and I'm gonna put Blood Beat back on it, and I'm gonna cover Blood Beat. Blades. This is Jaws on a golf course, and it's exactly what you think it is. It's Jaws on a blood course on a golf course. This is super fun. This, I think, was a Troma release, and Vinegar Syndrome has kind of a deal with Troma where they do the remasters, and then they sell limited amounts of that film, and then Troma gets the rights back to release their own version with that new transfer, which makes sense because it gives Troma the opportunity to have good transfers on their Blu-rays, and if you want to wait for the Troma release, usually they're super cheap compared to the limited edition Vinegar Syndrome releases. But I get most of these on sale, so I don't really mind. We got Blood Delirium. This is from the director of In the Folds of the Flesh, which I talked about earlier. I haven't seen it yet, but can't be that bad. Then we have Curfew. This is an 80s slasher. That's all I know about it. I still haven't seen it. I got this for super cheap on a sale. I think it was their 10 for 10, you know, their kind of sales they do like every January now. We got Cthulhu Mansion. Now this is a Spanish or Mexican film. Oh no, it's Spanish because it's directed by Juan Piquer Simon. Of course, famous for Pieces, which I will talk about later in the video, because of course I own Pieces. It's one of my favorite movies ever. This is also super fun. This is kind of inspired by H.P. Lovecraft, obviously. It's not as good as Pieces, but you know, it has its moments. And then we got Creature, which is kind of a remake of Mario Bava's Planet of the Vampire. It's really fun. I really enjoyed this one. I'm not much of a sci-fi guy, but man, this one was a trip. I love the creature effects. I love the gore. And this was one that was kind of stuck on VHS hell, I think, and finally Vinegar Syndrome put it out, so that's fun. This is one of my oldest releases from Vinegar Syndrome, and I still haven't watched it. 2018. Okay, so it's not as old as I thought. It's a trauma movie, and from what I hear about this is that it's terrible, so I've kind of been skeptical, but eventually I'll have to get through it. Usually, you know, I like to make my own opinions, so I will get to something, but like if I hear everybody talk shit about the movie, I'm kind of skeptical, but hey, we'll see. Oh yeah, Demon Wind with the lenticular slipcover. Now this is probably one of the most like expensive Vinegar Syndrome title that like with the slipcover that I own. Released in 2017. Again, you can see from the pictures and description in the back. Demon Wind is an absolute Evil Dead ripoff, and some people don't like it. I really love it. This is like a perfect, fun movie you throw on with some friends. You just have a good time. Plus, come on, this cover is amazing. I will never get rid of this. So if you were expecting me to sell this, I'm sorry. Death Promise. I got this for super cheap. I haven't watched it yet. I think it's like an action film. I don't know. The Dead Come Home, and aka The House on Tombstone Hill, aka I think it's Dead Dudes. Yeah, this cover's so 80s, I gotta show it to you. Dead Dudes in the House. Yeah, it's a blast. I mean, it's not a great film, but it's fun, and it's really 80s in its style and execution. So, hi, she's back from going outside. Hello. Yeah, my socks are on the floor. Apologize about that. We got, sorry, got distracted by the cat. We got Devil's Story, which is one that a lot of people hate, and it's understandable, you know, it's not a good movie. I wouldn't call this a lost classic. This is like a super low budget, I think shot on like 16mm French film that is absurdly weird, absurdly silly. There's like a scene where a man just shoots his shotgun in the direction of a horse, but the horse is clearly not on the same set, and it's just a mess. It's so stupid, but I kind of like it. This is one that I get in heated arguments over a lot because, man, the Sick on Cinema boys hate this one. But, you know, they don't know what good movies are, come on. Now, the next one is Disconnected, and this is probably from my favorite era of Vinegar Syndrome, if I'm not mistaken. Again, 2017, they really were killing it back then, and they're still killing it this year. 2024 is probably their best year in a couple of years, but this is when they released a lot of these psychological character study kind of half slashers, half thrillers, and yeah, these were amazing times. This is not my favorite of that genre whenever they release a lot of these, but honestly this is super underrated. Nobody ever talks about this one, and it's from the director of Psychos in Love. It's actually his directorial debut. Yeah, regional slasher oddity. It's the perfect way to describe this one. It's criminally underrated. I never hear anybody talk about this one, and yeah, I would highly recommend it if you haven't seen it. It's from the 80s, so you know what to expect from that era of cinema. especially with slashers. And then we got Ebola Syndrome, which this and Untold Story and Taxi Hunter always switch place in my favorite from the trilogy from Ermin Yao and Anthony Wong. This one, Anthony Wong, is sleaziest and disgusting and most sweaty, and I absolutely adore Ebola Syndrome. Now this is a 4K, so adding to that the amazing 4K quality, you can really see every sweat drop out of his pores. I will eventually do a video on this, of course. Fade to Black is one that was really surprising. I kind of blind bought this because a lot of people were excited whenever Vinegar Syndrome announced its release. It's a super interesting, again, character study of this man who is obsessed with movie, and he's not all there, and of course he turns to murder. But yeah, oh man, this movie's great. Honestly, really underrated. Flesh-eating mothers. This isn't great, but it has its moments. You know, it's fun. I'd say super cheesy, super 80s, but it's fun. Girl School Screamers. Yeah, this is also a trauma movie from the 80s. This super like silly, goofy, weird slasher film. Not my favorite, but I did have a good time with it. Ghost Nursing is another one of their Hong Kong release. It's another one of these ghost wizard fight Hong Kong flick. This one is really fun. The ending of this really makes it a cut above the rest. I love this. I would highly recommend it. The House of the Dead, it's actually a super interesting anthology film, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. It's directed by Sharon Miller. Featuring atmospheric filmography. Yeah, it's been a while. This again is from 2018. But yeah, it's been a while since I've watched it, but I had fun. It's an anthology film. A super underrated film from the 80s, Incubus. This one is nasty, and it's directed by like a classy American director, but it goes places you wouldn't expect. Of course, with a title like Incubus, you kind of expect it to be sleazy, but man, this one goes hard on the sleaze. Memorial Valley Massacre, if I'm not mistaken, this is also a Troma release. It's alright. It's alright. It's this really goofy, again, 80s slasher. It's fun. Now this one I haven't seen since I got it originally. I wasn't the biggest fan, but I feel like I would enjoy it a bit more now. This was again another one that people were super hyped for because I think it was stuck in VHS hell. Mountain Top Motel Massacre. It's again an 80s slasher. The Naughty Victorians, yeah, it's an adult film, and it's from Vinegar Syndrome. That was before they went to Melusine. Even though I still think Vinegar Syndrome releases adult films, I'm just not too sure if it's under like the VS line or if it's under Melusine now. I don't know, but I have to watch this one. Might do a video on it. Don Dohler's Night Beast. Now this was another one that I was super excited to finally see get a release because that Troma DVD had been out of print for years at that point when I got interested in watching this, and now that I've seen it, it's super fun. I really adore this film. It's such a nice indie regional horror film. Highly recommended. The Pink Ladies, this is again adult, but it's fun. I've seen it. It's not the greatest, not the worst. I mean, I've seen better, I've seen worse. Now we're good. Well, now we're talking. This is one of my favorites. Super underrated gem that Vinegar Syndrome ever put out. I absolutely adore Pets. It's one of my favorite films of all time. It's this 70s exploitation film. You're following this woman, and again, it's kind of a character study. You're following the everyday life of this woman, kind of struggling financially. You know, she has shitty, sketchy boyfriends, and then you just see her meet different kinds of people and always, you know, getting exploited. It's a super amazing, underrated film. I'm definitely going to cover this in a video, even though I know nobody will watch it, but the people who will know about one of the greatest underrated film of all time. Penitentiary 2 by Jamaa Fanaka, a classic blaxploitation film. This is a man in prison film, which is different for my collection. It has, of course, Mr. T. from Rocky fame, and yeah, it looks fun. I've watched the first one. I enjoyed it all right, but this the sequel looks a bit better. Does it? Oh, Ernie Hudson. Okay, that's who. I thought that name was familiar. Psycho's in Love. I talked about his first film with Disconnected. Now this is, I think, from 1986. I haven't seen it yet. I know my boys from the Sick on Cinema podcast love this, and I should watch it because I've owned this since not 2017. This wasn't a day one purchase, but I got it because a lot of people really like to mention this film. The Killing Kind is another one of those, I think 70s, maybe 80s. I'm not off the top of my head. I don't really know. It's another one of those character pieces, psychotic man, and I really, really love this one. This one is a grim, slightly disturbing watch, and again, another one that's super underrated, man. Vinegar Syndrome might still have that slipcover, because I don't think it's sold super well, and I just love this cover, the rat with everybody, from the movie. If you've seen the movie, you understand this design, and then this man, this absolute psychopath. Yeah, it's fun. I mean, it's not fun, but it's a good movie. Kind of reminds me a lot of Don't Go in the House, which I'll talk about later, of course, because I also own that. Raw Force. Now, this is the reissued slipcover, because this is one of their oldest release. You can see that by the Blu-ray case before they got into the clear Blu-ray cases. And I didn't get the slipcover originally, because I think this predated their slipcover phase. Now everything gets a limited edition slipcover, but back then I don't think any of their releases did. But they reissued this because Raw Force, I assume, is one of their best sellers. It's a super fun movie. This is the type of movie you throw on with some friends. And I know I've used that expression in this video, so bad it's good. It's not really an expression that I like, because if you like something, it means it's not bad. It's not a bad movie if you like it. But this is such a blast. But a lot of people, like, I know Red Letter Media covered it, so a lot of people are like, this is a bad fun movie. No, it's just a blast of a movie. I love this one. Rest in Pieces. I think this is Galliano Jr. It's a 80s slasher. It's fun. It's kind of forgettable because I don't remember a lot about it, but it has its moments. And any rate, what's his name? Galliano Jr. Don't remember his first name, but any time Vinegar Syndrome release his movies, I tried to get them. I think I'm missing one. I think I'm missing I have Cemetery of Terror. I think I'm missing. Oh, shit. It's gonna bug me for the entire rest of this video. Rush Week. I haven't seen it yet. Apparently, it's just, another 80s slasher. Another one I got for like the 10 for 10 sale. Not Rest in Pieces. That's this one, and not Cemetery of Terror. Santet, one and two. One of the newer movies that I got. It's two Indonesian films. I've watched the first one, and it's balls to the walls insane. Kind of what you expect from this era of Indonesian films, in the same vein as Mystics in Bali and Lady Terminator, but more similar to Mystics in Bali, and it's slightly better than Mystics in Bali. Still have some issues with it, like it turns into a musical halfway there, and I'm like, shut up, stop singing, but they're singing about not having jobs. It's goofy, it's confusing. I really like it. I haven't seen the second one yet, but there's a woman that turns into a crocodile, but she keeps her head of a human. This is also a recent purchase. I got this again at a 10 for 10 80s slasher. I couldn't tell you from where. Probably America, because, the starring John Stinson and Diana Davidson, those sound American. Either that or they're Italian or Spanish with American names. Schizoid and X-Ray. This is a double feature that I think Scream Factory released on Blu-ray. This is a 4K. It was super cheap for a 4K from Vinegar Syndrome, so I got it. I watched X-Ray. It's alright. Schizoid, of course, has Klaus Kinski, the GOAT, the most insane man in cinema. Now, Shallow Grave is super, super underrated. Not a lot of people talk about it. Me and Urshel are kind of big fans of this one. It's this obscenely like my rage-inducing not really slasher, but like something happens and then people who didn't do it get blamed. You know, those types of films, which I kind of love, but I don't watch often because they make my blood boil. Shot. I haven't seen it yet. Apparently it's an action film, kind of feels like I know John from Sick on Cinema compared it to Deadbeat at Dawn, and that's a movie I love, which I will also talk about later. Shriek of the Mutilated, speaking of Sick on Cinema, this video will probably go out after, but they're covering this in their Bigfoot episode, and I'm super excited to hear about it, because I love myself some cheesy 70s and 80s Bigfoot movies, and this is one of them. Oh my, I have to show you guys the original cover. They talked about it on their podcast, and it just made me laugh, because this is, at first I thought he was going up like the World Trade Center or a building, but no, the Bigfoot is going up some stairs. Yeah, this is a movie. That is for sure. Speaking of thrillers that will make your blood boil, we got the Canadian underrated gem of Canucksploitation, Southern Fury. Now this was shot in Ontario, so not super far from me. Oh, and of course the bell's gonna ring and my cat's gonna get upset. Southern Fury is a super underrated gem of a film. It's another one that will make your blood boil. I saw this in the theater and I was so goddamn mad, and I already had seen it, so I know the ending, and that pisses me off even more, because this is not a good ending. People are talking outside. What is going on? Can I have some gosh darn peace in this house? I think it's a delivery, Amazon. No, not more movies. That package cleared not for me, because I haven't ordered a movie in a while. The Suckling. The Suckling is a stupid but fun exploitation film. This one is trashy. You can smell it. Of course, it happens in an abortion clinic, and like an aborted fetus turns into a monster. I should cover this. It's not as good as you expected with this synopsis, but you know, it's fun. Oh, come on. Get in there. Secta Sinistra, Spanish film, really fun. It's also about a baby, demon baby. That's why you shouldn't have kids, people. They will turn into demons even if you abort them. But yeah, Secta Sinistra is really fun. More Spanish films. I've Spanish Bloodbath, a recent acquisition. This is 3 Spanish horror films, including Night of the Skull, which is directed by the GOAT Jess Franco. Of course, don't worry, people, Jess Franco's movies are right up there, so I'm almost to them. Yeah, Violent Bloodbath and The Fish with the Eyes of Gold. I've watched Night of Skull. It's really fun. Not what you expect from Franco, way less sleazy and more of like a classic gothic murder mystery. And then Violent Bloodbath was also pretty decent, and apparently The Fish with the Eyes of Gold are pretty decent. From what I heard, this is a set that makes sense, because none of these would probably stand up as individual releases, and I have to agree. I even though I love Jess Franco, if I paid the Vinegar Syndrome premium only for Night of the Skull, I would be kind of bummed out. I've talked about this one on my second channel. This is Through the Fire. This is an American studio. Sorry, I'm gonna show you. That pulled a Italian move. They call this on VHS The Gates of Hell 2, obviously as a nod to Lucio Fulci, and yeah, this has nothing to do with The Gates of Hell. In fact, this isn't even Italian. This was made in Texas. So yeah, I've covered it already. It's not good, but you know, it has its moments. That's the thing about me, is I can find enjoyment in pretty much everything I watch. Maybe not like always, but man, like for me to hate a movie, you really have to done something completely wrong. Because usually, even like if I use scores like a 6 or 5 out of 10, that means, you know, I had some amounts of fun. If you're under a 5 with me, you messed up. You really messed up. The Terminal Island. This is I think the first 4K that I got, that might have been Six Ring Samurai. I got those way before I had a 4K player. They're just released on 4K and Blu-ray. Terminal Island is kind of a typical 70s exploitation, like people stuck on an island, adventure, jungle film. But it's fun. It has its moments. It stars... is it Jeannie Bell in this one? Not too sure, but yeah, some decent exploitation film from the 70s. Oh, god damn. More Jess Franco, and I love that Vinegar Syndrome is jumping on the Jess Franco train. They're stealing a page from Severin. We got Two Undercover Angels and Miss Kiss Me Monster. Two late 70s Franco entries, so they're not as sleazy as you expect. They're not even really horror. These are more like spy thrillers. Not my favorite subgenre that Franco worked in, but I've watched them and they have their moments. They're not bad. They're fun. They're always good because stylistically, Jess Franco was always talented. Plus, you get that like funky, groovy 60s vibe, which I enjoy. You know. Uninvited is so much fun. I should really watch this with some friends. It's about like a mutated cat that gets on a boat and it just rings chaos, and you know, I like myself some cats, and the cat in this is such a fun, like, it's so adorable, but the guy that did the Foley and the sounds just like threw in cat sounds every time the cat is in a scene, so you always get these meow 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 like during the entire movie. It is so funny. Oh, The Vineyard. This was, again, one from the 90s. I think this is from the 90s. That was kind of stuck on VHS hell. It's an indie horror film, and it's kind of a staple in Asian American cinema, because James Hong was really like the first one to kind of break into that scene and to produce and direct and star in his own films. So it's an interesting film on that part. It's not my favorite, but I still really enjoyed it. Some classic exploitation, back at it again. I think these you can find on a lot of Mill Creek sets, which is what I like about Vinegar Syndrome, is they basically took a lot of those Mill Creek sets and made them look good, so now they're more fun. Wonder Woman, of course, this cannot not be fun. I love this. It's so much fun. It's, of course, 70s exploitation. What's funny is that the cover and the slipcover might be titillating, but this is PG-13. There's nothing. There's no nudity. There's nothing going on. It's just a fun little 70s action film with some pretty ladies. Now we got some Paul Naschy with The Werewolf versus the Vampire Woman. This is a 4K, thank God for that. This movie looks good, it's beautiful. I really like Paul Naschy. I love myself some Spanish exploitation films, and this is a staple of that. I really enjoy this one. It's a heavy release because I think it comes with a booklet. Super fun movie. I like it. Zombie Island Massacre. Now this is another one that gets a lot of hate, and I had fun with this. I don't completely remember because, again, it's been a while, but I remember really having a blast with this one. It's super 80s, it's super cheesy. It's like these people that go on a trip on an island and, you know, to have a vacation, but the island is like, you know, there's people who want to kill them on it, so it's fun. Now we're going to move on to the non-slipcover Vinegar Syndrome, which might break the heart of many hardcore Vinegar Syndrome slipcover collectors and not actual people who watch the movies. Anyways, alright, now I gotta point this. Oh, sorry, I'll just move this. Goddamn. Oh. You get everything in this video. The professionalism has gone through the window. I always point this out whenever I talk about this movie, but damn, this cover is ugly as sin. Holy, this might be the ugliest cover on every movie that I own. This is ridiculous. I don't know how this got through like the process of somebody greenlit this awful piece of shit cover. This is a film. Indeed, it stars John Saxon, and all I can say is it's a film. It has a beginning, middle, and ending. That's all I can say about it. This movie sucks. I was talking about Mill Creek and their infamous like 12 movie packs. This is one that I seen on one of those. It's Blood Mania and Point of Terror, and I watched them younger when I got into exploitation films, and I collected a lot of those Mill Creek films because back in that day that was the kind of the only way you could watch these. And I didn't really like it because the transfer was awful. Also, I was younger, so thought exploitation films were Planet Terror, which they're not. They're kind of their own things, and Planet Terror and I was gonna say Drive Angry, goddamn, and Tarantino is one of my favorite directors. Death Proof. These are kind of homages. They're not really representative of the whole grindhouse exploitation film movement. But yeah, Blood Mania I rewatched on this amazing Blu-ray from Vinegar Syndrome, and I changed my mind. It's a really fun 70s, like early 70s, like 1970 exploitation film. Yeah, Point of Terror I do need to watch. I haven't watched it yet. But yeah. I would recommend these if you're into exploitation films. I wouldn't recommend this one. Oh my god, this is another Troma release. And I think I'd rather watch the Troma cut, because the Troma cut is like 90 minutes. This is 111 minutes. That's way too long for a slasher with the premise of a murderous sentient hook. Fishing hook. Oof. Oof. This movie's... Oh. Of course, it's directed by the guy that made Mystery Science Theater 3000, the movie. That makes sense. Both of those things suck. I'm gonna get a lot of people angry with that statement, but I don't care. Blood of Harvest with Tim the Tatman. Is that its name? Tiny Tim, not Tim the Tatman. That's someone else. This one is super fun. It's not my favorite. I know Urshel really likes this one, and I don't really agree on his statement on this movie. It is a fun slasher film from the mid 80s, but man, it's not as good as he makes it out to be. Bloodsuckers from Outer Space, total B movie, 1980s, throwback to 50s sci-fi, but with a lot more gore, nudity, and stuff like that. I think there's nudity, probably not. This is a super low budget 16mm film. It's fun. It definitely has its moments, but you know, not my favorite. Better than Bloodhook. The Candy Snatchers. Now, this is another masterpiece. This is right up there with Pets for me, and this is what I think about when I think of grim, scuzzy 70s exploitation films. It's about a group of criminals that kidnap the daughter of a rich man, and the rich man doesn't really care about his daughter. I think it's his stepdaughter, and it's so messed up. This is truly a vile piece of confrontational cinema. I love it. Cemetery of Terror with, it's Ruben Galiando Jr. Don't Panic, Grave Robbers, and Don't Panic. That's the ones I don't have. Wait, do I have Don't Panic? No, okay, maybe Pieces, maybe Rest in Pieces is someone else. Yeah, Cemetery of Terror is super fun. Honestly, I discovered Ruben Galiando Jr. through the Sick on Cinema podcast, and I bought this, and it's super fun. It's like a clear like Halloween ripoff, but it's super fun. Mix of Fulci and Bruno Mattei. Yeah, I would say that's pretty accurate. Christmas Evil, one of their earlier releases. Shit, this is 2013, I think. Something like that. This is early. This is from 1980, and it's one of the best Christmas horror film of all time. The main actor in this does such an amazing job. And don't get it confused. This is not a Christmas slasher. This is one of these character study psychological horror film. Super messed up. Again, one that will disturb you, and it will make you sad. Not a good like film to throw on Christmas, but it's a great film. Corruption. Now I only got this. This was before I collected adult films. I only got this for the bonus feature that's included in this, which is Last House on Dead End Street, the early works transfer, because in 2016, which this Blu-ray predates that, 2015. Vinegar Syndrome was supposed to release Last House on Dead End Street on Blu-ray, and they never did. I don't know why to this day. I do own Last House on Dead End Street on a French DVD, but this is the Blu-ray. Looks honestly pretty decent for what it is. But Corruption as a whole is also a pretty decent film. Not my favorite. Of course, it has the sleazeball, the nastiest man of all, Jamie Gillis. Yeah, it's something. The Children is another Troma film that was stuck on DVD forever, and then Vinegar Syndrome brought it to us. And yeah, this one is really, really messed up. It's really good too. It's about this town that kind of has like an issue with a cloud of yellow smoke. So again, going with the Troma, kind of criticizing nuclear power, which turns all the children into murderous creatures. If I had to choose out of every Killer Kid movie ever made, this is leagues above Children of the Corn, which you will not be seeing later on in this video. Well, you will be seeing the sequels for some reason, but the original, I don't even like it. Javier Aguirre's, my Spanish. I need somebody to tell me how to speak Spanish. Of course, starring Paul Naschy, Count Dracula's Great Love. I saw this originally on those Shout Factory Elvira DVDs, and the quality was terrible, but I got this, and the quality is amazing, and the film is honestly really good. One of Paul Naschy's better film, and it's really underrated. I would recommend it. Ted V. Michaels, The Corpse Grinder, aka the only Ted V. Michaels I've seen that I liked. And I don't even like it that much. It is fun, it has its moments, but it's not a good movie. It's just a fun 1971. You see, that's my problem with Ted V. Michaels, is that this is from 71, but it feels like it's from the early 60s. It feels way out of its time. But it is about a corporation that blends in dead people in cat food, which drives cats insane. It's fun. It has its moments. It's not great, but you know. Cutting Class with, of course, Brad Pitt. I think this was one of his first major roles back in the 80s, 88, and this is a pretty typical high school slasher, but it kind of is well regarded because it has Brad Pitt. Well, I don't know if it's well regarded, but I do enjoy it. I mean, it's not my favorite. It's fairly typical, but you know, even a typical slasher film can be fun. The Corruption of Chris Miller. I said last year that I was gonna watch it. I haven't yet. It's a Spanish giallo, which is a genre that I love. Clearly, a lot of the forgotten gialli sets have a lot of Spanish gialli, and this is one that I really need to watch. It's from 73 too, so my favorite year in horror. I don't know if I mentioned that, but I have a lot of my favorite films in 73, including like Torso, a lot of Jess Franco's movies. Some of his bests were made in 73, and just in general, Messiah of Evil, you know, 73 was a good year. I think this is a video nasty. I'm not too sure. I'll have to check it out. But I've seen this film. It's with Nicholas Worth. Sorry, from 79. It is a bleak film. It's again one of these character studies. You're following a psychopath. A bleak film, but really, really good. Directed by Robert Hammer. This is like another film that I think of when I think of nasty exploitation films. Super great movie. A recent purchase, I'm gonna probably watch this in December. I haven't watched it yet, with Caroline Munro, and that is Don't Open Till Christmas. It has Edmund Purdom and Caroline Munro. Edmund Purdom, of course, from they say the Fifth Chord in this, but let's be honest, we know him from Pieces. And Caroline Munro, they say what probably Maniac. Yeah, Maniac. That's not the James Bond movies, but Maniac is where I know her from. And of course, it's produced by Dick Randall, so it makes sense that it has Edmund Purdom. Of course, Dick Randall, French Sex Murderers, Pieces, Slugs, every amazingly awful Spanish films ever made. Double Exposure is another one from like 2017. Yeah, when I really got into Vinegar Syndrome. And this is again a character study, psychological. You're following this murderer who takes pictures. Michael Callan is the main star, and he's amazing in this. This is just as good as Don't Answer the Phone and every other film in that vein that I've mentioned. This again is criminally underrated. Death Row Game Show is just stupid. It's stupid. It does have its moments, but it's like stupid bottom of the barrel comedy. It's not my favorite. Mark Pirro. I thought at first that this was shot on video because it feels like a shot on video film, but no, it's shot on film. It's not great. Death Machine is kind of in the vein of Raw Force, just not as fun, because nothing can beat Raw Force. But yeah, it's like this part kung fu film, part revenge thriller, and part sci-fi horror. It doesn't know what it wants to be, and it creates a chaotic, fun film. Dolomite, of course, the Rudy Ray Moore, which I need to get more of his stuff, but I think they're getting out of print. The guy from Vinegar Syndrome at a convention told me that they were pretty much done after they ran out of stock. They wouldn't restock them just because they don't sell well, which is like criminal. Come on, people, it's Rudy Ray Moore. Evils of the Night, again, starring the wonderful John Carradine, who is plastered through this entire thing, and of course starring also Amber Lynn and Aldo Ray. Yeah, this has a good cast for what this is. I mean, damn, there's a fucking Star Wars ship on the cover. This one is super fun. Not a lot of people will like it. It's from 84. It's super cheesy, super low budget, but man, first time I saw this, I had a blast, and I rewatched it like kind of recently, and I also had a blast. This is the movie you throw on with some friends and some drinks. Ah, yes, the 90s, the best era for slashers, as we all know, from 1994. It's The Ice Cream Man with Ron. Is it Ron? No, Clint Howard. Ron is the filmmaker. Clint Howard is the maniac. Yeah, it's fun. Honestly, I'm not a big 90s slashers fan, so this might actually be my favorite, like, 90s American slasher. This is far from Scream, which is why maybe I like it so much. Another Troma film, early collaboration between Troma and Vinegar Syndrome. I think now that this you can only get through Troma because the deal ran out, and honestly it's a decent little slasher. Nothing special, but you know, again, it has its moments. I haven't had the balls yet to watch Hobgoblins because apparently it's quite something. This is, I think, one of the lowest rated films on IMDb. I need to watch it. I need to get some friends, get some drinks, and watch this one. Obviously, it's a Gremlin ripoff. Liquid Sky. Now this is super underrated, produced and directed by Slava Zuckerman. It's the star of this plays two roles. They play the woman and the man lead, and it's really an amazing film. This is a snapshot in time of the like New York 80s 70s underground film culture, and it's amazing. The music in this is quite something, but I don't know, it just bleeds 80s style. It's super fun. I really like that one. Really underrated too. Luther the Geek, another one of those Troma Vinegar Syndrome collaborations. Stop, collaborate, and listen. This is way more messed up than I was anticipated. Of course, I knew about this for a while. Being a Troma fan, I always saw the DVD, never bought it because it was out of print. Man, I wasn't expecting this movie to be this messed up. It's really something, honestly. I like it. And it's directed by the guy that's directed The Children, so it makes sense. Macabra. I've watched this. I don't remember it. I think it's a Mexican film. Yeah. From the 80s, 1980. Yeah, I don't remember much. Early Vinegar Syndrome. This is Madman. I remember people were excited. I think now somebody else has put out Madman, or maybe... Oh no, Vinegar Syndrome released the 4K for this. That makes sense. It's fun. It's fun. It's really an underrated, underlooked, underappreciated 80s slasher. Malibu High, I need to watch this. I started it the other day and I just wasn't in the mood for this. But this is kind of like a 70s exploitation drive-in classic. Again, this was available in like every Mill Creek grindhouse or drive-in set. I'll watch it. It's on my watch list. Mascara, a recent purchase from the recent Valentine's Day sale. Of course, so this is adult. It's directed by Henry Pachard and Roberta Finley. Highly recommended from Urschel. Henry Pachard is one of his favorite directors, which makes sense. Massage Parlor Murders. Again, this super early Veneer Syndrome. I think I got this on like Amazon for like $20 back in the days. Still haven't watched it. I will, but apparently it's not that great. But who cares what other people think? And the perfect example of this is this double feature of Murder Weapon and Deadly Embrace with Linnea Quigley and directed by David DeCoteau, the man, the myth, the degenerate. I really like these. I like these. Look, people, I might be too horny for life, but I really enjoy these. These are 80s super like cheesy, super bad like attempts at slashers. I think I haven't watched them in so long, but they're super low budget, obviously being directed by David DeCoteau. Now this was one of my biggest surprise coming from Veneer Syndrome, another one that they kind of saved from VHS obscurity and a lot of people were talking about whenever they released it originally. This is super fun. The effects are amazing. The leading lady is beautiful and she's so good in this. It's such a schizo fucking mess of a film, but I like it. I really love this one. This is one of the most like fun I've had with a blind buy from Vinegar Syndrome. Memories Within Miss Aggie, which I covered on the Sick on Cinema podcast. This is an adult film that doesn't try to be erotic at all. This is, man, this is depressing. This is the saddest jerk you'll ever do. It's directed by Gerard Damiano, which I think directed Deep Throat. Yep. Damn, I'm good. It's a messed up film. It is not erotic at all. You're following this lady in her old age, reliving her early age. You think she might be reliving her younger days, but at the same time you don't know if she's telling the truth, and then she's lonely, she's depressed, it's dark, she might have been molested. This is a fucking fact that they decided that this was going to be an adult film is something else. Nightmare Sisters, David DeCoteau's masterpiece. I'm sorry, people. I love this movie. I love this movie so much. Starring, of course, Linnea Quigley, Michelle Bauer, Brinke Stevens. Come on, that's like the holy trinity of scream queens from the 80s. Directed by David DeCoteau. It's a mess. I'm going to FrankenCon, and I think all the three ladies will be there. The case is damaged because I had it on the border of my collection, which I need to be careful of because I've had a few damaged cases because of that, but I don't care because I'm never getting rid of my goddamn Nightmare Sisters. You'll prone, what is the word? From my cold dead hands. New York Ninja, this was kind of, known for having the audio lost and then it being redubbed by classic exploitation actors such as Don the Dragon Wilson, Linnea Quigley, and Cynthia Rothrock. It's not my favorite. I mean, I've had fun. It's decent. It's no Samurai Cop, but it's decent. Another gem from the 73. Yeah, this was another great discovery. Another one that was put out through Troma, and apparently the transfer was so terrible you couldn't see. And since most of the film happens during the night, you kind of need to see. But now that Veneer Syndrome has put out this wonderful Blu-ray, again, this was one of their earlier releases. I'm pretty sure this is a re-release, in fact. Whew, man, I really love this film. I wasn't expecting this because it's super low budget. Again, it's that very 70s American low budget independent horror film feeling that I talk about. But man, the main actress in this, Toni Lawrence, who plays along with her dad, Mark Lawrence, who was kind of a 30s, 40s classical American actor who kind of got had to move because he was put on the blacklist for being a communist, and then he returned to America. Yeah, this is great. Honestly, this is super underrated. I love this. It's a slow burn, but man. Petey Wheatstraw, the Devil's Son-in-Law, and I haven't watched this one yet. It is a Rudy Ray Moore joint. Again, I've heard about it a lot, especially through the Second Cinema podcast on Rudy Ray Moore, and yeah, I need to watch this ASAP. Psycho Killer, another one of these 70s, I think, yeah, 75 psychological character studies. This one also adds a supernatural aspect to the whole thing, and it's really another one that Vinegar Syndrome put out that was kind of forgotten about, but it shouldn't because it's honestly super fun. What are these noises? What are these noises? I think they're picking up the trash. Yep, they are. You'll Penitentiary, let's try to ignore the breaks. Of course, directed by Jama Fanaka, with, of course, Leon, Isaac Kennedy, Wilbur I-Fi White, and I don't know who these people are. This is the first one with Penitentiary 2, which I talked about. I watched this one. I should really rewatch it, because again, my tastes have changed. This is an older one of their releases, 2018, but I'm pretty sure I would really like it. It's an action film. Public Affairs, again, an Henri Pichard joint, or Picard, is it? Pichard or Picard? Henri Pichard, I'll just say the French name, because that sounds French to me. Public Affairs, again, adult film, I haven't seen it yet. Now this is a weird release from Vinegar Syndrome. From 1992, again, you'll see that I don't really own a lot of their 90s output, because that was far from my favorite decade, other than the Asian films that were out in the 90s, like the American ones were kind of slacking behind. And this is directed by the guy Adam Rifkin, of course, from Detroit Rock City fame, and man, that's such a weird, I don't know, this is a 90s, it's honestly, it's super short, super fast paced, the gore is good, the leading ladies are great. I don't know what Psycho Cop 1 is, I've never seen it, and I don't know even if it exists, but yeah, this one is fun. I would need to rewatch it though. Satan's Slave. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Norman J. Warren, British filmmaker, he makes these, this is a satanic kind of cult film, and it's one of my favorite subgenres from the 70s. Honestly, I do love myself some Satanism, cult films from that era, especially Blood Rain, no, not Blood Rain, Jesus Christ, I'm bad today, but we'll talk about it later because it's later in the collection with William Shatner. But yeah, this one's fun. This one's fun. Norman J. Warren is not my favorite British director, but he made some good movies. Spookies! How can you not love Spookies? I love Spookies. Spookies is so much fun. This is such a fun movie. And apparently, I just learned that recently, but it's like two movies that have nothing to do with one another, just smashed up together. Yeah, it's so weird. It's so fun. I love Spookies. If you don't like Spookies, eat my shorts. Sugar Cookies, another super early Troma Vinegar Syndrome co-release, 2014. Yeah, that is old. Produced by Lloyd Kaufman, starring Lynn Lowry, which I do have a signature from Lynn Lowry. I will talk about it later, but yeah, signature on the I Drink Your Blood. Sugar Cookies I need to rewatch, but I really like it. It's a erotic psychological thriller. It's a good movie. I need to rewatch it. Star Time is very similar to Fade to Black, but with television. It's kind of a lesser Fade to Black, but I still really like it. It's still super obscure and entertaining. Of course, it's a guy that gets obsessed with a television show and he goes insane. It's directed by Alexander Cassini. Yeah, I like this one. Back to some Norman J. Warren with Terror, a British giallo film. This is super interesting. Not my favorite. It does have a lot of dull moments, but man, I really like the style of this. This is super stylistic, nice play with colors, of course, being influenced by films like Suspiria. This might have, no, this, oh, 1 year later than Suspiria. I was gonna say this might even predate Suspiria, but no, it doesn't. Yeah, super, yeah, it's fun. Not my favorite, but for what it is, it's super stylistic and it's fun to look at, and it's pretty decent, honestly, for British, kind of British giallo. Trip with the Teacher is, again, one of these that were super popular on, like, these Mill Creek sets. And this one is really good. This one is really good. It's way more exploitive than you'd think. I just bought it and then I watched the Good Bad Flicks review and I saw that this is a gritty, nasty early 70s exploitation film, like with some revenge aspect and other word that starts with R. Yeah. Oh no, face to face. Oh no, no. Face to face. I reviewed this on my second channel. This is a movie for sure. It's Whodunit. The title, I think the alternative title is Island of Blood, which is the most generic title ever. And the song in this, the goddamn music in this, oh my god. The final Vinegar Syndrome, it's already coming to an end. It's of course, Witch Trap, Kevin S. Tenney. I'm not the biggest Kevin Tenney fan. I know, sacrilegious. I do like this film. I do like his films. They're fun. This is a fun movie with, of course, Linnea Quigley. Like, this is a fun movie. It's just, I'm not as high on Kevin Tenney's filmography as other people. But yeah, this one is fun. Speaking of Kevin Tenney, because he's going to be in one of the movies I talk about next, it's time for some Scream Factory, which is now pretty mid. So most of these are from 2013 to 2015 when they still were pretty decent. Now they kind of just suck. So I just edited the first 3 shelves and I'm already at 3 hours long, so this is probably 4 hours in, so I'm sorry if you had something to do today. Anyways, moving on to the Scream Factories, and then we got these multi-packs horror. This one don't think I've seen any of these actually. Unlike this other 4-pack, which I've seen most of these. I mean, Contamination.7 is a classic with, of course, I think it has Laura Gemser. It's an Italian one. Anyways, it's not a great movie. I watch it on like Tubi while working out. None of these are great, but some of them are fun. Most of these are Empire Pictures, like The Dungeon Master and Cellar Dweller. Then we got the killer double feature of Bad Dreams and Visiting Hours. Bad Dreams is I think they're both Canucksploitations, or at least Visiting Hours is. Bad Dreams is this Nightmare on Elm Street ripoff. It's not too bad. Overall, pretty decent flick. And some action. No, these are sci-fi. I love America 3000. I watched it first and I had such a blast watch that with my brother whenever I got this DVD, which was a long time ago, because that was when Shout Factory was good. Arena is fun. It's like a monster fighting movie. It's actually pretty fun. The Time Guardian, I think, or Eliminators is pretty decent. Some action 4-pack. Alienator, of course, from Fred Olden Ray. Cyclone with Heather Thomas. I haven't seen this one. Eye of the Tiger, and Exterminator 2, which is not great. Do I own Exterminator 1? It doesn't have anything to do with Exterminator 1, but I think Exterminator 1 is actually much more beloved. Then we got 8 Action, and that was what I was talking about, like 80s and 90s action films from the States. I'm not a big fan of Invasion USA with Chuck Norris. A lot of Chuck Norris, another version of Exterminator 2 for some reason, Missing in Action, Cyborg with Jean-Claude Van Damme, and of course Death Wish 2, because the Death Wish franchise turned into these silly action films. Now, this line of Roger Corman films, I kind of regret not buying more of them when I was younger, because now they're out of print and they're getting kind of expensive, but you can still find some on like Amazon for decent prices. And of course, we got the Woman in Cages collection. Of course, being a big fan of women in prison film, these are kind of must-haves or must-owns for any fan of 70s sleaze. They're not that sleazy. Women in Cages is probably the sleaziest one. The Big Dollhouse and the Big Birdcage are kind of parodies of the genre. Of course, they're directed by legendary filmmaker Jack Hill, which I will return to because I love Jack Hill. A lot of his movies are great, and these are honestly pretty great too. If you want a woman in prison film that's not just sleazy trash, that actually has something kind of smart to say, you watch Big Birdcage and Big Dollhouse. However, Women in Cages is trash. Not of This Earth with Tracy Lords whenever she got out of the adult industry. This was a bet between the director and Roger Corman, Jen Wynorski. Kind of in the same vein as Fred Olen Ray, that guy. I'm not the biggest fan, but this was a bet between Corman and Wynorski, where Corman bet him that he couldn't make this movie in the same amount of time, or in the shorter amount of time than Roger Corman did the original back in the 50s, and Jim Wynorski took the bet, and I think he made this movie in like 3 days. And it shows, but honestly, I haven't watched it in so long, but I really, really liked it. It's fun sci-fi, kind of throwback to 50s, which was a popular thing to do in the 80s, as you guys probably know, with all the 50s sci-fi remake. Piranha, of course, directed by Joe Dante. This is a really fun movie. This is probably the best Jaws ripoff ever made. I also much more prefer it to Jaws, just because this just has the charm of low-budget exploitation cinema. Monsters, and the alternative title for this is, I think it came from Beneath or something like that. This is a sleazy, trashy film, and I really like this one. I was at a Japanese restaurant the other day, and they had a poster of this on the wall, and it was kind of surprising, but yeah, super sleazy. It's about a bunch of monsters that want to have intercourse with human women. Honestly, I could probably cover this one on my channel. It fits the bill for sleazy exploitation. Now these Star Wars ripoff, I'm not a big fan. The Forbidden World, it's alright. Then we got Death Sport and Battle Truck. Yeah, I haven't seen any of these. These are super low budget with, of course, David Carradine, who's probably drunk the entire time. We got this Slumber Party Massacre collection. Now, I really like the Slumber Party Massacre movies, at least the first 2 ones, because those are the ones that I've watched. They're super short, super fast-paced, super fun. I like them. The Vincent Price collection, 2. Yeah, I wish I had more of these. I do love myself some Vincent Price. You got some good movies. You got The Raven, The Last Man on Earth, The Comedy of Terrors, Dr. Phibes Rises Again, The Tomb of Ligeia, The Return of the Fly, which I have on DVD. Also, I have The Tomb of Ligeia on DVD, and House on Haunted Hill. Last Man Standing, of course, was remade as with Will Smith and his dog, and House on Haunted Hill is just a classic, fun 50s horror romp. 10 to Midnight with Charles Bronson, one of Charles Bronson's most underrated roles. He plays this sleazy cop who really wants to get to the bottom of the murderer, to the bottom of the mystery, and he's such a piece of shit. Like, you know who the killer is, and you know that Charles Bronson knows, but the killer's just too smart for him, and Charles Bronson wants to, go off the book. Yeah, it's fun. One of the first, in fact, I'm pretty sure this is the first Scream Factory that I got when they released all the John Carpenter classics, which they ran out, which is why probably they're putting out The Crow Salvation on limited edition on their website for $30 American. And this slipcover looks great, man. They used to kill it with the slipcovers. They don't make them like that good anymore, and the movie is great, of course. One of my favorite, if not my favorite, slasher, Canucksploitation classic. I have a poster signed by the director, George Malhaka. My Bloody Valentine is a masterpiece. I've talked about this on my second channel. I watch it every year more than once. The Burning, which I really liked when I first got, again, back when they made pretty decent slipcovers. I wouldn't say this is the best, but it's pretty decent. And it kind of, I don't know if I like it as much as I did back in the days. I think I still like it. It's just far from being my favorite summer camp slasher. Class of 1984. I met one of the actresses that was in this, because she's French. She's French-Canadian, I think. John Saxon is in this. Tom Holland story. Tom Holland, that makes sense. Directed by Mark Lester. I don't see her name. Anyways, this is a fun movie. I need to rewatch it. It's been so long, but yeah. These are hard to get back into. Yeah, this is a fun one. Day of the Dead, my first of the Dead films that I've watched by George Romero. Of course, I don't need to talk about this. This is a masterpiece, 10 out of 10, such a great film. I recently had the pleasure to watch Dawn of the Dead at the theater, and I hope eventually they show Day of the Dead, because I still don't know which one I prefer. I've always said that Day of the Dead was my favorite, but then rewatching Dawn of the Dead last year and then rewatching it recently, like, man, it's hard to say. One of Stuart Gordon's most underrated film, and probably one of the best from the Empire Pictures days, is Dolls. Man, this is such a fun film, and it's honestly one that is kind of kid-friendly. It's not too gore. It does have some gore. It does have some violence, but honestly, you could show this to a kid as their first horror films, and it's spooky. It's atmospheric. It's kind of adorable too. The relation between the kid and the guy who didn't really grow up. It's a fun movie. It's really sweet. Hammer, Dracula, Prince of Darkness. Now you can see this is a more modern release because it doesn't have the little Blu-ray tag thingy. Yeah, this one is pretty good. It's a Dracula film from Hammer. You know what to expect. Drag Me to Hell. Now, I know this isn't people's favorite film, of course, from Sam Raimi, is a return to horror films, but I'm kind of nostalgic. This is from, 2007? I think, yeah, around that era, and I got into horror around that time, so this was one of the first that I watched because it was new at the time. Of course, it had a lot of advertisements were saying it's from the director of The Evil Dead, and yeah, I have some fun with it. Obviously, it's not the best, but man, it's fun. Now, Astron 6, the editor, their homage/parody of the giallo genre. I really like this one. Well, I'm a big fan of Astron 6, obviously. Also, being Canadian, I gotta rep them, but yeah, this one is so fun. And when I first watched this, I wasn't as familiar with giallo films, but now that I am, I really understand all the little references. Yeah, it's really good. I like this one. Escape from New York, of course, masterpiece by John Carpenter with Ken Russell, and yeah, I don't really have anything to say about it because, Hell Night, a slasher with, of course, the girl from Linda Blair from The Exorcist. This was when she was kind of trying to, I guess, change the perspective of her being in The Exorcist. Not my favorite. I don't know. There's just things that I don't like about this one. It's a bit. I don't know. I haven't seen it in years, though. I should be giving it a rewatch. Because again, this is from what, 2018, this release, when I kind of stopped giving a shit about what Scream Factory was putting out, because, you know, they clearly had put out everything that really mattered. You know, movies like Motel Hell, which was one of my first Scream Factory Blu-rays that I got, and I haven't watched it in years. I remember kind of enjoying it. Again, a lot of these films I haven't seen in years, so I can't really make my mind up. The original Mad Max, it's fun, not my favorite, but you know, it has moments. Now this is great, plus the slipcover now is so expensive. I got this at a Sunrise Record, like, not long ago. This is a fairly recent purchase, but they still had the slipcover available, and I'm like, damn, yeah, I'm gonna pay the surcharge from Sunrise Record, because with the slipcover, this goes for like, I think $60 on eBay. Like, crazy money. Anyways, the movie itself is great. This is a masterpiece of 80s cinema. Man, it's a 10 out of 10 for sure. John Carpenter's weirder kind of 80s horror film with Prince of Darkness. I mean, it is fun. I did watch it probably too long ago to really say anything about it, but yeah, it's fun. Pumpkinhead, the same thing, super old release. I got this when I started collecting. It's fun. I haven't watched it in years. Now we're getting into the good stuff. Yeah, probably my second or sometimes first favorite slasher of all time, Sleepaway Camp. I absolutely adore this film. It's a tradition. Probably around this time of the year to watch Sleepaway Camp, just because it has this awesome, like, not really even summer vibe, but like this kind of... Honestly, this is a good watch at the end of the summer, because this was shot in like October, so we can see like the leaves change color in the wide shots. But man, this is... I love Sleepaway Camp. Plus, you know, now these slipcovers are super expensive because they're out of print. Same thing with Sleepaway Camp 2, Unhappy Campers. Not my favorite, but man, it is a blast. And both of these were shot like weeks apart from another, so they're all the same cast, all the same, you know, they're both really fun. They're completely different from the original Sleepaway Camp because these are much more silly, but yeah, they're fun. Some more Hammer lesbian vampire films. I absolutely adore this film. Honestly, this is probably one of the better 70s Hammer vampire films. It takes a different turn, a turn into the more sleazy exploitation kind of cinema, which I really like, obviously. And yeah, it's a beautiful ladies, and yep, and it's the one that kind of kickstarted their lesbian vampires series. It's great. This Blu-ray, being Scream Factory, has some issues. I don't know if it was my my 4K player acting up when I first got it because it was new, but some of the frame rates in this was off, and plus it's a re-release from them. They originally had like just a regular edition non-slipcover Blu-ray, but man, it's just Scream Factory being Scream Factory. Now this, I was so excited when they released it, because man, the DVD for this, I almost bought it a couple of times and it was going for crazy money. Like I almost bought it for $50, and that was cheap back in the day. And then Scream Factory released it, I watched it, it's amazing. This cover is ugly as sin. What did they do to Wingshauser's face, man? The man has seen some shit. Like, I know he's playing a psychopath, but give him a break, god damn. Susan Hubley, of course, Gary Swanson. This is I love this. This is like 80s exploitation at its best from 1982. It's such a masterpiece, man. Super underrated. Nobody talks about this. I've tried to convince a lot of my friends to give this one a watch. It's directed by Gary R. Sherman. It's like really, honestly, one of the best like 80s exploitation films like ever. I love that one. TCM2, which is now on 4K, I think, from Vinegar Syndrome. I am pretty sure. Don't quote me on that. Might just be a Blu-ray, but I doubt. Yeah, this one is fun. I'm a big fan of the original. This one. Like, I like it, but I haven't watched it in years, and I know a lot of people love it, so I'm gonna give it like a the old, like, greasy rewatch. More of the Roger Corman, but this time the Blu-ray line. Of course, Escape 2000 with this amazing alternative cover of the Japanese poster, and it's beautiful. And I love this movie. This is the movie that got me into Roger Corman. It's this vehicular game of death type of film with David Carradine, of course Sylvester Stallone, and yeah, it's great. Galaxy of Terror, not my favorite. Again, it's horror, sci-fi, Star Wars ripoff, but it's not. My enemy, my number one nemesis, Luigi Cozy, is back with this film that I really want to love because it's a Star Wars ripoff. It's sleazy. It has Joe Spinell and Carolyn Monroe back in a reunion from Maniac, and it also has what's his name? The guy that David Hasselhoff from Baywatch. But man, I can't fucking stand that movie. Wild at Heart, of course, some David Lynch. I love me some David Lynch. I love me some Nicolas Cage. I love me some Laura Dern. This film is amazing. I love this one. Some classic blaxploitation, Blackula and Scream. Blackula, Scream. I always saw the trailers and like Grindhouse compilations, then Scream Factory released it as a double feature, which if they released it today, they would probably release it as a website exclusive individually and charge $30 for them. That's US, but back in the day, they were cool. And yeah, this one is, I love both of them. The second one I tend to prefer just because it has Pam Grier, of course. Then this Italian Terrasterpiece double feature, Metamorphosis and Beyond the Darkness, man. Metamorphosis, I think, is Joe D'Amato, and Beyond the Darkness is Claudio Fragasso. Whew. Man, these are fun. Beyond the Darkness is fun. No, they're both fun. What am I saying? I remember now, because I haven't seen Beyond the Darkness in a while, but I did watch Metamorphosis recently. I think it's the one with Laura Gemser. It's fucking silly. 90s Italian movies, man. Gotta love them. Tales from the Crypt and Vault of Horror, two 70s British anthology films, and I need to rewatch them because I love myself some British cinema, and I of course love myself some anthologies, especially because I think these are Amicus. I'm not too sure. One of the big, British studios. TerraVision. I love TerraVision. TerraVision in my books is a 10 out of 10. I freaking love that movie. The Video Dead I need to rewatch. That was the reason why I originally purchased this, because Moods is always talking about The Video Dead, and the poster looks awesome, and I thought to myself, I'm gonna get it, and then I watched TerraVision, and I'm like, no, TerraVision is the one that I love. Fuck, man, TerraVision is great. I know a lot of people hate on TerraVision, and I don't like to say that, but that's probably because they don't get it. And they don't get it. They can't have fun. They don't get it. They don't get the brilliance of TerraVision. I watched The House Where Evil Dwells. It's kind of these American horror films trying to use Japanese folklore, and it just doesn't hit. Vampire's Kiss, of course, the Nicolas Cage vehicle for his insanity. I love Vampire's Kiss. It's where a lot of the Nicolas Cage memes spawn from, and it's honestly so worth it. Man, I rewatched this and I really went down on it. I used to love this movie. Then I rewatched it with my brother during our Nicolas Cage marathon, and oof. It's still good, but man, that goddamn music choice, I don't know what Joel Schumacher was thinking. I mean, it's Joel Schumacher, he wasn't thinking. Yeah, it's not as good as I remembered it. It kind of makes me sad because I used to love this, because I do love myself films about snuff films, and Hardcore is one of my favorite movies, and I will talk about that later, but this just isn't Hardcore with George C. Scott, man. This is far from it, and I know I'm comparing Joel Schumacher to Paul Schrader, but hey. April Fool's Day, I still haven't seen this one. Even this April Fool's, I didn't feel like watching a movie about April Fool's Day. I heard it's alright, but man, these, I don't know. Now, Candyman Khan, I did watch recently, and I got my shitter blown out. This was incredible. This was a 10 out of 10 on a first watch, which is rare for me. Probably one of the better American film from the 90s, if not the best. Candyman, of course, you don't need me to tell you that Candyman is good. Mario Bava's Danger Diabolique. I don't mind this film. It's not my favorite genre, but it is Mario Bava, and you can clearly see his talented ass making a pretty good movie with what he had. I know a lot of people love this one, and I don't blame him. It's a good movie. Evil Speak, one of the video nasties with Clint Howard. Is it Clint or Ron in this one? Clint, of course, it's Clint. Yeah, this is one of the first Blu-rays that I got when I really got into horror and exploitation, and it's a collaboration with Code Red, which is bizarre. I forgot that they collaborated together. Yeah, this movie is, I've only seen once back in the days. I should rewatch it. I remember really liking it though. Now there's a story behind this release. It was originally supposed to be Exterminator of the Year 3000 and Jaws 5 double feature. But then Scream Factory realized that Jaws 5 by Bruno Mattei, by the way, which I don't own, I almost owned, but then the person selling it realized what he had whenever that controversy happened and didn't ship it. So yeah, Scream Factory was originally supposed to release this with Jaws 5, and then they realized that Jaws 5 has a lot of footage from Jaws, the Jaws franchise from Universal, and they don't have the rights to those, so they decided to pull out. And then Severin Films a couple years later are like, we're releasing Jaws 5. And then they released it, and then, I mean, it took a while, man, it took a while. They even released it with a slipcover that said Jaws 5. It took a while, but then Universal was like, hey, that's our footage. And then Severin was like, oop-a-lie, we did a boo-boo. And then they pulled it. And yeah. Bruno Mattei almost took down Severin, but Scream Factory a couple years earlier had figured out that it was a stupid idea to put that movie out, and they just put out this Mad Max ripoff from Italy, which honestly is pretty fun. Yeah, it's fun. Final Exam, I'm not a big fan of. It's, again, a Code Red collaboration. Super typical 80s slasher, doesn't bring anything new to the table, but it is funny because there's a lot of things that wouldn't pass in today's society, and I'm not talking about like the language or anything. I'm talking about one of the pranks from the frat house is to bring a fake machine gun to school. Yikes. Gunwoman is a fairly modern film from Japan. It stars Asami, and it's fun. It's fun. Not my favorite, but it is a pretty fun, like, little action flick from Japan. Not bad. Ghost Story, it's a ghost film with a lot of old actors. I haven't watched it yet. The House That Dripped Blood. I think this is Amicus. It's a British anthology film. It's super fun. I really like this one. This might be one of my favorite of the, like, Amicus. I think it's Amicus. I'm so bad now. I used to be so good at this. But I got too many movies. I can't remember the details of all of them. But yeah, super good anthology film. Of course, Christopher Lee, Peter Cushing, The Goats. John Carpenter's last great masterpiece, In the Mouth of Madness, is an amazing, amazing film. And it's also from the 90s, which is even more surprising. This is right up there with Candyman as one of the best American horror films of the 90s. Clearly inspired by, like, Stephen King and people like that. Really love it. You can now get this on Vinegar Syndrome. I don't know if you should, because this movie's kind of bad. It's The Incredible Melting Man. This was controversial because they printed as a Shout Factory release instead of a Scream Factory release. That's kind of a piece of history right there. New Year's Evil is I don't like this film. Night of the Comet, this is completely different from the last one because I love this film. It's so much fun. Again, one of the first Scream Factory titles that I got. Really 80s. It's really what people think about when they think of, like, 80s fun, colorful, neon horror films, and it's honestly pretty good. I really like the cast. The two leading ladies work so well together. This is truly one of the best films from the 80s as far as like horror, mainstream horror goes. The Nest. Now this is a fun creature feature. Well, not creature feature, Bugs Attack. It's on an island. I'm pretty sure it's Canadian. Yeah, it's on an island produced by Concord Picture, produced by Julie Corman, of course. Yeah, it's these people on an island that get invaded by these cockroaches, and apparently the set after this was just invaded with cockroaches for years and years after they shot this film. It's really, really good. I love The Nest. Oh yeah. Now this is classy for Scream Factory. This is Werner Herzog Nosferatu, which I think, are they remaking? Is Robert Egger directing the new Nosferatu films? I'm genuinely excited for that, because I love any take on the classic Nosferatu. And of course Klaus Kinski, the madman, the goat of weird, disgusting, vile persons, is playing Nosferatu in this, which is pretty interesting, pretty intriguing. This is the one that I like, and I understand why people love it so much, but I feel like it helps that if you grew up with this one. But I do enjoy it, and it is the Linnea Quigley role is iconic in this. She's probably the best part of this film for me. It is a film that I throw in every once in a while, but for me it's just like a 7 out of 10. Like 7 out of 10 is a great rating. Most of the films in my collection, I rate that. Oh, the focus. What is going on? Did I break my camera? No, okay. But I mean, like, a lot of people rate it way higher. It's some of their favorite movies, but it's just, for me, I feel like if you grew up with this one, it works better. Ninja 3: The Domination. I love this one. This isn't more of an action film than a horror film, but it does have ghost elements for some odd reason. But yeah, I really like Ninja 3: The Domination. This was a gift from my brother, and this is an older release, but yeah, it's fun. Q the Winged Serpent, of course, from Larry Cohen. Again, hot take, but I never really got into Larry Cohen's films. I like the stuff. I like Q the Winged Serpent. I like God Told Me To, but I just don't love him as much as other people do. I do respect his style of just balls to the walls guerrilla filmmaking, and he did revolutionize indie filmmaking, but man, I don't know. Q is good though. It's a nice throwback to 50s sci-fi. Now these two next movies are more my style. Just probably people don't like these types of movies who do like Larry Cohen movies. It's Let's Scare Jessica to Death. Once again, early 70s, 71, slow burn, atmospheric, low-budget indie American horror about a small town and some weird stuff going on in that small town. I never hear anybody talk about this film, and it's honestly criminally underrated because it's one of the greatest film from the early 70s, especially when it comes to these really low-budget horror films from America. Again, this I put right up there with Messiah of Evil. Same thing with Private Parts. Nobody talks about Private Parts, and it was stuck on like DVD hell for so long. It's a Warner Brothers film, and it's amazing. It's directed by Paul Bartel, so you know it's gonna get weird. It does get weird, and it's this very contrived film in a hotel room, and some weird stuff happens. I don't want to talk too much about it because honestly more people should watch this. It's again from 72, so early 70s, really, really good. And man, this cover is so great, and if you've seen the movie, you understand it. It's one of my favorite films that I've discovered in the past few years, because I just got this last year after hearing about it for so long, and ever since then I've told people to watch it, but they haven't, because they only listen when I talk about bad movies. And when I talk about great movies, they're like, nah, we won't watch that. Which, come on, people, watch some good movies. I do have some good recommendations once in a while. The original Slumber Party Massacre on Blu-ray. Now you can get both sequels, I think, on 4K, or you can get the entire franchise. I don't know. I like the first one. The first one is my favorite. The second one is really good, and I haven't seen the third one yet. But yeah, I talked about these earlier. Another great 70s exploitation film. Well, exploitation. Is this one really exploitation? Orion? Yeah, I guess it's more. Oh, yes, Samuel Zarkov. Yeah, let's say that this is exploitation. It's amazing. It's incredible with Tommy Lee Jones, Linda Haynes. This is an amazing piece of cinema about the Vietnam War and the effect of soldiers returning to their home country after being prisoners of war, and now the town that dreaded sundown. One of my favorite films, again from the 70s, 77, this one. And it comes with The Evictors, which I still haven't seen. I don't know why, because I love The Town That Dreaded Sundown so much. It's a comfort movie for me. I just love it. It's a slow burn. It does have some weird offbeat comedy, kind of like in a Last House on the Left, but I don't care about that. Being a Hong Kong Cat 3 film fan, I can understand that sometimes, movies like to get a bit goofy, especially after showing you some horrendously disturbing imagery, and this one does that perfectly, in my opinion. I love The Town That Dreaded Sundown. They Live. John Carpenter's They Live. John Carpenter's Vampires. I love They Lives. I haven't seen Vampires yet. This is late. And another copy of Women's Prison Massacre, which I have with my Emmanuel box set. I have like 3 or 4 of these. I love the movie. It's really fun, but I don't know if I should own 5 copies of it. Then we're getting into the next part of my collection, which is the European horror exploitation, so just European films in general. And of course, I'm starting off with this box set that has seen some better days, but I got this for super cheap from Shriek Show. The Pete Walker, which is probably my favorite exploiteers from Britain, and it's Frightmare, which I've covered on this channel. House of Whipcord, which is a women prison film. Have I watched it? If not, it's been too long and I need to rewatch it. The Flesh and Blood Show, which is this amazing, kind of similar to Fright, the stage, is it Stage Fright? Frights? The Italian movie with the owl, the Michele Soavi. I've talked about it for goddamn sakes. And Die Screaming Marianne, which is amazing thriller. And then the Euro Sleaze collection from 7 films. I'm keeping this for these two, because I don't have individual release of The Sinful Dwarf. Now I do have a Blu-ray of Sister of Ursula on the Sleazy Forgotten Giallo set. Thank God they put that out, because that movie, chef's kiss. And Anna D, which is basically an Italian ripoff of Christina F. So it's deplorable, it's disgusting, and it's exploitative. And of course the Sinful Dwarf, which I will make a video about eventually. It's one that I feel like YouTube is not gonna love, because it is sleazy. Anyways, we're gonna move on to Jess Franco next. So I'm gonna try not to spend too much time on these, but I am at my favorite directors section, the Jess Franco. And if you watched my last year's collection video, you know that I didn't have that many of his films, but man, I got silly, so it goes until there, not counting the ones that were put out by like Vinegar Syndrome, obviously, and other companies that I separate, which is just Vinegar Syndrome. So yeah, so let's get going before I take too much time, and we start with 99 Women. Now this is a kind of a classic in the eyes of Jess Franco fans, because this was a pioneer of the woman in prison genre. It kind of set the tone for other sleazier women in prison film that would come out of Europe after this one. Since this is 1969, obviously it wasn't as hardcore, but there is a hardcore version of this. Funny enough, directed and the hardcore inserts were directed by Bruno Mattei, and that was like one of his first directing gig in the 70s, so that's pretty fun. That adds a lot to, mix my favorite director with one of my favorite Italian director, yeah, this one, it's really good. Honestly, it's one of the better like late 60s women in prison film. It's fun. It's quite the opposite of Women Behind Bars, which is just okay. It's not my favorite. It's all right. It does hit all the beats of a women in prison film, and it's not as sleazy and as man. This might be my favorite Bruno Mattei, Jess Franco women in prison film. It's Sadomania. It's from the 80s. It's nasty. It's long. It has Ajita Wilson, who is I think she's the main actress, the main villain. She was actually a trans woman in the 70s and 80s, so that's kind of interesting. And this film honestly deals with a lot of topics that were pretty taboo at the time, especially in Europe, like homosexuality, transsexuality, and it plays with those themes in a non-judging manner, which kind of shows Jess Franco's lack of judgment when it came to people's sexuality and their sexual escapade. It's a very intense film. It is absolutely sleazy and vile, but honestly, for what it is, it's pretty quality. And Jess Franco plays a homosexual man, and there's a scene where he gets it, and it's not something I expected to see, but yeah, kind of, yeah. Then we got Eugénie. This I will go more in depth in my Jess Franco video. It's one of my favorites. It's also one of the late 60s. I really like the late 60s Jess Franco films because they kind of set the tone for what he would do in the 70s, and this is a really good one. It's a story based somewhat on a Marquis de Sade story, and the main actress in this is so goddamn good, Marie Lijdal. She's great. This one I haven't seen. You can get it on 4K from Blue Underground now, which is pretty interesting. I haven't seen it because, man, that 2 hours for a Jess Franco movie, that's a long Jess Franco movie, and yeah, but it's based obviously on Marquis de Sade stories. Justine, starring Romina Power. Klaus Kinski, of course, shows up in a lot of Franco films, and Maria Rome from 99 Women and Eugénie fame, and of course Jack Palance. Now, this was a Soledad Miranda vehicle, Eugénie de Sade, kind of a mix of the two previous films. I still haven't seen it, but I do love Soledad Miranda, and I do love Paul Muller, who is another Jess Franco star, and he's in a lot of Jess Franco's movies. He's of course in the story Eugénie, and Soledad Miranda, of course you guys know her. She's beautiful, she's great, I love her. Gone, taken away from us way too soon. Yeah. 1973, I think. I'm pretty sure it is. Of course it is. Female Vampire with Elina Romay. This is one of the first, I think, Jess Franco film where Elina Romay really played a major part. And of course, this is from 1973. As I mentioned before, my favorite year for horror and one of my favorite years for Jess Franco because he just released banger after bangers. This is one of my favorites. It is a very Franco in style. It's about a vampire woman who kind of turns people into vampires by biting them on the genitalia. Lesbian vampires, of course, but yeah, Lina Romay, and this is gorgeous. She's great, as always. This one's a banger, as they say. Soledad Miranda, of course, in Nightmares Come at Night. This is a later... no, this is 70. So again, that makes sense because Soledad Miranda died in the early 70s. Yeah, I haven't seen this one yet. I've heard mixed things, but I hear mixed things about a lot of Franco's films, and I don't usually listen to them because not a lot of people have the love for Franco that I do, and I tend to prefer his films over a lot of people. The Awful Dr. Orloff is a classic. This kickstarted the whole Spanish horror film movement, early 60s, I think 63 or maybe even 62. It's really out there for that time. I mean, 62, I mean, this film is really out there for 62. It does have some gore. It's clearly just a ripoff of Eyes Without a Face, but done Jess Franco style. There's even a bit of naughty stuff in this. I think there's a breast in this, which is, oof, especially for Spain, which was under autocratic totalitarianism totalitarian dictatorship. Obviously, the nudity and the violence was cut for the Spanish audiences because the dictator was also named Franco, wasn't a big fan. Daughters of Dracula. Have I seen this one? Daughter of Dracula. Again, this is 60s, 70s? Yeah, 72. I don't remember. Of course, the beautiful man himself right there. He does a lot of cameos in his films. Don't think I've seen this one yet, and I should. Because it is a lesbian vampire film from Jess Franco. So that was the Redemption DVDs, and as you'll see, there's a lot of Blue Underground, Redemption. Redemption is one of the companies that put out a lot of Jess Franco films, right up there with Severin. They're great. They're kind of the ones who introduced Jess Franco to the Western market, and they're based for that. Same for Blue Underground. They put out a lot of his sleazy early stuff. So shout out Bill Lutzig, William Lutzig, Bill Lutzig. I call him Bill because we're close. I met him. Then we're getting into the Full Moon, the collection that if I had every title, and I expanded this collection recently at Cinebazaar, but if I had every title, it would make Jess Franco's face. I'm halfway there. You see Jess Franco's little mug, but this wasn't in the Jess Franco collection. This was an Eurocine collection. This is Angel of Death. This is late 80s, if I'm not mistaken. 87, yeah, not the best years for Franco, especially because this is co-directed by Andrea Bianchi, the man who made Burial Ground, Nights of Terror. And this is not a Nazi exploitation. This is more of a war film. It's not my favorite. It's honestly pretty bad, but what do you expect from fucking Andrea Bianchi? Jack the Ripper with Klaus Kinski. Now, this is a really interesting take on the Jack the Ripper story. It is very well done, very high production value for 76 Franco, because that was kind of the time where, yeah, he was working with Erwin C. Dietrich, and he was kind of, he always had like lower budgets, but clearly for this he had Klaus Kinski playing of course, Jack the Ripper, because that makes sense. Klaus Kinski was a psychopath, so might as well play a psychopath. And yeah, I haven't seen this one in so long, but I really liked it even back then. And back then I didn't have as much patience for these slow burn European horror films, and it does have Lina Romay in this, which is good. Showed this recently. I didn't watch it yet. Sexy Sisters with, I think this has Lina Romay, or is this too early for Lina Romay? 77. No, that wasn't too early. It is a Erwin Dietrich production. This is obviously more like straight up sexploitation films. Now, this one I need to rewatch because I feel like it would probably get like an 8 to a 10 out of 10 for me now, because it's sleazy and it's the type of film that I really appreciate way more than I did back then. It's again produced by Erwin C. Dietrich, shows 77, that makes sense, and it is a non-exploitation film, especially with the release of Immaculate. I should really get to watch this one. It's all I remember is it's nasty. It has decent special features. That's what I like about these. They're pretty bare bones. The transfers aren't the greatest, but they always have some pretty interesting special features. Marquise de Sade, again, I got this super recently. Lina Romay, there's going to be a lot of nudity in this. aka The Portrait of Doriana Gray. Oh, is this a Erwin C. Dietrich? Of course it is, from 76. Yeah, this looks pretty interesting. And of course, the last one for these, which I did watch recently, and this one is nasty, man. It's not my favorite Franco Women in Prison film, but yeah, man, it might, for especially 70s, like Sadomania at least is 80s, so that was kind of expected to have a lot of sleaze, but man, for mid-70s, 76, this is a nasty little piece of cinema. It's really mean-spirited, it's really violent, it's something. the British release of Virgin Among the Living Dead. Now, this is another one that's probably in my top for Jess Franco films, and I'll probably do a video breaking down more of Franco's, my film whenever I release that video. I might do a, like, second channel video where I thought about just, like, drinking whiskey and talking about Jess Franco movies, which I will definitely do after that big video. This is from 73, I think, or 72. The main actress in this is a French actress. She is gorgeous, and she's hypnotic with her looks, beauty, and this one is really, really good. It's honestly one of the better Jess Franco films. Maybe not one that's easy to start with, but definitely, like, a good one. Ilsa the Wicked Warden, aka Greta, I think. Greta, this is in Erwin C. Dietrich, an unofficial Ilsa sequels. And I recently rewatched the original, and that was out there way more than what I remembered, but I think this is even more out there than that one. Yeah, this one is a pretty nasty, again, woman in prison film. This was cheesy flick, so the transfer isn't that great, but the movie is pretty good. I like that one. This is a bootleg. You can't really see much. I wish this would get an actual release. It's a later women in prison film, but in the jungle, from Jess Franco, of course, and it stars Lena Romay. Yeah, it's pretty decent. No, it's not. What am I saying? I'm too used to liking the movies that I own. This one was bad, honestly. This one I watched yesterday, and other than, you know, missing some subtitles and looking like a bootleg, which is why it's an Intervision Picture Corp release instead of Severin. I talked about this in my last update. It does look like a bootleg, but a good-looking bootleg, like a good VHS transfer. Like, you could actually see the VHS transfer type of stuff. It's not really in the main Dr. Orloff series, because yes, it's a series. You can see by this having 2 Fs instead of 1, like the original, because it's Dr. Orloff, I think, is not played by Paul Mueller. It's actually played by what's his name in this? Elmet Berger? Yeah, William Berger. Okay, not Elmet Berger in Keoma, $5 for an August Moon. He does a good job at being a weird psychotic doctor, and everybody does a pretty good job in this. Honestly, it's a pretty good little thriller. A bit predictable, you know, a bit, you know where it's going. Not just Franco's best, obviously, especially for 73. The man directed some bangers in 73. This is not one of the best, but it's palatable. It's good. Now we're getting to the old school Severin releases of Franco. These are like from the early 2010s, and they're pretty cool releases. Honestly, if I was into Franco at that time, which I wasn't because, Jesus Christ, I was like 12, I would have picked all of these up. The Inconfessible Orgies of Emmanuel. I was pretty excited for this, you know, it being an Emmanuel film directed by Jess Franco. It's not good. It's really not good. I didn't like it. It was way too... there was too much sex, not enough plot, which I know is weird talking about Franco's sexploitation films, but this was just literally just people having softcore sex for like 82 minutes, 86 minutes, and not much more. Not recommended, but if you're a Jess Franco completionist, you should pick it up. And this was similar to that one, but this one I really liked. It's Mention of the Living Dead. It has way more of an atmosphere than the Orgies of Emmanuel. I mean, it is just a lot of softcore, but it does have a lot of interesting kind of plot and atmosphere and some pretty interesting zombie/cult members. And of course, it deals with cults and Satanism, kind of, so that makes it really more interesting for me personally. And plus, I really like the sets, very empty, very like you're feeling isolated, which was something that Jess Franco was really good at doing. Yeah, I would recommend this one. Not my favorite, but I would recommend this one. This one I haven't seen yet. I just love the title, Macumba Sexual. Yeah, Urshel has seen it. He says he's not the biggest fan, but I don't think don't think these are really the kind of movies that Urshel likes. That's okay, you know. I'm the Franco apologist here. Count Dracula with Christopher Lee. I really like this one. I'm not as high as other people on it, but I need to rewatch it because I watched it kind of tired, and it is an extremely slow film, and I'm pretty sure this is the film that just discovered Soledad Miranda and discovered that he loved working with her. It has Klaus Kinski playing the insane man. What was the name again? Renfield. Yep, that makes sense. Klaus Kinski was made to play Renfield. There's a scene where he eats a bug off the floor, and I'm pretty sure that was just a bug that was off the floor on the set. Christopher Lee does an amazing job. This is as close to the book as you would have gotten in 1970. Produced by Harry Alan Towers, so that was in the more big budget era of Franco films. So yeah, it's a good one. I would recommend this one. I should pick up the Blu-ray because this is like a 4:3 transfer. I think the Blu-ray might be, but just a bit more cleaned up. Yeah, we don't talk about Diamonds of Kilimanjaro. This is one of his worst. Like, don't pick up his cannibal movies, even though it is tempting, and I will probably do that just because I'm a completionist. But man, they're bad, especially this release by MVD. There's so many issues with the disc. I've talked about this last year, but like, scenes will play without sound and then replay with just music. It's terrible. Now, the new label from Kino that releases just Franco films, it's Kino Cult, because I guess their relationship with Redemption has ended, and they've released 2 so far, and I picked up the 2, of course, because I'm a fan. Lorna the Exorcist, I really like this one. It is from 1974, so it does have that really atmospheric, very slow, very isolated type of feel, and yeah, it's good. I really like this one, but I don't like it as much as the other one, which is one of my favorite recent Just Franco discoveries, and that is Sinner, the Secret Diary of a Nymphomaniac with Montserrat Prus, which was in the movie I watched yesterday, The Sinister Eyes of Dr. Orloff. Man, this movie is freaking amazing. It is basically a character study of you're following this woman who goes down in some bad parts of the world, like not physically, but I mean like mentally, you know, drug addiction, prostitution. From 1973, this one is really a great film, much more of a drama exploitation than a horror film, obviously, but man, this is fucking incredible. And of course, an interview with the GOAT, Stephen Thrower, who is one of the few influential Just Franco fans. Yeah, I love Sinner. Sinner is my jam. A 4K from Blue Underground. Yeah, the girl from Rio. I like this one. Again, it's in the vein of Danger Diabolique, and I'm just not a big fan of that genre, but it is a very good interpretation of that film style. It is shot in Brazil. The sets are beautiful. The cinematography is great. This is from 1969, so again, bigger budget, higher production values, and yeah, this transfer looks amazing. 4K, who would have known? Now we're getting into Severin, and the first 2 Just Franco films that I ever picked up, and 2 of my favorites, She Killed in Ecstasy. I've talked about that on the Sick on Cinema podcast. I absolutely adore this film. It's a vehicle for Soledad Miranda. She does a great job. But low budget. You can definitely see the low budget. And this transfer, like this early transfer, I think this Blu-ray came out in 2013 from Severin, is starting to show its age. But it still looks pretty decent. It's just a bit smudgy, like the pubes in this are very smudgy. And sadly, this is my second copy of this because my first one broke. So hopefully this one doesn't break, because I don't think I can live without these films in my collection. And the other one is, of course, the more well-known one, the one that most people love, and it's Vampiros Lesbos with Soledad Miranda. Again, a vehicle for Soledad Miranda. Back in the days, I preferred She Killed in Ecstasy, and I still really like that film. Just for nostalgia's sake, it's one of my favorites. But I do admit that as a film, Vampiros Lesbos is a much better film. Faceless, the one that I've probably watched the most because it's a mindless throw it on slasher film with Brigitte Lahaie. Faceless is great, plus this is the 4K, it looks great. Thank you, Severin, for doing such an amazing job at transferring these films that nobody else would. Maybe today, Faceless especially is one of Franco's most well-beloved films, so Faceless would probably get some love, but man, it's still nice that they're putting it out. I've talked about this one endlessly, again, on a podcast. I've covered it. I love Brigitte Lahaie in this, and this is a Dr. Orloff sequel, so that's interesting. Franco Noir, two early 60s. I think these predate even The Awful Dr. Orloff. These are jazz noirs, so police thrillers. I've seen Death Whistles, The Blues. I haven't seen Rififi in the City just because it's really long. And I like these. They're not what you expect from Jess Franco, but they still have that, jazz kind of eclectic, chaotic filming style. Yeah, I like that one. Dracula, Prisoner of Frankenstein, recently upgraded this. It's a great transfer. You can actually see what's going on in the film. It's a fun monster mash. It's not Franco's best, but you'll have some fun with this. The Sadist of Notre Dame, which is a recut of Exorcism, a earlier 70s film that he made, where he's the main actor, and this came out in 79. It's basically Exorcism, but with some new shots of just Jess Franco being a creep and a new plot line. It's enjoyable. Again, not my favorite, but it is really enjoyable. I have some fun. Now, this one is one of my favorites, and oh my god, is it trashy. I will get more of these, like, black cases. There's a lot of films like Sex is Crazy and Nights whatever, so I will get more of these if I can find them for a good price, because, man, this one was expensive, because it's a Severin film. But House of Lost Women, man, this one deserves a full video. This is some of the nastiest, most depraved exploitation shit I've seen Jess Franco put on screen. It starts 10 minutes in, you got incest, which is a common theme in Jess Franco's filmography, but this is really a vehicle for Lina Romay, and she is great in this. She is amazing, and there's some nasty, nasty stuff, nasty business. Speaking of incest, Bloody Moon, which was Jess Franco trying to do an American straight-up slasher, but he threw incest in there. This is another one of my favorites. It's one that I show my friends because it's one of the easiest ones to get into, but man, a lot of people don't love it as much as I do. I just really love this film. It's one of my favorites. It was one of the first ones I've seen from Franco, so The Hot Nights of Linda. This is an old Severin Blu-ray. You can see by the this used to be how they put their Blu-rays out, if I'm not mistaken, 2013. So yeah, this was one of the first ones I got, super cheap back in the days. Things have kind of changed. This is again Lina Romay. This has an alternative title that I will not mention, but it's a pretty decent little sexploitation film. It is pretty nasty, honestly, like really exploitative. Back to there's the sexy spy thriller from the 70s or late 60s? No, 1980. So we returned to this style of film, I guess, in the 80s for a film. Yeah, I enjoy this one. Not my favorite, because it's not my favorite genre that Franco worked in. But yeah, it's fun. I like it. Now for some Mondo Macabro. This one I haven't seen, but I've heard that it's one of Jess Franco's best. Really not super sleazy. It's again from 74, 72 to 74. In fact, the entire 70s was kind of his good years. Well, all the years were good years for me, but I mean, for the mass majority of people, I would recommend the 70s output, especially early 70s. But yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about this. The Night Has a Thousand Desires, another early Franco film that I got, I got this before I knew I really liked Franco, and I wasn't the biggest fan, but I feel like this needs a rewatch. Of course, this is Lina Romay, and this is a sensuous mystery slash noir, so kind of Franco returning to his roots with the noir and thriller mystery kind of genres. And this, if I'm not mistaken, was also the first film he made returning to Spain after the fall of the dictatorship, which is an interesting little concept. The Sinister Dr. Orloff, not to be confused with the Sinister Eyes of Dr. Orloff. This is okay, so 2 Fs. Maybe you forgot that Orloff only took 1 F and he was like, it's too late now. This is 84, so in the same year as Night as a Thousand Desires. Also, I'm pretty sure this was shot in Spain. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I think it's gonna be good. Alright, back to Redemption for the last few Jess Franco titles. We got Exorcism. What I like about these Redemption is a lot of them come with the American cut of the film, which were not as good, let's be honest, really not as good. But this is interesting. It's basically just Jess Franco and Lina Romay making a movie together. And when you know about their story, it's really romantic when you think about it. I mean, the film is not, it's pretty sleazy, but like when you think of the concept of just Jess Franco basically making a movie with his future wife, I think at this point, it's really kind of cute. It's adorable. Yeah, I like this one. I like it. Back to the 60s with the sadistic Baron von Klaas. Black and white, really has the same feel. Yeah, 62, so I'm pretty sure Awful Dr. Orloff is like 61. It has really that old school, almost universal horror feel with some Euro sleaze thrown in there. I really like this one. I think I might like this one more than the Awful Dr. Orloff, but just historically it has a bit less significance, even though it has a nasty torture scene that was cut out of this film originally, that was put back in for being way too shocking for 62. That's just, our boy Jess pushing the envelope, as they say. Another banger, The Erotic Rites of Frankenstein. This is also 72, yeah, around that era. Pretty sure this was shot in the same sets as Dracula, Prisoner of Frankenstein. I'm pretty sure these were shot back to back, because there's a lot of similarities between the two. This one is 74 minutes. It goes by super fast. It's really, really fun. It's really good. It's decently sleazy. There's some good monsters. There's some fun stuff happening. I like that one. Now the 90s, not a decade we associate with Franco, but he made some movies. He never stopped until his death, honestly. He made some shot-on-video stuff too that I hope somebody eventually puts out. Listening to me, Culture Shock or Saturn Score, release the Franco shot-on-video. This was really good, way better than I expected, man. From the 90s, it does have that low-budget 90s European film kind of look, but man, this is a really fun movie. This feels like a Scooby-Doo episode, but for adult. It stars this punk band from Spain. This lady is the main singer. She's great. And this is really a punk shock erotic opera. I really like this one. Super surprised. Wasn't expecting to love this one as much as I did. Final Jess Franco film for now, unless I got some other stuff somewhere else. I don't think I do. Jess Franco's Neurosis. This is in the series of Dr. Orloff. This is far from my favorite. I don't really care for this one. It has Paul Mueller. It does have some, some stuff. This is not a black and white film, Redemption. This is colored. 85, so it's Spanish. Yeah, it's decent. I should give it a rewatch with my new eyes. I think I watched this like 2 years ago. So yeah, that was Jess Franco. So we're gonna move to a bit of Jean Rollin. Alright, moving on, and I am editing this as I'm recording, and I'm at 5 hours, which is more than my last video, and I'm just halfway there, so let's get the show on the road. We got some Jean Rollin, or as my American buddies call him, Jean Rollin, and the first one I just recently covered. It's Fascination with Brigitte Lahaie. Love this one of my favorites. Lips of Blood, I haven't seen this one yet, but I think it's early in his career. 75, yeah, so I assume it's something about vampires and twins and shit like that, so probably really good. The Living Dead Girl, one of his most famous, I think, just because, you know, it's a Rob Zombie song, I think. This one's from the 80s, 82, yeah, or later Rollin. Just really good, and I've also covered this one on my channel before. I thought I had seen this one before, but it ended up that no, I haven't yet, which is surprising because it has Brigitte Lahaie. Oh, it's from 97. Okay, so it's really late Jean Rollin. Okay, that's why maybe I was a bit skeptical on his later films, but I did watch one recently and I didn't mind it. I mean, I didn't mind it. There's even less of a budget than he already had, which was already really low, but, you know. Night of the Hunted, another one I've covered in my last Jean Rollin video. I don't know when you're watching this, I don't know if I'm gonna finish for next week, but if I am finished and you're seeing this, that was my last week's video, and if I'm not finished, well, that was the video from 2 weeks ago. Then we have another one I haven't seen yet. I'm keeping some of these, of course, for my third video on Jean Rollin, which will come out eventually. I mean, one of my plans is to pretty much cover everything he put out, and this is also 80s, so like kind of middle of his career. Apparently this one's really good too. This one I haven't seen either, The Demoniacs. I know this got like a Powerhouse Indicator release that is beautiful, and I think that is the cover of that release. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen everything from Rollin. The Grapes of Death, of course, I've covered this on my last video about Rollin, and it's an amazing film, a really interesting one from Rollin, much more higher, I wouldn't say higher budget, but the gore, there's more gore, so there's a better emphasis on the gore than his usual stuff or his usual output. It's really an interesting film. I honestly really like this one. Some amazing visuals, as per usual, with Rollin. Now this is really late Rollin. Is this from the 2000s? But it does include, 2002, and it includes his 1989 shorter film, 54 minutes, Lost in New York. I've seen Dracula's Fiancé. It's not my favorite from Rollin. It is a way later Rollin, and it is very, very low budget, very much of its time. I don't even think it's shot on film. I'm not too sure. I don't really remember. But Lost in New York is a really interesting one. Really nice that that Redemption found it and released it with this film. It's a nice double feature. I mean, they're not two of Rollin's greatest films, but they do the job. Then this one's from a sub-label of Redemption, which was already a sub-label of Kino, and that is Jezebel. Now this is apparently number 7 from that line, but I have never seen another Jezebel title. And this is more of a sexploitation film from 73, so I might give it a watch, that being my favorite year. I know I'm repeating myself, I'm recording these over like a week period, I don't remember everything I say. I haven't seen this one yet, but it's much more sexploitation, which explains why it's on the Jezebel line, and I don't know what that line is. Anyways, moving on to some more European stuff, and the first few films are my French films, so from, old 70s exploitation French films to... Oh, I unplugged my light. That's pretty cool. Up until the recent, French extreme new wave. So first of all, and this is one of my favorites, and this is one that I'll probably upgrade to the Mondo Macabro Blu-ray. This one is outrageously disturbing. This one is really underrated whenever people talk about disturbing cinema, just because of the themes and implications of this film, which make it even nastier, and it's the kind of film you need to take a shower after. Yeah, I watched this completely blind. I just got this DVD, I think, for super cheap, and I'm like, oh, it's a Mondo Macabro title, I'll pick it up. And then I finished the movie, and I was like the kid at the end to come and see. Yeah, this one's really highly recommended. Well, I bought this because I thought it was Jess Franco's cannibal films, which, again, heed my warning, do not watch Jess Franco's cannibal films, they're terrible. But no, it's a French cannibal film directed by Alan W. Steve, which I don't think that's a real name. But what it does have is Robert Forster from a lot of Jess Franco films, and Burt Atman, which was from the cannibal film that I thought I was buying, The Devil Hunter, which is apparently terrible, and apparently this movie is also god-awful. I'll give it a watch, might do a video on it, could be fun, but I will eventually have to pick up The Devil Hunter from Jess Franco, because I'm a completionist. I don't care how much it sucks, I want it. Now this is super underrated 80s Euro horror, much more influenced by, I guess, somewhat American slashers. It's from 80, so maybe not American slashers, but it's super gory. It's really good. Honestly, I don't hear a lot of people talk about it, maybe because it's an older Synapse title, and I don't think they reissued it yet, 2009. But man, it's about this girl who goes to work at an old folks home, and they're kind of completely insane. And yeah, it's really fun. I really like this. This was, again, a total blind buy, just convention at a Synapse table, put it in the movie, and then at the end I was like, damn, that was a blast. Ogruff. Yeah, Ogruff. I don't think this has a North American release. This is a French label. What? Artus Film? I don't know what that is, but yeah, I got a few of their titles. I think one of them is coming up next. Yeah, this is Ogruff, aka The Mad Mutilator, which was this French shot on 8mm, I think, precursor to SOV. Film from the 80s. Show Me Something Wrong. I've done an entire podcast on this film, and they go in depth into the director, which is Moutier. Norbert Moutier, yeah. Norbert Moutier. And yeah, it's a really fun film. It's not my favorite. It can be, a bit of a drag at times, being mostly comprised of music instead of dialogue, because they didn't have microphone with their 8mm cameras. But yeah, it has its charm. It's a charming little attempt at fans of horror making a horror film, because that's what it is. And then, speaking of fun, Baise-moi, which is I haven't seen yet. I should really get to it. That's nice. They're 3.5 stars. That's how they sell this one. Is this that's a French version? I didn't know. Okay, is this no, it's not a PAL DVD, it's because it has the R rating of Canada. Okay, so this is like the French-Canadian release for this. That makes sense. Got it super cheap. Another one that I'll watch eventually, and I'll probably cover. High Tension, 1 day rental. Yeah, I should have just rented this one and brought it back. Yeah, I don't like High Tension. I don't remember why. I think it's the ending that is terrible, and this is a film that is kind of divisive. You either love it or hate it. I'm more in the middle, but I'm closer to the camp of hating it just because of that ending. Not a good one. I don't like this one. I only keep it because it's the French extreme movement. Eden Lake, have I seen this one? I always forget. It's from the Dimension Extreme line, which is no longer a thing. That was kind of a cool line. Back in the disease, you could get a lot of titles, a lot of fun titles. Super cheap. Well, I did pay $20 for this because it's out of print. No, the $20 sticker was the original price, but since it was a video store closing, it was half that, so a little $10 purchase, not too bad, and it's 16 plus in Quebec, which is good to know. Then one of the first ones, in fact I'm pretty sure that's the first one I've seen from the new French Wave Extreme, and that is Frontières, with an S. in between parentheses, because art and French. From the 8 films to dive for After Dark Horror Fest. This was also super cool line. There were a lot of these really cool DVD lines. You know, you had After Dark, you had Dimension Extreme, and you had Fangoria, stuff like that. Really fun time to be a horror fan. They no longer do that because everything goes through like a Shudder original, and you're like, Jesus Christ, Shudder. Oh, Naples. Irreversible, of course, from Gaspar Noé. I don't think I really need to talk about this one. I think everybody here knows what this film is about, and I assume a lot of you are fans because it is an incredible film, and if you're not, well, sorry to tell you, but you got bad taste in cinema. We've covered this one on the podcast. I'm glad to own it. This picture quality is awful. It's like looking at the movie through a stamp. Me and Urshel have covered this on a recent podcast. This was the childhood trauma episode, because yes, I watched this as a kid, and not a good idea. More Gaspar Noé. We got this old X-rental from Blockbuster of Enter the Void. These cases are pretty massive, but man, Blockbuster was a shitty company. Of course, youth restricted. I'm just surprised that a Gaspar Noé film made it to Blockbuster. I haven't seen this one yet because I'm scared of the running time. It's 3 hours, I think, or almost 3 hours. Like, god damn, Gaspar, you're getting silly. Then some non-French but French spoken language films, just because I don't know. I'm not gonna have an entire section for Belgium. The first one is Calvaire, which recently got a Blu-ray release that I didn't pick up. Probably gonna regret it, but I just hadn't seen it, and I got this for fairly cheap. It's a Christmas film, from what I heard. I don't know. I haven't seen it. Let's go. Then we have Man Bites Dog, aka C'est arrivé près de chez vous. This is the old Criterion release, because that's the only release available for some reason. Nobody has put out a better version of this, which is a crime, because this is one of the greatest confrontational, aka disturbing films ever made, and it's probably my favorite pseudo documentary. It shits on movies like Blair Witch Project and stuff like that. Not a big fan of found footage, but this is probably the best found footage / pseudo documentary film ever made. I guess it could always also be categorized as pseudo snuff, but that genre is kind of tarnished, but the next one, Severin, this really cool edition of The Female Executioner with Brigitte Lahaie, a vehicle for Brigitte Lahaie. Also, this is really different from what she's usually in, or what she was usually in. It's an action flick, super low budget French action film, but man, I tell you, those French bastards know how to make an action film, because it's really fun. More Gaspar, we got Climax. Really loved this one when this came out. Don't remember, 2018, yeah, that was probably in like my top 10 films of 2018. It's really visually striking, it's amazing looking. The music is not my style, but it of course matches the music. Gaspar Noé's direction is amazing. The dance sequences are amazing. I need to rewatch this one. I haven't watched it since I bought this in like 2018, 2019. I don't remember when this like officially got a wide release, but yeah, a whole lot of extras. Rod, certified fresh. Thank you. I hate when they put that on cases. Like, I don't care about Rotten Tomatoes. Raven Banners, of course, Canadian produced disc. Oh my god, this one. I will make a video on this one. The only thing that I'm not excited about is rewatching this one, because it's amazing. Don't get me wrong, this was a 10 out of 10 on the first watch. It's just, it's not a fun watch. And this is Beyond Genres line from Umbrella. I really like this slipcover. It's beautiful, and just looking at the back, I got PTSD flashbacks. God damn. Still haven't seen this one, of course, you probably would have guessed it. It's Catfight with Sandra Ho and Anne Etch. It's language, English. I thought this was a French film. Okay, I guess it's not. I was mistaken. Pretty sure this is French, even though the director is Polish. I might have to rethink some of these because the language is French. Yeah, it's French. That's a French film. La Bite. Yeah, I haven't watched this one in a while. It needs a video because from what I remember, I enjoyed it even back then. And this type of film wasn't really what I was into back then, and I still really enjoyed it. So I'm probably gonna love it even more. La Grande Bouffe. Again, the director is not French, but it is a French-produced film, so it counts. It's directed by Marco Ferreri, and I haven't watched it yet, but apparently it's like this really dark comedy, which I'm all about, especially French dark comedies. Like, usually French people don't make the best comedies, but when they get dark, they're pretty good at it, especially because this is directed by an Italian, so of course that might explain why it's funny. Vivre sa vie. Of course, I made a video on this on my second channel. This is Jean-Luc Godard. What can I say about this? It's great. It's really a masterpiece. Speaking of masterpieces, another 10 out of 10 on the first watch. It is La Haine by Mathieu Kassovitz. Yeah, this movie is bleak. It's funny. It's an emotional roller coaster. It truly is one of the greatest 90s independent films of all time. It is beautiful. I love this one. The ending, because this is not as bleak as I intended, as I thought it would. It would be. And then I start watching it, it's funny, it's just about, a bunch of guys in a ghetto talking shit. And then the ending happens, and you're like, Jesus Christ. Of course, starring Vincent Cassel, which is in most of these French films I've showed you, I think. Most notably, probably, Irreversible. Oh, I need to get behind the bed. Oh. Sorry about that. More Godard, La Chinoise. I haven't seen it yet. Put out by Kino Classics. Because, that's not a Redemption title. Wouldn't that be funny if, out of the blue... I mean, Redemption has put out some out there shit, but wouldn't it be funny, out of the blue, Redemption just releases a Jean-Luc Godard film? Roman Polanski film, Bitter Moon. That was, I think, made when he needed to go... Yeah, 1992. That's why it's in my French collection, because the man had to flee the Americas and then he made movies in France. I wonder why. Farewell Friend, Jean Herman. This is also a French film, but for some reason Charles Bronson's in it with Alain Delon. Yeah, this one was okay. I watched it when I was a bit depressed, so I don't really remember a lot of things about it. I'll rewatch it. From what I remember, it was really fun. 1968. Fun film. This was also really fun. Baby Blood. Man, this one is... it's messed up. Yeah, I really liked it. It's not one of my favorites, but I did watch it on a Sunday afternoon, and it was perfect for that. The actress in this is really dedicated to her role, and man, this one's a nasty little piece of cinema. Recent Mondo Macabro sale purchase, Sins of the Flesh. I haven't watched it yet, from 1974, of course. And this is a sexploitation. It has one of the... Is it directed by the guy who made Pussy Talk? That's something. That bumps this up my list of films to watch. Natalie, Escape from Hell. I need to watch this. This is a Nazi exploitation produced by Eurociné. and it's directed by Alain Payette as James Gardner, of course, why not? And it's, of course, yeah, Nazi exploitation, but from France, which is, I think this might be one of the only ones, if you don't count, like, Jess Franco's collaboration with, no, that was that French Eurociné? I don't know. But yeah, MVD Classics. Hopefully it's a better release than my Diamonds of Kilimanjaro. Yeah, I'm gonna watch this eventually. This is probably a good film for when you have a few. All right, Britain now. Ah, Britain, oi, bruv, don't get stopped, bruv. The first one is this 4-pack of horror. Of course, there are horror movies. It's Dracula. I meant Hammer films. So we got Horror of Dracula. Dracula has risen from the grave. Taste the blood of Dracula. And Dracula AD 1972. And this is these like Warner Brothers like 4-packs that were really common back when this was released. Sheesh, 1998. This DVD's that old? But yeah, just a bunch of Dracula Hammer films. I like these. I really like these. They're more the same, you know. They're very similar. But I never get tired of Christopher Lee playing Dracula. And I need to watch Dracula AD 72. That's like Dracula in the modern age of the 70s, and I'm always down for some groovy 70s stuff. The Devils, it's perfect. I really don't need to say more. I recently rewatched this on Easter weekend because just felt appropriate. And yeah, it's amazing. I love this one. Same thing with Scum. Like, do I really need to talk about Scum? Everybody watching this should or knows that Scum is a masterpiece. Yeah, I love Scum. This goddamn Scum sucker. Now, some lower budgeted British cinema from the 70s, but it still has Christopher Lee and Klaus Kinski. Circus of Fear. I did enjoy this. It's been a while since I watched it. Oh no, this is 60s. Okay, this makes sense. Yeah, it looks like the 60s. It feels like the 60s. The music is groovy. Directed by John Moxey. No clue who you are. Really like old Blue Underground 2003. Goddamn, this DVD is now 21 years old. Ah, yeah, Shockwaves. I love Shockwaves. It's so different as a zombie film. Of course, it has Peter Cushing, being British from this era, the 70s. Of course, it's going to have either Christopher Lee or Peter Cushing. This is a Nazi zombie film, and those were always interesting, honestly. This one's an interesting take on the whole zombies thing. I like it. I really like it. The Amicus collection. Oh, hell yeah. And now the Screaming Start. I got this for fairly cheap. I think Severin or Synapse. Somebody has put this out on Blu-ray. Maybe Scream. Maybe Scream. I think this one's Scream. I think the next one is Severin. Fun movie. I really like this one. And plus it's these old Dark Sky Films DVDs, which are really hard to find now because, well, you know, companies stopped. Oh man, this is a heavy one. Of course, it's Asylum. Severin put this out. I haven't watched it yet, but it looks really interesting, and from what I heard, it's really good. 72, of course. Yeah, love myself some 70s cinema. I think everyone owns this. It's so cheap, plus 8 Hammer horror films for the price. You can't go wrong. Brides of Dracula, The Curse of the Werewolf, Night Creatures, The Phantom of the Opera, which I really enjoyed, Paranoiac, which is kind of decent, The Kiss of the Vampire, Nightmare is fun, and The Evil Frankenstein. I haven't seen all of these, but yeah, this is like a classic set that like everyone owns. Because it's Universal, so it's super cheap. Oh man, Blood on Satan's Claws. Blood on Satan's Claw. Sorry, there's a singular claw. Man, what can I say? This one is great. I love this one. I've talked about it on my second channel, I think during my 31 Days of Horror challenge, and it's an amazing film. I love this. This is For me, this is a 10 out of 10. It's a slow burn, yes. It's very, like, typical British, especially since this is a period piece, so people kind of speak in Old English. This is a precursor to The Witch. In fact, I'm pretty sure The Witch was heavily inspired by this. Peter Cushing in Corruption. If you've seen the trailer and from the trailer of this and some trailer compilations, you know it's a banging trailer. And honestly, the film is surprisingly nasty. It's really sleazy, especially for, you know, Peter Cushing, who you usually associate with these old school vampire Dracula Hammer films. Like, this one goes places, man. It's a dark one, but really, really fun. It's surprising that it passed British censorship laws, especially in '67. Not the biggest fan of this one. I mean, the Hammer Horror Collection. Oh, nudity. Countess Dracula. Yeah, I really need to rewatch it. Maybe I wasn't in the greatest of mood. Wait, this is rated PG? Man, PG hit different back in the 60s and 70s. Of course, recent purchase to go with that one. It's Hands of the Ripper. I changed the case because when I got this, it was like, man, green for some reason, probably some sun damage, but yeah, I haven't seen it yet. 71, but this is when Hammer got like silly. They got jiggy with it. Yeah, a film by Alan Brinkshaw, of course, director of Invader of the Lost Gold, which is a mid-ass movie. Killer's Moon is something. It's wacky. There's dialogue in this that I don't think would go well on with YouTube. Man, for 78 for Britain, I guess this predates the Video Nasties era, but like if this came out in the 80s in Britain, like it would have a lot of controversy associated with it. But since this is like some Alan Brinkshaw 70s just random ass exploitation film, I don't think people cared enough in England. Like this isn't, he's no Pete Walker, which, speaking of which, more Pete Walker. We got Schizo. Schizo is amazing. I love Schizo. I just love everything Pete Walker honestly was a master of, like, slow burn British thrillers. Amazing film. The Comeback, man, holy shit, was this not what I expected, man. This was really a surprise, because this cover is of course very graphic, but then you get to the movie and it's just this amazing thriller about this pop star just trying to go back to find back his fame. And yeah, this one is freaking amazing. Just love Pete Walker. Frightmare, I of course did an entire video about this, and it's amazing. And it has this old lady, which she plays in basically every goddamn Pete Walker film ever, and she's always amazing. I love Frightmare, is right up there with my favorites from the master himself, Pete Walker. House of Mortal Sin. House of Mortal Sin, man. This actually, forget what I just said, this might be my favorite Pete Walker film. This is much more of a, similar to Lucio Fulci when he did Don't Torture a Duckling. This is a critic criticizing the Catholic Church institution, and it does an amazing job at that. It's, again, an amazing thriller, murder mystery kind of horror film from Pete Walker, legend. This one I haven't seen yet. This seems to be a bit of a departure from the rest of the stuff I own from him. This seems to be much more of a drama about, you know, a pop star sleeping with a fan that might be underage. So I don't know how this would go today, but hey, we're here for some fun. Virgin Witch, yeah, this one's alright. I mean, it's very British. It's not really, like, it's an exploitation film, but, like, it's British exploitation, so it's not like, you know, Italians. There's a few British exploitation films that I can say are sleazy and nasty. Corruption is one of those. And Virgin Witch, it is not. It's just very subdued, but still, you know, it has its moments. I gave it, I think, a 6 out of 10. This film is legendary. This is also one of the first exploitation films I got on Blu-ray when I started collecting, because I got this for super cheap at HMV. Man, this one I love. I might just love it for nostalgia reasons, but I did do an entire video on this. It, of course, has Udo Kier, Linda Hayden from, of course, Blood on Satan's Claw, and Fiona Richmond. I really love this film. And fun fact, this is the only British produced, British made film to make the Video Nasties list, which tells you how much of a banger it is. And also, this is limited edition, and back when Severin would, instead of giving you CDs, they'd give you actual content. And this is Band of Sadist Videos, a documentary on the Video Nasties era. And it's honestly a really great documentary, so I was happy because I was not only getting a Blu-ray, a DVD, but also an extra DVD with a feature-length documentary, which it's not mentioned on the back of this disc because it just had a sticker on the foil that said like, oh, includes full-length feature-length doc. The House of Seven Corpses. Not a lot of people talk about this one. The only time I hear it brought up is negatively, and I honestly really enjoy this one. It is slow, it's kind of boring, but man, I like this one. If I'm not mistaken, this is also like maybe an Amicus or probably not Hammer, but it does have John Carradine. This might not be British. I'll have to check. Yeah. I'll this might not be British at all. I just thought it was British on how dry and long it is. Symptoms with Angela Pleasance, of course, sister of Donald, if I'm not mistaken. Man, this is a masterpiece, also directed by José Ramón Larraz, produced in the UK, and man, it was the official UK entry to the Cannes Festival. Man, I understand. I don't know how not many people know about this one. This is one of the best films to come out of Britain in the 70s. Man, Symptoms is an amazing film about mental health issues and, isolation. Man, this one's fucking blast. Mondo, next sale, even though Mondo titles are super cheap, just go pick up Symptoms. Don't wait for a sale, you cheap bastard. Oh, I'm burpy. I just ate. Monty Python's The Meaning of Life. Now, I love Monty Python. Maybe surprising to some people. I don't know. I don't talk about it often, but I am a big Monty Python fan. The Holy Grail, of course. Oh, sorry. This one is really good. Also another underrated gem from Britain, and this one's from the 50s. I think 59, so you're right on the border. Oh no, 60. Maybe 50. Oh no, 59. Yeah, the copyright is making me. Yeah. So this is a black and white gothic horror film about a town with with a legend, and Christopher Lee is like this doctor, and this lady. It's been a while. Lady goes into a town. Town is messed up. You know what's up. Super atmospheric. What I loved about this film, I need to rewatch it because clearly I don't remember a lot, is how atmospheric it is. And they used a lot of fog in this. Man, the budget on the fog machine must have been enormous. One that doesn't get talked about enough, this Arrow Video release is standard, so you know you can pick it up cheap at the next sale, and that is The Long Good Friday with this guy. Bob Hoskin, that's the name. Bob Hoskin, the legend. Yeah, this is a gangster film from Britain. It's really amazing. I'm not familiar with too many gangster films from Britain, but I'm just going to throw that out there. This is one of the best. Who directed this? John Mackenzie. If any British people are watching, tell me what he did. Now we're moving on to Germany, the Germans, and we're starting with a bootleg, which I'm sure the Germans would be proud because they love producing bootleg DVDs. Mark of the Devil 2, of course, I've talked a lot about Mark of the Devil 1 being one of my favorite films ever, and one of my favorite film subgenres ever. Christine, I guess you can say Christina F, since it's German, I don't know. I haven't watched this yet. I'm kind of scared. It's about a teenage prostitute, drug addict. Yeah, it's messed up. But it does have a special appearance by David Bowie. Thank you. Thank you. When I'm watching my teenage heroin addict film, I really want some boogie. Run Lola Run. Amazing action film from Germany. Amazing. I love this one. And this is like a hood classic. I really need to find this on Blu-ray. I don't even know if there's a Blu-ray on this, but it is a action, fast-paced, super short, man. This is under 80 minutes, I think. 81 minutes, so really fast pace. Post MTV, yeah, the editing can get a bit goofy there, a bit early 2000s, but yeah, I just really like this one. Moving from Run Lola Run to The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, silent film. Man, there's a lot of goddamn logos on this. Man, what can I say? It's a great film. I saw this at my local theater. There was a live band with some, that instrument, that's just a stick and you move around it and makes noise. Incredible. I love going there. I also saw Nosferatu, which I don't have here. I should really pick up Nosferatu. I love these early 20s silent films. 1920, man, this one is old. Just as old as your mother. Horror of Spider Island. Man, I didn't know Germany made these types of movies, especially for the time in the 60s. This is like a 60s B movie that you would see in like the US, and then there's nudity, and you're like, yep, that's not from the United States. Super fun film. This is just your typical B movie monster kind of beach party movie, but with a twist. Really surprising. Honestly, this was like a shocking discovery. Speaking of shocking, now we're getting into the fun parts of German filmmaking. Hangst. Still haven't seen it. When I watch it, there will be a video. This is the type of movie that I'm waiting to watch for a video, so you guys have my first-hand impressions fresh off the movie. Necromantic and Jörg Budgereit's Necromantic. Yeah, I just love Jörg Budgereit. I love Necromantic. I do prefer 2, which I think is now the common basic white bitch opinion, is that Necromantic 2 is better. The Return of the Living Dead. Man, I love these movies. I don't know what I rated them, so don't look at my Letterboxd because I watched them a long time ago, but I will rewatch them and give all of them probably 5s out of 5. I found this at HMV for super cheap in 2015, old Cult Epic release, probably out of print. More than likely out of print. And then we get these amazing edition of Schlamm. Now I need to rewatch Schlamm. I wasn't the biggest Schlamm fan when I first watched this, but man, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna love it now because I've changed. And yesterday I got this in the mail. Shout out my friend Alex from Britain, bruv, who got me this for free. And it's amazing. It's the collector edition of Der Todskin, so now I can put it next to Schlamm, and it'll be beautiful. Thank you again, Alex. Hopefully you're watching. I did thank him. in the DMs. Mark of the Devil, I have nothing to say. I love this film. Am I gonna pick up the 4K from Vinegar Syndrome? Probably not. I'm fine with this Blu-ray, DVD, Blu-ray. And it's also because it's a special. How many discs are in here? Like, this is already a pretty banging edition. Oh no, that's just the DVD. This is just a DVD? Is this so old that... Yeah, it's an old DVD Blu-ray combo. Well, I look stupid now. No. But there are a lot of bonus features. I mean, it's old school Arrow, so, you know. If you know, you know, as they say. Rote Son, I don't think I'm gonna keep this. I mean, it's a good film. It's just a German New Wave kind of film, very similar to the French New Wave, as in you're just following this group of people talking about politics, revolution. I might keep it. I'll give this one a rewatch eventually. It's beautiful edition by Radiance Films. Yeah, Radiance Film does some good work. Just don't put out a lot that I care about. Succubus, man, Succubus is cool. Did you look at this screenshot? How can you not buy this film? I saw this, I was like, damn, I'm sold. Succubus, a German 80s film, really out there, really weird. My light is dying. I'm be back. I thought I was gonna finish the entire thing without it breaking. There was hope, but I got moving on to another super underrated German film that Mondo Macabro put out, The Fan, aka Der Fan. Yeah, directed by Eckhard Schmidt. Yeah, this one is a blast. It's not like fun, it's quite depressing in fact, but it is a film from the 80s Germany, and it's about it's about fan and idolizing celebrities. It's really ahead of its time when you think about it, especially in this like modern celebrity obsessed kind of post-Kardashian show age. Really interesting social commentary, really good film. I am definitely going to cover this. Then moving on to some Greek films, some Greek, My Big Fat Greek Wedding, Singapore Sling. I don't think that is really appropriate for My Big Fat Greek Wedding crowd. I haven't seen this one yet. I am going, it's another one that I'm just waiting for a time to make a video on it, so I can finally watch it to get some of my fresh thoughts. Of course, Vinegar Syndrome recently put this out. I think it was a Vinegar Syndrome and not one of their sub-labels. And this is the old Synapse DVD. Again, bought it at a con, because... Sorry, Synapse had a bunch of old stuff that they were getting rid of. Now, Nicholas Masarakis, and I was so happy because today Arrow announced a box set of Nico Masarakis, and it is Death Has Blue Eyes. I was really surprised with this film. It has a super low rating on IMDb. I think it has like in the 3s. Like, damn, people, what movie were you watching? Maybe this has like a shitty, terrible American cut. That would make sense. It's kind of a blend of Polizeski and Giallo. But made in Greece. It's really interesting. Plus, this cover is yeah, there's a reason I like this cover. Then, of course, Nico Masarakis' most notorious film, it's Island of Death, of course. Everybody knows this. I will eventually make a video on this. It's one of the nastiest video nasties. One that, when you think about it, even though I disapprove of the video nasties list, if one of the titles on there would be an appropriate one for a video nasties list, it'll be this one. Now, moving on to Spanish Land. Paul Naschy, of course, Blue Eyes of the Broken Doll. Amazing title. Pretty good film. I haven't watched this one in probably decades. It's this slipcover. It's the only thing. I was gonna watch it the other day. Oh no, that was another film. Was this? Yeah, I was gonna watch this the other day. I'm like, yeah, I'm feeling like a Spanish Giallo type of vibe. And then I'm looking at this full screen. What the fuck? 2007, still full screen. I don't know if this film was just shot in full screen because this is mastered in high definition. I'll have to give this one a rewatch, and I'm in the mood for some Spanish giallo. I'll throw this one in. Again, amazing edition, like old school DVD. Horror Rises from the Tomb. Paul Naschy, I think, is Paul Naschy in this? Yeah, Naschy, of course. I think did he direct this one? No, it's Carlos Ured. Again, one I haven't seen in decades, by Mondo Crash. That's not a label you hear a lot of. Yeah, I'll have to give this one a rewatch. Now, this one I watched recently, pretty decent little giallo from Spain. 7 Murders for Scotland Yard. Of course, it has Paul Naschy in it, because why the hell not? It is, in fact, Spanish. Yeah, fun little Spanish giallo. Blood Spattered Bride, another one that you can get on Blu-ray from Mondo Macabro, and I would highly recommend you guys pick it up. It is based on Camellia by Sheridan Sheridan Le Fanu. Yeah, amazing film. Really one that I was surprised. I watched this early in my horror fandom because, again, I saw the trailer for this in a lot of trailer compilations. It's the infamous trailer where the guy comes out of the cinema, he's interviewed by a news anchor, and he goes fucking insane. Yeah, the trailer was really off-putting because this is a slow burn, masterfully crafted little thriller. Cutthroats 9 and a Joshua. Joshua is not a Spanish film, but Cutthroats 9 is. This is a old ass Code Red DVD. Is this Code Red? Might not even be. I always thought this was Code Red, but there's no Code Red logo anywhere, so it's not Code Red. So Cutthroats 9 is one of the nastiest westerns, because just like Italy, Spain produced also a bunch of westerns, and it's a really fun one. Joshua I haven't seen yet, but it has Fred Williamson, so I should check it out. Yeah, but Cutthroats 9, brutal little western. Cannibal Man, I haven't seen it yet, but it's another video nasty. Yeah, I can't wait. Apparently it's called Cannibal Man. It's not a jungle cannibal film. It's much more of a dark psychological thriller. One of these Full Moon releases, remastered from the original uncut 35mm negatives. I don't believe you, Charles. I don't believe you for one freaking second. Is directed by Jose Luis Merino. Paul Naschy's in it, of course, and does this one have? No, this is not the one with Klaus Kinski. I think I went over that one. Anyways, Fraulein Devil, Spanish, I think. This might be French. I'm not too sure. I'll have to check again. Nazi exploitation, of course. 77. I don't think this is Spanish. Hi. Hello. Hi. Where are you? Hello. Hello. You want to watch Fräulein Devil? No? Okay. Sorry. Oh, fuck. Then sheesh. Then we got Frauleins in Uniform. Again, I'm not too sure if this is actually Spanish. It is produced by Aaron C. Dietrich. This might be German. Probably not, because it's Nazi exploitation. I don't think Germany were allowed to do these. But yeah, I'll look. I haven't seen this one. Did I watch it? I don't remember. These kind of all blend in together. Boy. Clearly, because I don't even know which country they're from. Mad Foxes, man. Mad Foxes is something that is quite certainly a film I've seen. It is an insane little piece of cinema. This is a Full Moon. Yeah, Full Moon seems to be the ones behind it, even though there is no DVD-R. No, this is a bootleg, but Full Moon did put this one out, but this is a bootleg. Yeah, this one's... Again, it's produced by Erwin C. Dietrich, so the other ones might be Spanish. He kind of produced a lot of European cinema. He was Swiss, but I don't think any of the movies he produced were Swiss. Well, The Peeper Size, the super underrated 70s horror thriller. Really, really good. Honestly, not a lot of people talk about it. It was put out by VCI. Old DVD. I paid nothing for this back in 2015. But really, really underrated. Really, really good. I need to rewatch this. It's been so freaking long. 72, yeah, it's been too long. Now some more modern Spanish films. We got In My Skin. I haven't watched it yet, but it's one that, you know, you hear a lot on like Disturbing's list. And then, of course, one that I've covered, one of the short films on this, it's Aftermath Genesis. One of the... I got this for super cheap. Well, super cheap for what it is. It was super cheap. I think I paid like 40 Canadian or maybe even 30 Canadian at like this old video store in Quebec. And it's the three short films by Nacho, what's his name? Nacho Cerdas or Nacho Cerda. Nacho Cerda. You got Aftermath, you got Genesis, and then you got The Awakening, and a bunch of special features, of course, put out by Unearthed Films. Now, moving on. Oh, I'm gonna have to go through the cable. Through the cable. Oh man, I love this film. Truly one of the greatest zombie films ever made. This is another one that will make your blood boil. And this is the slipcover over a steelbook, which is definitely something. But the steelbook, I'll just show you because the art on it is beautiful. And I need my two hands. I apologize for the cat meowing. Yeah, truly a beautiful steelbook, man. This release is amazing. This film is amazing. It's one of my favorite, like, 70s zombie films. I'll be right back. Next up is Pieces. Everybody knows and everybody loves Pieces. If you don't love Pieces, what are you doing here? And we've covered this on a Juan Piquer Simon episode of the podcast. La Noche de la Ira, aka Blood Hunt. Really underrated Spanish film. It's an action flick put out by Severin, and it was really, really, really surprising. Like, honestly, I didn't know what to expect. This was a total blind buy, and I was pleasantly surprised. This is a great little action flick. Oh. Hi. Are you gonna try to jump? Please don't try to jump. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, little baby. Little baby. This is going in the video. I don't care. Oh, I'm blinding. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't want to flash the lights in front of in your eyes. In your little eyes. Anyways, don't try to go up there. It's not thick enough for you. Okay. The distraction has been avoided. Slugs. Man, I really spent like 2 minutes petting my cat. Yeah, Slugs. I love Slugs. Again, we've covered it on the Juan Piquer Simon episode. It's not as good as Pieces, but man, it does get silly and jiggy with it. I love it. We got two Paul Naschy films. We got The Night of the Werewolf and Vengeance of the Zombies. I got these recently from a company, BCI, no clue who they are. Then some good Mondo Macabro. We got The Horrible Sexy Vampire. This was okay, not my favorite, but it was definitely an interesting little watch. It's directed by Jose Luis Madrid, and it is a lesbian vampire thingy, I guess. Who can kill a child? Just heard good things about this one. I haven't seen it yet, but man, I've heard some amazing thing about this one. Apparently the transfer is really good. Hunting Ground, really another super underrated film that Mondo Macabro put out. This is a chilling thriller, of course, directed by Jordi Grau, director of Let Sleeping Corpses Lie, which I'm pretty sure that's The Living Dead at Manchester Morgue. That's their alternative title. It's really an intense... The description is perfect. It's about class warfare, kind of. It's really good. I love this one. A blast. Dark Waters, amazing nunsploitation film from the 90s, which is really surprising. Really a late entry into that subgenre. It's amazing, very much influenced by H.P. Lovecraft, Lovecraftian horror. Again, just done amazingly, and Hollywood can't even do that with their big $1 million budgets. Moving on from Spain to some Eastern European countries. We've got Witch Hammer. I love these witch films. I haven't seen this one yet, but I love these witch films. We got Criterion's release of Sweet Movie, again one that needs a Blu-ray. This movie is completely messed up, very, very, very uncomfortable watch. I will do a video on this. We got a Polish film, which I think is now in the folk horror set. I think it's Wilskisia. I haven't seen this one yet. Then we got some Turkish cinema. Well, we got one because there is a part of Turkey that's in Europe. Don't at me. Last House in Istanbul. Now, this doesn't have subtitles. I haven't watched this yet, but I will get to it eventually. Hopefully I can get a subtitled version if anybody knows about where I could acquire, legally or not, a subtitled version of this film. A modern film from Eastern Europe. We got a Serbian film. I've done a video about this. I've talked about this film to death. Yep, my cat is still going on. Valerie and Her Week of Wonders, a Czechoslovakian new wave film. I think it's from Czechoslovakia. I haven't seen it yet, but apparently it is amazing. I think this is Polish director, and Zulansky. That sounds Polish. Possession, of course, I've heard nothing but amazing things about this. This is a lot of people's, in their top 10 favorite films of all time. I haven't seen it yet. I will get to it eventually. This is a Russian film, a Soviet film from the 70s, I think, 60s, late 60s. I did watch it. I did not fall in love with it, but I don't think I was in the mood for this type of film. And before you give me any shit, I know that Jaredowski was not... It's not European. These are not European films. I will change them. Santa Sangre. Of course, Jaredowski. Don't really need to talk too much about these. We all love Alejandro Jaredowski, and especially The Holy Mountain. This is probably my favorite that I've seen so far. This is one that I fell automatically in love, man. I watched this when I got it, and I watched it 3 times in a week. I kind of got obsessed with this film for a while. Moving on to some Canada. Oh, these are falling. Jeremy's falling, and I'm just gonna have to move again. We got the Ilsa box set, really cool set. I think this is from Denmark, actually, because these are all out of print and really hard to find in North America. We got Ilsa, She-Wolf of the SS, Ilsa, Harem, Keeper of the Oil Sheiks, and the reason why I bought this, because the other 2 movies are easier to find, is The Tigress of Siberia, which I have a beautiful poster signed by Diane Thorne herself, and yeah. I love these. The Kino Blu-rays, or 4Ks even, I think they might be. I will definitely buy them, even though Kino shipping is ridiculous. I will sacrifice some money for some Ilsa. Festival Spasm, these are a collection of short films that played at Montreal's Spasm Festival, which is like this sci-fi, horror, action, martial arts, low budget, Canadian, independent, from Quebec, so all French-Canadian produced, directed, horror films. Yeah, this is a fun little set. It does include The Bagman, which I have covered on one of my videos back in the days. It's a good little collection, really nice, really cool that Quebec produced these types of films, because you rarely hear about that. Got this cheesy flicks release of Ilsa, Harem, Keeper of the Oil Sheik. There was a lot of controversy when this came out because for some reason the people that produced, which were Canadian, what was the name? Cinepix. They were like, Ilsa She-Wolf of the SS made a lot of money, so we're gonna release an R-rated sequel. And nobody was happy with that. Eventually, I will cover the entirety of the Ilsa franchise on my channel. Just give me a minute. Diane Thorne in Ilsa She-Wolf of the SS. I watched this last weekend, and I did remember how messed up this one is. It is a truly grim film that is way more nasty than I originally thought it would be. We got Daydream, produced by a Canadian, not directed by a Canadian. It is Bob Clark, of course, from Black Christmas fame, which I don't own, but I really want to. Now, this is a masterpiece. I think Scream released a Blu-ray of this. I need to pick it up. It's been so long since I've watched this. The Little Girl Who Lives Down the Lane with Jodie Foster, Martin Sheen. Amazing film. Truly another underrated gem of the 70s. More people need to know about these blasts from the 70s. Now we got The House by the Lake, aka Deaf Weekend. The Canadian Last House on the Left. It's Canadian. It's really, I don't love that one. Ghost Keeper, I've actually made a video on this a while ago, like when I started my channel, and oh, this is damaged. This is not good. Code Red DVD, this was way too expensive for what it is, but I love this film. It is one that captures the intensity and isolation of the Canadian winter, especially in the Canadian Rockies. This has an amazing film. Highly recommend for a winter viewing. This movie sucks. Yeah, this movie, whew. The infamous 80s Canadian thriller, now on DVD, and it'll stay on DVD because I don't think anybody wants this crap. Man, this one was disappointing. I've heard so much stuff, especially with Lazar Rockwood, but man, this movie is fucking... Oof. Christopher Alexander, I think his name is. Yeah, Chris Alexander's Queen of Blood. He is a frequent collaborator of Full Moon. I think he wrote a book on Corman. He also runs Horrorama. And yeah, he makes movies too. Yep. I haven't seen this one yet. It's super short though, so I should maybe look into it. I did watch his recent film, Parasite, and that was just okay. Nothing too spectacular. Oh, he was the editor-in-chief of Fangoria. Ah, makes sense. And these are really influenced by Euro horror, which I kind of like, and especially this looks to be influenced by a lot of Rollin and Franco's style. So yeah, I'll give this one a watch. The only film that Canada really needs, it's Things. We've covered this on a podcast with horrible reviews. I love Things. I watched this a lot. Last year on Canada Day, I did by myself a Canadian horror and exploitation marathon. I got plastered, and this was my last movie up for that night, and this was the blackout period. I downed the facts 10%, put that in, and I don't remember a thing from Things. So yeah, moving on to some more Canadian. Alright, we are back and we're continuing with the Canucksploitation / Canadian films, and this is a classic. Now this is a masterpiece of Canucksploitation, probably one of the best ones out there on an objective level. I mean, it's a siege film. I mean, that's the title. It's Siege, and it's based on a true story. I think either in Calgary or Halifax in the 80s there was like a police strike, and which made the city police strike for 30 days, I think, and that's what this film is based upon. It's the story of so yeah, there's this police strike, so there are no polices out there, so a group of skinhead neo-Nazis go to this gay nightclub, and they start, basically murdering people. One of them escapes, goes to this house where I think they take care of it's been a little while. I think they take care of mentally challenged people. Just, you know, give them like a halfway house kind of independence, but with just somebody who overlooks them. Yeah, then chaos ensues, and one of the best 80s action film ensues. It's really great, truly underrated. At the time of filming, this was a birthday of the Soska sisters. I'm not the biggest Soska sisters fan. I think this is their best film from what I've seen, and it's not even that great. I mean, it is pretty good. I'd be lying if I didn't say it was good. A lot of people love it. I just don't love it as much as other people, but I should rewatch it, honestly. It's a fairly interesting film. I haven't watched it in years. I'm just not the biggest Soska twin fans, not even for their movies, honestly, more of their attitude. They're a bit, they're special. Octobre, a French-Canadian film based on the October Crisis from 1970. Yeah, it's decent. Not my favorite. This is like an old DVD. It's on full screen. I got this. I searched for this for so long, but yeah, the movie itself is from 1994, but yeah, not the best one. It is a classic. It needs to, honestly, the thing about like older French-Canadian films is that nobody cares to re-release them on physical media, because, you know, physical media, even in smaller market, is even deader. But there is a company that does streaming. They're called Elephant, but they do restore older French-Canadian films, but French-Canadian films rarely have anything to do with genres, because a lot of French-Canadian filmmakers are like super like anti-American films, and they don't like the idea of producing a commercial film. Saint-Martyr des Damnés. Now, this is a really interesting thing. I'm really nostalgic about this one because this is a French-Canadian horror film, which again is really rare. I think there's just one. Robin Albert, yeah, that's his name. That's basically the only like mainstream French-Canadian guy that does French-Canadian horror. I think they recently made a zombie film that played at Fantasia, but it looked kind of just average. But yeah, this one is really, really good. It's about this ghost town, kind of. There are still people in the town, but you know, there's something odd in the town. And honestly, this one is so underrated, and it is so lost to time. Pretty sure this DVD from early 2000s, probably when the movie came out in 2005, I think this is the only way to watch this film. And of course it's out of print, so the only way really to watch this film is if you find a DVD in Canada and at like a garage sale. I might have honestly to rip this one and maybe send it to some people. Maybe, I don't even know. Yeah, there are English subtitles. Yeah, I might do that, just, you know, not illegally upload it, but just to have it archived just in case this DVD breaks, because again, it's a good movie. A local film with David Hess, Sasha Grey, Michael Berryman, and Herschel Gordon Lewis. This is heavily inspired by the works of Herschel Gordon Lewis. This movie sucks. I bought it just for Sasha Grey because I'm a big fan. But turns out it's man. And what's sadder is I think this is David Hess's final role. Yeah, this is this is bad. And I know the director, like not personally, but he runs the Mayfair, which is the really cool local theater that plays a lot of older movies. I recently went to see Maniac there, and that was fun, but yeah, his movies, I'm not a fan. Manborg. Astron 6, I'm pretty sure this was Astron 6's first feature-length film, and it's amazing. I really, really like it. It's very much of its time, you know, back when, you know, the Grindhouse and exploitation film remake craze, not the remake, but I mean inspired by craze was all was the big fad at the time, and it does have some sketchy green screen and everything, but what's impressive is all the effects and the look, the design. All of this movie was made for $1,000, which is insane. A movie that I didn't initially really care for, that now I really adore because I rewatched it with an open mind, is Hobo with a Shotgun. Again, this is from the era of like Grindhouse, so it's way more exaggerated than actual exploitation films, you know. Unless you're Trauma, these types of over-the-top exploitation films weren't really that common in the 70s and 80s, so it does kind of warp the perspective on these films for people who are just familiar with the Grindhouse revival, but it is really fun. It is over the top. It does feel like a Trauma film. If you're not in the mood for a Trauma-esque, over-the-top action horror film, you probably won't like it, but when you're in the right mood, this is fun. Like, this is a really fun film. Now, other French-Canadian filmmakers who did the right thing for success, and they just started making films in English. It's summer of '84. This got a really cool Blu-ray from one of Vinegar Syndrome's partner label, I think Utopia. So I just got this DVD for super cheap, and it's, oh my god, this movie. I thought this was gonna be another, like, 80s core Stranger Thing kind of thing, which I'm kind of tired of that whole thing, except for Maxine, because I love Ty West. But what I got was just a really great coming-of-age drama with some horror twist. Really good. Now, Ryan Nicholson is a bit of a hit or miss for me, and this is a miss. This movie, phew. I watched this with a friend, I'm like, oh shit, I just killed the vibe. Patrick Fortin, another French-Canadian underground director. I haven't seen these one yet. It's Infernal Gluttony and Infernal Gluttony 2. Patrick Fortin is really known for the gore, for the extreme gore, and I just wanted to cover his films for videos because I think they would be appropriate because, again, they're gory films. Oh no, I have to talk about Black Fawn Distribution now. They're a Canadian distribution company. They started a while ago. I met them at a convention. I was like, this is a cool concept, you know, not a French Canadian, just a Canadian distribution company kind of distributing indie films. So I bought pretty much everything they had released for a while, and all their movies almost sucked. Oh my god. So my collection, I still own a lot of their stuff, but it's in another room, and I will get rid of it because, man, there's other than like Horsehead, which is okay. If a Tree Falls, which I really If a Tree Falls, I really enjoyed. The rest are garbage, man. Bite is one of the worst movies, like, not ever, but like that I've seen. You know, that could be considered a movie, because when I say a worse movie, most of them couldn't even be considered real movies. Anyway, I'm rambling. This video's already too long. Death Valley. I bought this because it looked cool, but knowing Black Fawn's track record, it's probably gonna suck. Possessor from Brandon Cronenberg, of course. I haven't watched any of Brandon Cronenberg films. I don't know why. I mean, I love David, so why not Brandon? Speaking of David, here we go. Criterion Collection of Videodrome. I'm always debating with myself what Cronenberg film is my favorite. I do really like his older stuff, which is coming up pretty soon, but man, Videodrome is up there. This movie, whew, solid. Honestly, masterpiece. I love this one. Now, I heard that this one was a bit boring from a friend, but I just love this edition from Severn Film. This is a Video Nasty, which I haven't really talked about Video Nasties yet, but I do own like 50 of them. Most of them are coming up or have already came up from my Italian collection, but yeah, I haven't seen this. Apparently, it's more of a courtroom drama, and it has nothing to do, like it shouldn't be on the Video Nasties, which most films on the Video Nasties list shouldn't be on there. That was just, you know, the British being British. Speaking of Cronenberg's older work, They Came From Within, aka Shivers. I absolutely love Shivers. It's honestly one of my favorite. It was his first, and it's still one of my favorites. I watch this movie a lot. I love this one. Yeah, and it was super controversial whenever this came out. People were like, this is what our tax are paying for trash like this, because the way Canadian movies were and still are kind of funded is through a lot of government grants. And yeah, This was from the tax shelters era, so you know a lot of people would, like dentists and people with a lot of money, would invest in film so they wouldn't have to pay as much taxes. So that was from that era, and it brought us David Cronenberg. So suck my ass if you don't like it. Rabid is, it's another one of my favorites. I absolutely love Marilyn Chambers in this. Truly spectacular, and I just love this film. I went to a lot of their filming locations, and I saw the mall, and the mall still looks like this. It's still brown, it's still ugly. Man, I love this film. The Void, yeah, not from Astron 6, they kind of broken up, but it is from Steven Kostanski, which was part of Astron 6, and this movie is incredible, man. I love this one, truly underrated. Doesn't have high ratings, a lot of people don't like it somehow, but man, this is Lovecraftian, really good. Again, low budget filmmakers showing that they can do Lovecraft better than Hollywood. This movie was made for like 50 grand. When I watched it behind the scene, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, this movie feels like $1 million. And from the people who brought us Summer of '84, their masterpiece Turbo Kid is so much fun. I love this edition from Raven Banner. Number one, I guess they did a series of Steelbook, and I just didn't care about what the other things they released. Yeah, Raven Banner's really hit or miss, but man, when they released Turbo Kid, I'm all in. I love this. I haven't watched it in so long. I need to pop it back in. I love Turbo Kid. It's so much fun. Another one that some people are like, oh, it's too goofy. Well, fuck you, man. Kathy's Curse. I went to the Kathy's Curse house, not interior, but exterior, because it was like a $14 million house now. I haven't seen Kathy's Curse. I've just been hearing that it's like one of the best Exorcist ripoff, as in it's hilariously bad. And yeah, I'll have to check it out. Now, a really underrated Canadian film that... Oh, I just broke the goddamn case. Oh well, good thing I have a lot of cases. It's Deranged. It's one of the first films based on Ed Gein, I think. The Confessions of a Necrophile. Man, this movie is out there. This movie is vile. I haven't seen it in so long, too. If you go on my Letterboxd, the rating is probably low because I was stupid back then. Blue Monkey, aka Insect. Yeah, I've done a review of this on my second channel. It's fun. It's a creature feature, Canadian. It has, of course it has this guy, what's his name? He's like in every Canadian exploitation film ever. And it has Steve Rell's back. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I like Insect, aka I like Blue Monkey more as a title. Prom Night. I don't know why a lot of people don't like this one, and I can understand, because a lot of people were probably, you know, like, oh, it's gonna be an 80s slasher, but it's more like in the veins of a Halloween. It has Jamie Lee Curtis. Like, I can understand like the reasons people don't like it, but I really like this one. It has Leslie Nielsen. I love the soundtrack. Disco music goes hard. I don't care. Curtains. I love Curtains. I need to review Did I talk about this on my second channel? Like, if I review this, it'll be on my second channel. It's a mix of a... I went in a convention and I met a lot of the actors, and they had a panel talking about this film. It's kind of a messy film just because a lot of the director or the producer couldn't get along as to what this movie was gonna be. Was it gonna be like a straight up slasher or a more giallo inspired film? So it's this very interesting blend of those two genres, and it makes for a really good film. I really like Curtains. I didn't know I was gonna like it this much. Probably one of my biggest surprise in the recent years. And I'm gonna go mute Discord, because it's gonna be annoying. Moving on to some more modern titles, basically all my other Ryan Nicholson films. I reviewed Torch. I like Torched. Not my favorite, but it is one of his first, and it is really short. It's like 45 minutes, I think. A lot of people don't like this one. I found myself really enjoying it. I mean, it's a Hostel ripoff, but even more like... a lot more... How do I say it without sounding like a little... somebody who... Like, I want to say racist, but I don't want to say racist at the same time, but it is really goddamn racist. But I don't care. It's not serious. It's just made for fun. But it is like a Ryan Nicholson film, so of course the characters are abysmally written. The dialogue is terrible, and it's so full of. Yeah, but I like it. There is a nasty kill in that one. Gutterballs, probably Ryan Nicholson's most well-known film, and honestly, if you watch Gutterballs and you don't like Gutterballs, you won't like any of Ryan Nicholson's films, which is funny, because I usually don't like these types of film. The characters are the worst people on earth, you just want to see them die, the dialogue is terrible, the acting is terrible, but the special effects, and I feel like it's just, why I like Ryan Nicholson's film is that they just feel like a group of guys just hanging out, having fun, making movies. And also what he's known for, which are amazing special effects, which I can't deny. I mean, you can hate on his movies, and I understand. I hated Gutterballs the first time I saw it, too, but you can't hate the special effects. Star Vehicle, I think it's one of his later ones. That's the release. 2010, okay, maybe not. Maybe he made a few more after this. I don't know. Not my favorite. I think it suffers from a lot of what other Nicholson films suffer from. But I don't know. It's still really fun. I still really liked it. I mean, Ryan Nicholson is a divisive filmmaker. And whatever you want to say about his film, I mean, he passed away tragically, so may he rest in peace. But yeah, not for everyone. I'm not even the target audience for Ryan Nicholson, but I do enjoy his films for some reason. Again, Patrick Fortin, this is his big project, Cat Call, Omega Violence. I haven't watched it yet, but you can see from the screenshot, this is gonna be gory. Now, this director I met at Horrorama. I bought a few of his films. These don't look like the best, but I mean, I wanted to, support indie Canadian filmmakers. It's Nigel Hartwell. I'll have to give these a shot. I said these don't look the best just because these DVDs, these Blu-rays remind me of like dollar store, and I don't like this design reminds me of something. But yeah, it's Inside of Evil, The Expedition, and Inside of Evil 2, Vengeance. But I mean, these look fun. I mean, they look early 2000s? Jesus Christ, 2004? Okay, these... I mean, I'm gonna give them a watch. I kind of feel bad for saying that they look bad, but... And the guy was really nice. He even signed my copy of The Demented. I met one of the actresses, too, of this. The most awkward photo, because I don't like taking photos. But this has Felicia Rose... Bret Hart, is that a wrestler? I'll have to ask my like, that's why I said that, like, come on, don't use that as a screenshot. But yeah, I'll give these a watch. I mean, the guy didn't even, like, I met him, he seemed super nice, but, like, I don't think he was gonna, even if I review them poorly, from what he was saying, like, he's not on YouTube, and doesn't use technology. Alright, we're moving from Canada to Australia and New Zealand, because I love Australian films, and you'd expect me to say that this one is great, and it probably is, I just haven't seen it yet. Picnic at Hanging Rock, got this on a sale, I haven't seen it yet. It's more artsy, and you guys, I think from this part of the video, you guys can kind of figure out that I love artsy films. Nightmares. Man, this is underrated AF, and I think, did Severin re-release it on Blu-ray, or was it another company? Maybe Umbrella kind of took the reins on this one, because they release a lot of the Australian films. Man, I love Nightmares, and not a lot of people do, for some reason. It's a kind of stage fright, style of film. I think this came out before, because this is from 1980, where you follow this actress kind of, and she's mentally not all there, and then it's there's a few people that start dying around her. I just really love this one. The cinematography is so impressive. It's really Dean Cundey-esque, and yeah, I really love this film. Not enough people talk about it. Oh, I've reviewed it on my channel for like the last October challenge. This I need to rewatch because, man, I haven't watched it since I bought it years ago. It's Bad Boy Bobby. I learned about this, I think, from Horrible Reviews, and I bought it and I watched it. I didn't really care for it, but again, I was like, shit, 14, 15. This I also need to watch because I love this director's podcast, and it's Cat Sick Blues, and I need to watch it on the Wild Eye Raw and Extreme line, which might be one of the few titles on that line that is appropriate, because from what I hear, this line is just what's his name? Dustin Ferguson, the line. But yeah, this one looks nice. It looks awesome. Everybody tells me that it's great. I don't know why I haven't watched it yet. I'm probably because I want to do a video on it. Now, this was probably a better title than the movie, The Masturbating Gunman. It is an interesting concept, and this is an early film from Mark Savage. Yeah, who made, I think, the first official shot-on-video Australian film, but this is shot on film. I think this is like 8mm or maybe 16. It has that really, really gritty film look, which I really, really like. I like this film's style. I'm just not too sure if I like the film as a film. I'll have to give it a rewatch again. People, rewatch your movies. Sometimes your first opinions are wrong. Wolf Creek. Yeah, this one was kind of a big deal when it came out. It is very much of its time. What this is a Dimension title. Greg McGean. What the heck? Uncut version. I remember the time where this is such a 2005, I think, a release of a film. Like, this cover screams the early to mid 2000s, this uncut version, like everything they just slapped uncut on it, because most of the time they were like, oh, we're gonna release a cut version in theaters because we have no balls, and then for DVD sales they'd throw in uncut. Sometimes they do that just because like it didn't do well in theaters, so they're like, home video market, throw in the uncut thing and it'll sell. And I guess it worked. The Loved Ones, I need to rewatch this. A lot of people love this one. I was in the middle. Again, whenever a film is divisive, because a lot of people love this one, a lot of people hate this one. Whenever a film is super divisive, I tend to just be in the middle, and that was what I was. But it's an interesting film. I just think it's something we've all seen before, you know? But you can say that about a lot of movies that I love. I mean, I love giallos, and they're all pretty much the same. This is New Zealand. I think this is the only film from New Zealand I own, so I just threw it in there. But I will get the Peter Jackson movies that are releasing finally. The Devil's Rock. Le Rocher du Diable. I heard about this one back in the days from the Cinema Snob. I remembered it. I saw it for cheap. I paid $5 for this, and I was like, I'm curious. I bought it. I haven't watched it yet, but I do love these films about like weird Nazi experimentation during World War II, and that's what this is. Recently, I rewatched Overlord, but I'm getting too ahead of myself because I own that now, so it's coming up. Umbrella, love myself some Umbrella. I need more of their titles. Well, I do have some coming up, I think. The Man from Hong Kong, truly underrated action film from Australia. It mixes like the popularity of films like James Bond with the popularity of like Hong Kong flicks. It has Steve Rails back, if I'm not mistaken. It also has Jimmy Wang Yu. George Lazenby, not Steve Railsback, so George Lazenby was like a one-time Bond, so this is a pretty cool get. I really like this film. Again, I need to rewatch it, but it's super fun, super fun, duper fun. Road Games, well, I'm not sure if I love Road Games, I've been watching too long, but I remember really liking Road Games. Of course, Stacy Keach, Jamie Lee Curtis. Not even the biggest Jamie Lee Curtis fan, but she just appeared in a lot of films I like. Yeah, this one is so Australian. I love it. I don't know if I love it. I haven't watched it in years. The Road Warrior. I'm just like, yeah, I need the Mad Max films. Plus, they're super cheap. I'm not the biggest Mad Max fan, but I like him. I like him all right. Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. Yep, again, I like it alright. Oh yeah, this one I love. This was my first probably experience with Ozploitation after watching a documentary about Ozploitation, and I just thought this one looked amazing. It has Steve Railsback. That's the one with Steve Railsback. Olivia Hussey. I love this one. It's directed by Brian Trenchard Smith, who sadly is mostly well known for the Leprechaun sequels. Sorry about that, people, but he is a good director. I mean, this film is amazing. It's, it's a story of the most dangerous game. You're all familiar with it, but it is done perfectly. Perfectly for what it is. Long Weekend. Go watch Long Weekend. That's all I can say. This is a masterpiece. This is a 10 out of 10 masterpiece. It's an amazing film. Probably the best film in my collection from Australia. I still need to pick up that goddamn movie where everybody gets drunk. I forgot the name. I was listening to a podcast from the Sick on Cinema and they mentioned it today, but my brain fried. Alright, now we're moving to Scandinavia. Scandinavia, like North Europe, I think. Anyway, we got Ingmar Bergman, Smile of Summer's Night, The Seventh Seal, Wild Strawberries, and The Virgin Springs. I got this for The Virgin Springs, and it's the only one I've seen, so yeah, I'm not lying, but I am curious about a lot more of these, obviously. Artsy fartsy boys, so I'm curious about more of Ingmar Bergman's work. Then of course after Ingmar Bergman you got Dead Snow. It's just a logical conclusion. You start with The Virgin Spring, then you got Dead Snow. This is an old DVD. I got this as a gift from my brother, I think, whenever I started really getting into horror film, and they just bought me, anything that looked like a horror film. And sometimes it led to discoveries like Dead Snow. Actually, I bought this used. Maybe they gave me the second one and I bought this one after. Anyways, what's important is that Dead Snow is pretty cool. I mean, I'm really nostalgic for it. It's probably not the best, but I mean, it's fun for what it is. It's not mind-blowing. It's not breaking any, Dead Snow 2, Red vs. Dead, when they brought the commies in. Again, I remember this being super fun. But again, I was like 12 and just getting into horror. Let the right one in. I got this at the dollar store and it's like cardboard. Man, this is so thin. But yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I'm a piece of I know I should. It's a classic. Man, this one, I don't know how to feel about it. I really liked it the first time I watched this on like Netflix back in the day, but like a lot of people have told me that they don't like it as much, and the last time I watched it, I didn't care for it. But it is very gory, the effects are really cool. It does feel kind of like a Peter Jackson gory comedy of the time, so yeah, I don't know, I'll have to rewatch it again. VCI's release of The Night Visitor. I haven't watched this in so long. It does have Max von Sydow. It's directed by Laszlo Benek, and it had a good review in the Playboy magazine. That's good to know. Oh yeah, Kristina Lindberg, of course, made in Sweden. Man, this Code Red release. What the shit is this Code Red release? It sounds horrible. It looks decent. I mean, not Blu-ray quality, but it looks pretty decent. And yeah, I like this film. It's straight up sexploitation with Kristina Lindberg. It's kind of a coming-of-age sexploitation film. You know what to expect. This edition is expensive, but it shouldn't be because it's the Synapse edition of Thriller: A Cruel Picture. Now, obviously, I love Thriller: A Cruel Picture, one of the greatest rape revenge films ever made, but this edition, I bought it because it was super cheap, and I knew about the controversy, and I'm like, hey, if I can buy it and then sell it for more, and then buy the Vinegar Syndrome edition, but now the Vinegar Syndrome edition I think is completely out of print, so hey, either way, I'm stuck with this one. It is an upgrade from my DVD that I used to own from Synapse, but yeah, not impressed, Synapse, not impressed. Okay, now the category is American exploitation, so that includes South America too. I know I showed some Alejandro Jodorowsky's film and Jodorowsky that need to be here because I include South America. Well, Mexico is North America. You guys know what I mean. It's just US, Mexico, and like Brazil. I think that's why I kind of put it there, because I have like a couple Brazilian films. Yeah, buddy. I love this set. This is a super old Shriek Show set, and it still looks pretty good. I just love these old Shriek Show sets. So much nostalgia as to when I started collecting. But we got Day of the Animals, Grizzly, and Devil Dog. I'm pretty sure all of these have been re-released. But has Day of the Animals been re-released? I don't know. These are just Animals Attack, and they're pretty fun. I think all of them are American. Day of the Animals might be Italian. It feels Italian. Of course, I've talked about this film to death. One of my favorites ever. Last House on Dead End Street. This is one that got me into the more darker, disturbing, messed up side of exploitation cinema. And this is the French edition. It's one that is still not in print, but it's still like available for a decent price if you cannot find the Corruption Blu-ray with the transfer on it. I would recommend this edition. It has pretty much the same bonus features as the Barrel Entertainment release that is completely insanely expensive. You cannot have American exploitation films without mentioning Roger Corman. Recently it was his birthday. The man is 98 and he's still working. I rewatched a documentary. This is a really cool set that I don't see anybody basically own. Not sure if this is super rare or out of print, but I don't think it is, because it's just, you know, MGM and 20th Century Fox, but it's a really interesting set of different films from, you know, different era. You got Bucket of Blood, you got the Man with the X-ray eyes, you got Premature Burial, and then you got some 70s stuff. The Trip, which I think this is the only way to get the Trip, maybe. Gas, The Young Racers, The Wild Angels, of course. Bloody Mama, which is really fun, I really like, and of course Premature Burial, all of his Edgar Allan Poe stuff. X is fun, and of course A Bucket of Blood is a blast. I absolutely love A Bucket of Blood. Is it the Dick Miller in it is? I was gonna say Ray Millard, but that's an X, the man with the X-ray eyes. These old Echo Bridge. No, this is Mill Creek. This is old Mill Creek. This is vintage Mill Creek. 12 movie collections. I used to buy a lot of these just because that was the way you'd get these. Was it AIP or Crown? Crown International Pictures. Yeah, Crown International Pictures. A lot of their stuff you could only get on these Mill Creek releases. And some of these have now been released by other companies, mainly Vinegar Syndrome. And I just heard about the Pink Angels in the last Sick on Cinema podcast. Apparently it's a gay biker film, which is really interesting. But like Death Machine, which now I have, Wild Riders, the Hellcats, Hell on Wheels, like all of these are like pretty much not have been released unless Vinegar Syndrome has released them and I don't know about it. But yeah, I need to check out more of these. The transfers are not great, but I mean, fuck, for the price. I think that was $2 at a convention, and I bought this recently, by the way, like last year, and I was like, damn, $2, hell yeah. Herschel Gordon Lewis Feast. No, I don't have the super amazing cereal box. I just have this pretty standard edition. But man, I love this set. I love myself some Herschel Gordon Lewis. As a fan of exploitation films and a fan of trash and kind of an historian of trash, this Herschel Gordon Lewis is of course one of the most important person in the movement and a pioneer. Whatever you think about the quality of his films, he's a great pioneer of exploitation films. Speaking of pioneers of exploitation films, The Last House on the Left, I've showed you guys in my collection so many ripoffs of this film. It's incredible. This film inspired an entire generation of exploitation filmmakers and exploiteers. The trailer for this is amongst some of the greatest marketing ever, and the film is great. Controversial take, but these are probably my two favorite Wes Craven films. I don't care too much for his later work, but man, The Hills Have Eyes might be my favorite. I absolutely adore this film. This for me is a 10 out of 10. This is a masterpiece. This is Wes Craven's greatest achievement in filmmaking. I don't care about Scream. I don't care that much about Nightmare on Elm Street. For me, Wes Craven has made one undoubtable masterpiece, and it's this. Some people might disagree, and a lot of people will, but hey, it's my channel. I say what I want. I Drink Your Blood. I've reviewed this recently. Not a lot of people have watched that video because it's really out of my ordinary kind of reviews. Movies I review. I Drink Your Blood is again a masterpiece of 70s exploitation film. It is so much fun. I love it. It's a banger. We all bang watching I Drink Your Blood. Don't Go in the House, really cool release from Arrow Video, and I know Severin has basically the same release. The deal, I think, was Arrow released it in the UK, Severin in the US and North American market, but hey, UK is cheaper for me, so this is beautiful. A slipcover. Of course, this was another Video Nasty, and this cover is infamous, and this is another one that I looked for years, and then when they finally announced it, I was like, this is a day one, so this was a day one. I absolutely love this film. This is also one I think of when I think of gritty, sleazy, nasty exploitation films. Like, this is up there. Again, kind of a psychological study of an insane person with mommy issues. Recurring theme in the 70s and 80s. Man, I love this. I kind of regret not picking up the first one of this, but I did pick up individually all the movies that are included on the first one. Man, I love these. These are my shit. These super low budget, independent, early 70s, maybe even some of them might be late 70s, but you know, 70s era exploitation, low-budget films that were clearly influenced by Night of the Living Dead. Very atmospheric, really slow burning. I love these. The Child is probably the best one on there. I haven't seen Dark August yet. I think Dream No Evil was pretty good, but man, get this set or get the individual release of The Child. It's fucking amazing. I can't get it in. Not the first time I've said that. Get it? Sex joke. Alright, if you've made it to this point, you deserve a medal. Flesh for Frankenstein, of course directed by Paul Morrissey, not Andy Warhol, because you know Andy Warhol would just slap his name on anything and say like, oh yeah, this is Andy Warhol's Frankenstein. No man, it's directed by Paul Morrissey. Anyways, this one's a hood, certified hood classic. Then we're getting the Grindhouse releasing some of their, like, not as major releases, but still pretty cool. Gone with the Pope by Duke Mitchells. Now, this was a lost film that they found the material and kind of edited finally. Duke Mitchell is a weird guy. I remember this being pretty okay. I need to rewatch these. I wasn't in the greatest of mood for this whenever I watched them. I mean, shit, I bought them when they came out. When in 2015, when Grindhouse releasing titles were still affordable. I think I've missed the last two, Def Game and Impulse. I really want them, but man, I'm not willing to pay like 60-70 bucks plus shipping on them. But maybe Amazon has them. I'll have to look at that up. Massacre Mafia Style is famous for having real mafia people in it. Duke Mitchell basically watched The Exorcist, The Godfather, and was like, man, I can make this realistic, because that movie's a hunk of shit. Because yeah, everybody knows, you know, Godfather, not a certified classic. Nobody likes those. What has quickly became one of my favorite films ever, one of my favorite horror films ever. It's Messiah of Evil, this amazing Radiance release. I sadly was only able to buy the regular edition, but this had like a limited edition, like basically in a big box that looked so amazing. But yeah, this film was kind of stuck in terrible releases hell, because I'm pretty sure it's public domain, I think, so you'd find it in a lot of multi-packs. But man, this 4K transfer, I think it's a 4K transfer, I'm pretty sure it is, it's amazing. It looks great. It really does show how great this film is, how atmospheric, and this is like the prime example of what I was describing with the American Horror Project releases. This is just a slow burn, kind of a zombie film, but not in the way you expect. And it's great. Honestly, it's one of my favorite films ever. Now, I watched this in a theater for the first time the day after I bought this Blu-ray, and I haven't regretted it since. Some Brazilian films, and this has recently got an amazing Arrow box set that I didn't buy, and I'm sure I'm gonna regret whenever that gets out of print. Or I'd get like the regular edition if they make a regular edition, but this is the Coffin Joe trilogy. This is the official trilogy. A lot of movies with this actor, I forget his name, Jose Mojica Marins, were kind of just movies that he was in, and then they slapped the Coffin Joe name on it for recognition. But yeah, these are the three. At Midnight, I'll Take Your Soul, which is the only one I've watched, sadly. I really need to watch all of them, and it's amazing. That film for 64 is really out there, a real pioneer of sleazy exploitation that couldn't have been made in the US whenever this was released. This Night I'll Possess Your Corpse from 67, and then randomly from 2008, Embodiment of Evil. Apparently all of these are really great, and I believe it because the first one is a slapper. Slapper. Then we got Invasion of the Blood Farmers. This is really fun. From 72, this is straight B movie, and it's really, really fun. Not like a great film, but man, you'll have a blast with this one. Super underrated Sleaze Fest. The Blu-ray of this has like the X-rated cut. This I think is the not the R-rated cut, but this doesn't have hardcore inserts. I'm pretty sure the Blu-ray has hardcore inserts. This film is wild, man. This is wild. Honestly, this deserves an entire video. This is some of the wildest shit you would see for 72, especially. Damn, son. I'm surprised this wasn't on the Video Nasties list. I guess it's kind of too obscure. Speaking of Video Nasties, these are pretty much a whole bunch of Video Nasties now. Delirium, I don't remember if I've seen this one. From 79, low budget, I'm pretty sure. Section 2 Video Nasties, I don't remember, I'll have to check it out. Axe, the films of Frederick R. Friedel. Axe is the one that is on the Video Nasties list for some reason. And then Kidnapped Coed. I really like Axe. I haven't seen Kidnapped Coed yet, but yeah, Axe is really, really good. Honestly, it's really impressive for how low budget it was. From 75. It's super low budget, but man, it's really, really good. And it's kind of a precursor to slasher films. Yeah, I really like Axe. One of my favorite of the Video Nasties that isn't like a certified classic like The Beyond or Cannibal Holocaust, Night of the Demon. This is a Bigfoot film, and this is the Bigfoot film to end all Bigfoot films. This movie is silly, it's goofy, it's stupid, it feels like a nightmare at points. There's flashbacks and flashbacks. It's stupid. I love this film. It is such a good, fun time. Get your friends, get some substances, and watch Night of the Demon. Don't get it confused with Kevin S. Tenney's film, which, I mean, it's still both of them. Kevin S. Tenney's film, as I discussed, is fun, and it would make a good party movie, but man, Night of the Demon is on some other shit. This is Esmerdad del Terror, aka Mardi Gras Massacre. I was super excited for this to finally get a release, because a lot of these more obscure Video Nasties were lost to time for a while, and you can see some where the sticker was. I got this for a really cheap price, especially with the slipcover. Man, I haven't watched it yet. Apparently it's not that great, but I've heard that a lot, and I've enjoyed a lot of the films that apparently weren't that great. Andy Warhol Presents, again, this is the Andy Warhol's Dracula by Paul Morrissey, of course starring the wonderful Udo Kier. I love Udo Kier. I try to get anything, especially from the 70s and 60s that he was in. even though I'm pretty sure it started in the 70s. But yeah, I tried to get everything with Udo Kier. And he was recently on the Criterion Closet, and apparently, I think this was his first film, I'm not too sure, but like, Paul Morrissey met him at an airport, and he was like, you look like the type of guy that could act, and then his career started. I'm pretty sure that wasn't his first film, because wasn't he in Mark of the Devil? Well, yeah, wasn't he in Mark of the Devil? Yeah, he was in Mark of the Devil, 69. I'm totally just saying shit. Don't fact check me. Again, these are made quickly and impromptu. The Devil's Reign, I'm pretty sure I talked about this earlier in this video. I absolutely love this film with William Shatner, and I do really like these 70s satanic cult films, and this one is super fun. I really like this one. Really underrated. You don't hear a lot of people talk about this one. This is an early Severin film release, 2017. Yeah, and this is a low-key banger. I love this one. Again, another one that was on a lot of compilations, and then Severin released it, and you could actually see stuff, which was not something you could see, because I'm pretty sure I watched this online back in the days when I got into exploitation films, and I was like, this is terrible, you can't see anything. And then they released this amazing Blu-ray in 2017. Again, they were on a streak. 74 minutes too, and yeah, this one is fun. Not the greatest, but man, it has a lot of cool moments. I really enjoy it. Arrow back on with their DVDs, the Malatesta's Carnival of Blood. Again, from the era of the early 70s, low budget, slow burn, atmospheric. This is also really great. Again, 73. And I think this is, if I were to make a top 10 73, this would definitely be on there. I absolutely love this film. I talked about it on my second channel. Reformed Schoolgirls, 80s women in prison film with some pretty well-known actresses. Sybil Danning, yeah, that's her name. Yeah, this one is fun. It's fun. I haven't watched it in years, and I know it got a Blu-ray now, I think, from Arrow. Not too sure. Jack Hill, my man. I absolutely love Jack Hill. Talked about him a bit with his Women in Prison film, but this is probably my favorite film from him. Spider Baby. I absolutely adore Spider Baby. One of his earlier too. I think this might be one of his first. Not his first, because I'm pretty sure he made like a car movie back in the days before this one, but this is from the early mid-60s or late 60s. Definitely feels like a later 60s, and I think it's the last role from Lon Chaney Jr., or one of his last role. Yeah, he's really great in this. I absolutely love this film. It's super touching, honestly. It has that 60s kind of Addams Family vibe, but much darker, and also, I don't know, it's just a really great film. Then, Jack Hill went into the blaxploitation films with Foxa Brown and Coffee, which I will talk about Coffee later. I love these. Pam Grier is amazing. I absolutely adore her. Anything she's in, I'm down to watch, except maybe that 90s movie that she made. Switchblade Sisters, again, I used to have a DVD of this. The case is broken. Oopsie. Absolutely love Switchblade Sisters. Gang film, but with all women, with an all-women cast. Yeah, it's great. The main actress in this, Robbie Lee, does such a great job, and you don't expect her to be like a tough gang member chick, but she does a great job at convincing the audience. I love this one. Man, I wasn't expecting anything from the Swinging Cheerleaders from Jack Hill, because this is just like cheerleader sexploitation. How good can it be? Well, Jack Hill just happens to be one of the greatest exploitation filmmakers, and he can make even the movie like The Swinging Cheerleaders amazing. Then with some Eddie Romero, I think this was I know this was shot in the Philippines, yeah, Eddie Romero. Of course, again, Pam Grier, Black Mama, White Mama. I haven't watched this in years, but I remember really enjoying it when I was getting into like these sleazy exploitation films like this. This hit the spot. Woman in Prison film with Pam Grier. That's the way I like it. Beyond the Valley of the Dolls, mostly known for being written by Roger Ebert, who really didn't like exploitation films, but he wrote one of the best. I am not a Roger Ebert fan. I think he was a snobbish prick who would make his personal bias the main priority of his show. But Beyond the Valley of the Dolls is one of the greatest 60s exploitation films, so he had some talent in there. Should have kept writing exploitation films and not, tried to be a moral fucking priest, I don't know. Hitchhike to Hell, not my favorite. I mean, I keep it because I'm sure I'm going to rewatch it one time, but yeah, it's fairly standard 70s exploitation. Unlike The Witch Who Came from the Sea, which is another Video Nasty, and it's amazing. It's another one of these 70s really slow-burning indie films, and yeah, it's amazing. I really, really love this one. Really underrated too. Not enough people talk about this one. It is great. I think this is the only one from the first American Horror Project I haven't watched. It's The Premonition. I haven't watched it again. The Baby. Oh my god. The Baby. Oof. I love this one. It is something. It is extremely uncomfortable. It's about an adult baby kind of being... Well, it's about a mentally challenged man being kept as an adult baby in a house. It is, whoa, oh, I love this one. In the same vein, Toys Are Not for Children. I haven't watched this yet because The Baby made me so uncomfortable that I'm like, I'm going to take a few years off of these types of films. But again, 70s exploitation, low budget, amazing. Another Video Nasty, of course, from Abel Ferrara. Never been a big fan of this, but I got this Blu-ray for cheap, and I thought to myself, I'm gonna give it a watch on Blu-ray, because I've only seen, like, bad DVD transfers, because, again, I'm pretty sure this is public domain. Tobe Hooper's follow-up, I think, to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Eaten Alive. This movie is fun, not my favorite. The actor, though, does an incredible job, and he's probably the best part of the film. Squirm, yeah, Squirm is super fun. Jeff Lieberman, of course. I met him without having seen any of his films, so I didn't get anything signed. But if I were to meet him today, I would definitely get a signature, because he's a really great little filmmaker. Hasn't made a lot, but what he's made, really good. A really obscure Video Nasty. I don't think this has gotten... Oh, sorry. Don't think this has gotten a re-release. Unhinged. I really liked it. Not anybody's favorite, I think. Not even my favorite. I mean, I can like something and not it being my favorite. But man, I was really surprised because all I heard was that, oh, this one's boring, it's slow. And it is really slow, but I mean, shit, it's 82. Yeah, it is very slow. But man, I was really, really surprised. I need to rewatch it. I haven't watched it since I bought this DVD from Brentwood home video. What is this? BCI. Okay, I get it. Yeah. Good one. Good little one. Not talked about enough. Maybe there was a reason, but I like it. Is this a Video Nasty? Yeah, I think it is. Fight for Your Life, amazing. This one is woo. Woo-hoo-hoo! This one is rough. This is a rough watch, but man, one that everybody needs to see. Late 70s, directed by Robert A. Endelson. A very uncomfortable watch about, racism in America. So yeah, it's really great. I love this one. Savage Weekend from a French distribution label, which is why the spine has is differently aligned. Like if you compare... like the text is it's on the other side. Savage Weekend, not my favorite. Kind of felt like I needed it as a fan of 70s exploitation cinema. I've always seen the trailer for this on Trailer Compilation, but yeah, it's not my favorite, but I mean, I still really like it. I'm glad I own it, because it's one that's really hard to find. I don't think it has an official North American release, or at least not one that is in print. Cop Killers. Now this you can get on Blu-ray, I think, from Code Red, so on Kino's website. Yeah, I made a video about this. This is a really good underrated little gem from the 70s. Again, exploitation film. Really, really, really good. Really fun. This goddamn movie. This is one I need to get rid of. I really hated this. Brutes and Savages, it's like a Mondo film. An American one, I'm pretty sure. I don't even know. I don't like this one. I'm really not a fan. This I really need to upgrade, but man, this DVD transfer is so good that I really feel like I don't need to upgrade. This is one of the greatest looking DVDs like ever. I Spit on Your Grave. I love this film. I watched it once and I don't feel like watching it again, but I definitely will, because I need to make a video on this one, because it's a exploitation classic. And the kind of movies I review, this one's a pioneer, so I need to watch it. I'll get to rewatching it. It was just a really uncomfortable watch, obviously, with the themes of this film. Another one that is a bootleg that really needs a good release, because you can't see half the shit going on in this movie. One that it was really common on trailer compilations. I remember the 3 on a Meat Hook. I like it. It's really slow. A lot of people would call this boring as sin, but man, the ending is worth it. I really like this one. Now, this is a guilty pleasure of mine. It's not a good movie. I think I gave it a 1 on Letterboxd, so like clearly it's not a good movie, but it is fun, and it's the best anti-drug movie ever made. It's a goddamn biker dude that smokes a joint and turns into a murderous turkey. Man, I need to do a video on this. Shout out Chris from Severed Cinema. He seems to be the only person other than me who likes this piece of shit. Werewolves on Wheels. Classic little exploitation film that is fairly known, but not really. It's more known for the title being so like exploitation. Werewolves on Wheels, mixing werewolf movies with biker movies, which were the big thing in the 70s. Yeah, it's alright. This I need to watch because I feel like I would really like it. From what I hear, it's very 70s atmospheric, but I think I need the Blu-ray because I'm pretty sure this is like the public domain cut, being from Cheesy Flicks. And apparently it's a bit different. I don't know. I watched a video on this by Good Bad Flicks and I don't really remember anything. But apparently it is very moody, very atmospheric, and that's what I like. Moody, early 70s indie films. The Velvet Vampire. This I haven't seen. I got this for super cheap, and you know, being a fan of exploitation, I'm also a fan of blaxploitation. It's Blackenstein. I love Blackula. So I'm like, might as well get Blackenstein. And then I think I'm missing, out of all those like absurdly like titled films, I think I'm missing Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Black or something like that. I don't remember the title. Shaft, yeah, buddy. I love Shaft. Shaft and Shaft's Big Score. This is an old DVD, man. I really gotta get a Shaft on another thing than this destroyed DVD with some tape on it, because I got it for $1 at a pawn shop. Yeah, who doesn't like Shaft? Shaft rules. This I got a Giant Tiger for $1 back in the days. It's Jim Brown Slaughter's big ripoff. Still haven't seen it from the MGM Soul Cinema line, which they released like Coffee, Foxy Brown, stuff like that. Produced, of course, by Samuel Z. Arkoff, directed by Gordon Douglas. I haven't seen it. MGM and their midnight release. These are tight. Two-headed transplant and the thing with two heads. I bought this because in the documentary American Grindhouse, the writer of this actually talks about it, and they look fun. I mean, I'll get to them eventually. Type of movie you throw in on a rainy Sunday afternoon and you enjoy. Rock and roll high school. Yeah, I need to upgrade this. This is one I would upgrade because I love this film. It's really good. Of course, from Roger Corman, legend, and of course it has what's her name? I like her. PJ Souls and the Ramones. Yeah, I really like this one. Man, nobody talks about The Teacher, but The Teacher is low-key a goddamn great exploitation film. Again, needs a better release. I'm pretty sure it has one. This is one that I watch on like those old Mill Creek sets, and I was surprised. I really like this one. Angel Tompkins, Marlene Schmidt, directed by Imkett Avids. Yeah, it's really good. Really good. Highly recommended. Really underrated. We got The Defilers, which I think I have on the Herschel Gordon Lewis set, and The Scum of the Earth from Something Weird Video. Is it David F. Freeman? Yeah, I bought this for Scum of the Earth because I'm pretty sure I have The Defilers. I'll have to double check, but yeah, Scum of the Earth I need to watch. I saw, again, it's one that the trailer would always pop up in like Grindhouse trailer compilations. Then I thought this was the adult film, but no, it's just this Cinderella Full Moon. Clearly, I haven't even opened it. I thought this was the adult musical, and it is a musical, I'm pretty sure, an erotic musical fun fest. This might, I don't know, I'll just have to open and watch it for myself. I didn't pay much for that. Recent purchase, The Alley Cats by Radley Metzger. Of course, Radley Metzger, mostly known for his adult films. This is not an adult film, but it is erotica. Can't wait to get into that because I loved The Image, which I will talk about, and of course the opening of Misty Beethoven, which we covered on the podcast with the legendary Jamie Gillis. Night Dreams. Love this film. Again, Sin Film Preservation. I reviewed this. It's one of my most successful videos of the recent year, and I would highly recommend you guys not only watch that video, but pick this film up. Really one of the most out there, bizarre adult films ever made, and that's saying something. Speaking of adult films, Debbie Does Dallas, classic, of course, classic. Everybody knows about this. I'll cover it eventually with... of course, what's her name? Bambi Woods. Classic. Alpha Video, which I recently listened to 2 interviews with Eve from Serial at Midnight and the guy who kind of runs the company, sorta. We got Monster of Blood and The Demon, and these are public domain films, so probably not the best transfers, but we'll see, you know. We'll see. I'm giving a shot to Alpha Video. The guy seemed really cool. I'm just not really into a lot of the things they distribute, like old 30s and early and 50s westerns. This is the only DVD I got in Japan. I don't know what any of the... Oh, yet I got it at the Trader. The Worm Eaters by Ted V. Michaels. I don't think he directed this, but I'm pretty sure he produced it. And yeah, I can't even finish this film. This is like childhood trauma. Plus, it's terrible from what I heard. Show Me Something Wrong. I've done a podcast on it. A film that honestly needs a better release. And if it gets a better release, it might be a better movie. But from now, with this bootleg VHS transfer, this is a pretty meh movie. From Brazil, and I've talked about this earlier, and I will definitely make a video on this, because it's one of the sleaziest, nastiest little women in prison film. It's Bear Behind Bars. I think I called it another name, probably mistook it for Barbed Wire Dolls, which is a Jess Franco film. But yeah, man, this film is some nasty, nasty shit. Oswaldo de Oliveira, you're a sicko. You're a sicko. You're a sick, dirty man. But yeah, I mean, I criticize Oswaldo, but I'm the one who bought it and it really enjoyed it and will probably watch it more than once. Love After Death from AGFA, AGFA, American Film Archives, and Something Weird Video. These are 60s underground New York films. I haven't watched them yet, but yeah, interesting. You know, I love the concept of the New York underground scene. I'm not too sure if I like the movies. I mean, I did really enjoy Liquid Sky. So Don't Look in the Basement and Don't Look in the Basement 2, which was a sequel made in like 40 years later, probably by nobody that had anything to do with the first one, because the first one's public domain, so pretty much anybody can make a sequel, I think. Yeah, Don't Look in the Basement, man, that is another like classic. You'd see it in every multi-pack ever, and yeah, it's really, really good. Classic exploitation, really uncomfortable because it deals with, you know, subject matters like mental illness, and yeah, but it's really good, really surprising. Oh man, this film, Human Experiments, oh, man, this is a video nasty put out by Code Red, I think is this Code? No, Scorpion. Nice little slipcover. I really like the art on these. Sometimes, you know, they can be hit or miss, but I like this one. This movie was a surprise. Holy shit, was this way more rough than what I expected. Way much of an uncomfortable, distressing film than I thought. And yeah, it's great. It's another one that would deserve a video, but I don't know if anybody would watch that. But again, I don't care. I just make these videos for fun. Savage Sisters. This one is fun. Really typical. You know what you expect. It's directed by Eddie Romero, so it's like a Philippine. It's shot in the Philippines, but I'm pretty sure it was produced by Americans. That's why it's not in my Asian section, because it's all like American actresses. Sid Haig, of course, is in this because he was just hanging out in the Philippines and just showed up in a bunch of movies at the time. But yeah, I like this one. Like, not my favorite of this type of film. I much rather, I rather prefer a Terminal Island, but they all have their reasons. Mysterious Island of Beautiful Women. I just picked this up on a sale because I love the title. I haven't heard the greatest things, but I haven't watched it yet, so I will reserve a judgment for when I do. That's what you need to do, people. Don't go on Letterboxd or IMDb and rate or review something you haven't seen because you heard people didn't like it. Man, I've had this for years. I haven't watched it yet. This is like old school Code Red with introduction by wrestler WWE superstar Maria Kanellis. Why? What does she have to do with Love Me Deadly? I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. Man, these are packed in tight. Schoolgirls in Chains. One that sounds absolutely sleazy, and surprise, surprise, it kind of is. And I really enjoy this one. This is early 70s, or 1982. Never mind, this is early 80s. Very, very intriguing film. Not as sleazy as you'd expect, and it does have Ronald Victor Garcia from Twin Peaks. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Savage Streets. Yeah, this one. This one is a spooky certified 10 out of 10 hood classic. Man, I recently rewatched this, and I wasn't never the biggest fan of this, but I rewatched this in my like open mind fan of trash and sleaze, and I can tell you, this is a goddamn sleazy, trashy movie if I've ever seen one. Of course, directed by Danny Steeman, who directed Friday 5, which is also now my favorite Friday movie, because I just love trash in trash cinema. For people who don't believe me when I say that I like trash, my favorite Friday is the 5th one. These really low quality printed, that can only mean one thing. Of course, it's Dark Force. It's God's Bloody Acre, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but I need to rewatch, and So Sad About Gloria. Of course, these are like the drive-in little flicks. This is The Line That I Own. Not Last House on Dead End Street, The House on the Edge of the Park. Early Grindhouse releasing. We got An American Hippie in Israel. I will not say anything else because I haven't seen the movie, and Israel is kind of a sensitive topic right now. Pamper's Coffee. Absolutely love coffee. Of course, how can you not love coffee? Jack Hill. This edition is bare bones as shit. I really need to pick up the Arrow video. Plus, it'll complete, the the Jack Hill Arrow collection. Yeah, Olive Films was kind of stinky. Are they still out there? They released some interesting titles, but man, their edition was bare bones. The Crazies. I watched this at the beginning of the pandemic before I got heavily depressed, and it was a fun watch. I haven't seen it since. It's 73. I don't think this is one that would make it in my top 10 of 73. I do like it, but it's far from being my favorite. I do enjoy the remake, surprisingly enough, though. I reviewed this, I think, on my second channel, Satan's Cheerleader. Super fun little 70s film about, of course, Satan and satanic cults and cheerleaders. Again, this was surprising. Not the best, but man, that was afternoon movie fun. Really goofy. William Castle, this is like 60s, of course, 69 and 69. It's Homicidal and Mr. Sardonicus. I have seen Mr. Sardonicus, and it's really fun. It's really good, really surprising. Now, this is one that is related to Night Dreams, and I will cover in a video. I'm waiting for that to watch it, but I know I'm gonna love this one because I've heard it was bizarre and weird and just out there. And if it's from the mind of the Night Dreams people, I'm not shocked. This one is again another Brazilian film, I think, or Mexican. Mexican, yes, Santanico Pandemonium. I haven't watched it yet, from Mondo. This is 75. It's gonna be good. I can feel it. The Image. Now I need to do a video about this. This is probably my favorite adult film ever. If not, it's up there. It's, of course, Radley Metzger, so you know it's gonna be great. Man, I absolutely love this one. This is truly a spectacular film. Really good. Now for some Synapse, Creature from Black Lake. Again, I was in a Bigfoot phase last year, and I bought all I could, every Bigfoot movie I could buy that wasn't like those super low budget, like modern CGI shitfests. Now, objectively, on like a technical level, this is probably the best Bigfoot movie ever made. However, on an entertaining level, you cannot beat Night of the Demon. Recent purchase, I haven't watched it yet, Massacre at Central High from 76. I've heard some good things about this one, I just haven't had the time yet. Now we went from, classic, 70s and 80s exploitation films. The only logical next step would be shot on video films, because that makes sense. I feel like, it's a good transition, you had the low budget 70s, shot on film, shot on 35, shot on 16, and then in the 80s and 90s you had movies like 555. This movie is goddamn. Bloodletting, I've heard good things, I think, from the Sick on Cinema boys. I haven't watched it yet, I just got this for super cheap. But yeah, apparently it's a really good shot on video film. Yeah, these are way too tight. I'll just leave this one here. Satan Place, a soap opera from hell. I got this, it's a bootleg. I don't even know if it's a shot on video film, but I'm pretty sure it is, because I think it was released by like Culture Shock or Saturn's Core recently. I don't know. Donald Farmer's Cannibal Hookers. If you look at this cover, you're like, okay, this is a modern film. No, this is an 80s shot on video film, distributed by Widowmaker. Who is this company? I don't know, but it's my boy Donnie Farmy. And I covered this on the podcast. Probably my favorite Donnie Farmy movie, but pretty close. The remake, honestly, of this is pretty close to the original. I really like the remake. Vampire Cop. Yo, John is gonna kill me with all this Donnie Farmy that I own. And I plan on getting more, John. I love Donnie Farmy. Donnie Farmy, we had an interview with Donald, and he was just a gentleman. Great person. Transgression. Vampire Cop, by the way, is one of Ursul's favorite, and I just haven't seen it. I started it one day, and there was a bunch of glitches, and then I was told that it wasn't the right cut. But SRS, instead of saying director's cut or original cut, they blood and sex. They said blood and sex, so I pressed, I think, blood or sex, and it wasn't the right cut. Speaking of SRS, Transgression, the director's cut, this is later... I think 90s shot on video films. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. I just got these because they were cheap. Night, the final cut. I think this is also later. This might... Oh, this is mini DV, so that's not even shot on video. Gut Piles from Sub Rosa, which was SRS before they rebranded and went into the wonderful, lucrative world of shark movies. Gut Pile it's alright. I need to rewatch it now that I can finally appreciate shot on video, especially like 90s and 80s shot on video a bit more. But from what I remember, the gore was pretty good. Of course, Olaf Hiddenbach's Black Past, which I really enjoyed. This one was really surprising. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm the biggest Olaf Hiddenbach fan, because I haven't seen everything. I've only basically seen this and The Burning Moon, and spoiler alert, I'm not the biggest Burning Moon fan, but you can definitely see that the guy has talent, especially when it comes to gore special effects. Speaking of which, The Burning Moon by Intervision. Man, I really liked this when I watched it the first time, and then I rewatched it and always went down. I'm like, man, I think the biggest problem of this film is the wraparound story, because this is an anthology film. Yeah, anthology gore shot on video, German splatter, which sounds amazing, but man, I don't know, I just don't care for this one too much. I'm sorry, people. Blood Lake, AGFA. I haven't watched this one yet. It's apparently just really influenced by the 80s slasher craze, and it's on a lake. There's some jet skis. Honestly, this sounds pretty cool. I'm gonna have to watch this. Jet skis, shot on video, sign me up. Violent shit. Of course, you guys know I've covered 2 of these. Yeah, 2 of these. I'm definitely gonna cover 3. I'm gonna skip probably Axe Violent Shit 4. Carl the Butcher vs. Axe, and I'm definitely going to cover Zombies 90 Extreme Pestilence, because I have this series where I cover the unofficial zombie sequel, so might as well review Zombie 90. Anthropophagus 2000, Andrashnas, little remake of Anthropophagus from Joe D'Amato. I really like this one. I like it way too much. I shouldn't like it this much, especially because I really do like the original. But man, this one is a blast. Super fun German splatter film. Slaughter. Did I watch this? Have I ever watched this? What is this? I think this is a British... Yeah, this is a British shot-on-video gore flick that was apparently banned in the UK, but I don't remember a thing. I've had this DVD, sheesh. This came out in 2008. I might have this since 2010, and yeah. Now for the shot-on-video Blu-rays, because that's a thing. We got the Necrophiles. I covered this film. It didn't do as well as I intended. And you should watch that video, because this movie is a banger. Holy shit. Same thing with this. This is my Ursul 5. This is like the one that people look at my letterbox and they're like, whew, are you sure this man is mentally well? It's LA AIDS Jabber. I've covered this. It's one of my favorite movies to throw on while completely plastered. I've also covered Streets of Death, which was a really interesting little shot on video, kind of a protocol heavy police slasher, which a lot of shot on video films sadly were. But this, I feel like, is a good execution of that. Definitely not the worst of that kind I've seen, and I did enjoy it more than like 555, which is very similar. Psycho Sisters, I haven't watched this one yet. It is one that I'm definitely going to do a video about. It's from Wave Productions, which Wave Productions is something I have some films from, but I don't know what to think about Wave Productions. But I know what to think about Savage Harvest. by Eric Stanzi, and that Savage Harvest is really good. Now, this was an era of SOV where indie filmmakers did SOV films because that's what they could afford, and they just did really good movies on a low budget, and that was one of them. Donnie Farmy, little Donald Farmer with red lips, of course signed by the man because I've met the wonderful human being. I need to rewatch this. I covered it for the podcast. I liked it. It has a lot of potential. I think the pacing is this movie's number one enemy, and but overall I think technically, objectively, it is Donald's best film, but it just has a bit of issues, with the pacing that I'm not the biggest fan of. Limbo by Tina Krause. Now, this is a banger. Really an underrated SOV film directed by Tina Krause. Show Me Something Wrong. I've done an entire episode on this film, and they had Tina Krause on, and it was great. Boarding House. This film sucks. I really need to get rid of this, especially because I have the slipcover and it's probably worth some money. Might wait a couple of years because, man, this movie's terrible. And please, on God, I didn't do it, and please don't do it. If you plan on watching this, do not watch the 2 hours and a half cut. It's already dreadful, nonsensical, and convoluted at 90 minutes. I can't imagine what adding an hour to that does to this movie. And of course, these are all held together by Rocky, which I love Rocky, but everybody knows Rocky, so I won't talk too much about Rocky, the franchise. Alright, so I have 3 shelves left, well, 2.5 shelves, and this, I think, is where my collection ended last year, so now I'm gonna have the opposite problem of the top shelves, where these are way too low. We got Dead North again. This is Wave Productions. If you want to know anything about Wave, there is this incredible documentary called Mail Order Murder, which was released by sub-label, pretty sure it was Saturn Score. It's a really interesting documentary. Last time I watched it was on Tubi. I'm not too sure if it's still there. I would have to check it out, but yeah, if you're interested, go check out that documentary. It's really great. Burglar from Hell from what's his name? Phil Urban. Yeah, so this one was really well known in the world of shot-on-video 90s films. I haven't watched it yet. It's for a shot-on-video, it's a bit long, but I'll get to it eventually. Now we got this amazing double feature, Red Spirit Lake. Man, that was an absurd little movie. Really, really fun. I wasn't expecting it to be hardcore in parentheses, because there was some hardcore sex in it. And then We Await, 2 features by the same director that I forgot their names, but yeah, these are really, really out there, very experimental, very, very weird. Then we got The Shattered Dead, which I listened to again. Sick on Cinema are basically my source for these really out there independent little films. This was directed by Scooter McRae, and again, this is apparently very ambitious for what it is, basically an SOV film, but it deals with a lot more. It's very ambitious, and I cannot wait to watch it. I've made a short about these films, not my favorites, but they are fun little homemade films by Michael Polklenzer. I think they follow me on Instagram, which is kind of cool. But yeah, I've talked about these films. They're not my favorites. I think even the re-edits that are like 30 minutes are too long, but hey, that's just me. I can't imagine the original 45-minute original cuts, which are available on that Blu-ray. Now we got The Killing Spree, which I don't even think is SOV. I think this might be shot on film, but edited on tape, from legendary Tim Ritter. And it stars Joel D. Winecoop. Yeah, this one is fun. I need to rewatch it. I wasn't the biggest fan when I watched it, but I did really enjoy it, so it's time for a rewatch. We got Night Ripper, which was definitely a movie that I watched. This wasn't my favorite, but I mean, it was kind of fun. It had its moment. Again, it's way too police procedure heavy. And yeah, I didn't mind it at all. Yeah, they all fall. Slashdance, now this was a disappointment. I was expecting this to be way better, way sleazier than it is, but I don't think it even has nudity, which is kind of bizarre when you look at the cover. Again, Culture Shock releasing. Not my favorite, wouldn't really recommend this one, unlike the next one, which I would definitely recommend everybody check out. This is Midwest Eraserhead. Now this is a super low budget shot on video experimental black and white film from Indiana, like literally in Urschel's neck of the wood. I think he went to a bar because the director of this is now a bartender, and they made videos on YouTube, which the drink doesn't look that good, but it just looks too sweet for me. But I'm sure he's a great bartender. If he's as good of a bartender as he is a filmmaker, I'm sure it's going to be a banger. Yeah, this movie's a banger. This is a spooky 10 out of 10. I wasn't sure the first time I watched it, and I've only seen it one time, but like, thinking about it, looking back, I'm like, yeah, when I talked about this one with the boys, I'm like, yeah, okay, no, this is a 10 out of 10 masterpiece. Absolutely love this one. Now we're moving on to the indie stuff. Now I get a lot of indie stuff, kind of my thing. I try to promote, you know, interesting, talented underground filmmakers. And back in the day, what really got me into these super low budget DIY films were the films of Dustin, not Dustin Ferguson, that's the bad guy. What's their name? I can't remember. They don't put their names anywhere. Oh, Dustin Wade Mills. Yeah, that's the name. Really popular at the time indie underground filmmaker. This one was his first feature, I think. It's basically entirely puppets. It's really fun. I really like this one. Really enjoyable. Then we got Easter Casket. Again, really, really fun with Aaron R. Ryan, who's in a lot of these. And Peter Cottontail needs more boy ass. I can quit the Pope. Yeah, I love these funny little fake quotes. But yeah, this one is really, really fun. Again, really low budget underground, but at the time it was kind of getting attention with like Ain't It Cool News. So yeah, I'm happy for Dustin Wade Mills. He hasn't made a movie in a while. I think now he's more of an illustrator, and he's really talented at that too. Then he made The Line Crumple Shack, which were kind of more experimental, more down and dirty, gritty, disturbing films. And this one was really, really good, man. This was, really a pioneer for what was coming up in the underground a few years later. Snuff It is not my favorite. It's a bit too on the nose, but I enjoyed some parts of it. And my most recent Dustin Wade Mills purchase, because these were all from his website back when shipping from the United States and the conversion rate wasn't as absurd as it is now. Now I could never, so I kind of regret not picking up more of his stuff. But he did have a few of his films released through MVD, and that was one of them, Night of the Tentacles. I really enjoyed this one. And I watched also Skin that he made. That wasn't my favorite on Tubi, but you know. Of course, we got some Steven Grischuk. I love Steven, and I can't wait for his new projects. I talked about pretty much all of these on my channel in one way or another. Color Space Blood Red was on the podcast. It was really good. Don't remember with what we covered that. I'm not too sure. Anyway, Vapor Green, I made a full video about. I really like this one. It might be my favorite from Steven, but at the same time, I really liked his latest project, the Black Heart Collectors Club, which was really good, really ambitious. Definitely a step up from his two previous films. Really enjoy these. Now I'll go quickly through Beelzebub's movies, because I don't think I'm keeping them. Holocaust Cannibal, Dick Shark, and Farm Dick Hole. I don't know why I bought these. I don't know. They were like $5 for like 4 of them, so I did it at a convention. I regret it. We covered Ant Farm. We were supposed to cover 2 of his films on the podcast. Then I watched this one and I was like, nope, I don't want to talk about that guy ever again. Gorgasm. This is not the like shot on video one. This is like the early 2000s. Really strange, but kind of enjoyable. I really need to rewatch this. I wasn't expecting it to like it that much. It is extremely like, how do I say it, immature in its themes and execution, but man, it has some moments. It's a lot of nudity. It's about the cock-faced killer, which is a series that this director made, because there's one before this one that I'm kind of curious to see. I don't remember the title, but yeah. Hillbilly Holocaust, of course I've covered this on my channel. This is from Madman Marv, and I cannot wait to see their future projects. Really fun. Throwback to German splatter films. It's really fun. Since indie movies cover a large, vast definition of budget, we got Halfway House from 2004, and man, 2004, yeah, this one is really not talked about enough. This is like, again, a super low budget independent take on Lovecraftian horror, and it's really surprising. It's it's sleazy too. There's a lot of early 2000s nudity in this, which I will not complain. It's really fun. I really like this one. I watch it with friends. It's a good one to throw on with some friends. And then we got The Origin of Art the Clown. We got All Hallows Eve and All Hallows Eve 2, two little anthology films. Really, really interesting. I really like these more than I thought I would. And it's nice to see the origin of Art the Clown, which is kind of a divisive figure in the horror community, but I like the movies. We got The Barn. Absolutely love The Barn. I watched this recently for the first time, and it has become a tradition around here to watch it around Halloween time. Last year on Halloween, I did a double feature of this and the sequel. SRS, the door one of the Five Doors of Hell, clearly a homage to Fulci. Haven't watched this one yet. I haven't heard the greatest of things. I think I follow the director on like Instagram, and he seems like a really cool guy, but I don't know if the movie is gonna be good. Yeah, you guys know my thoughts on this. By the way, if you guys want to buy this from me, I'll let it go for a loss. I don't care. I paid way too much for this. I don't like the movie. One that got a Blu-ray recently is Scrapbook by Eric Stanzi. I haven't seen it yet. Again, this is one that I need to do a video, but I feel like it's a good one to put next to August Underground, just because they're very similar in tone and execution, but apparently this one's even nastier. Then I got these. I don't know if they're even little indie flicks. They look super low budget DIY films, but I got these for super cheap, and the cover looks just like, it felt appropriate next to August Underground and Scrapbook. These look like early 2000s mini DV, like DIY little films. We got Kitty Killers. I don't know, I just bought this. I've never heard anybody talk about this. I don't know who directed this. I don't know. It just looked like, one of those disturbing shot on mini DV early 2000 films that kind of were inspired by August Underground. Then we got the original House of the Damned, and how could I not buy this with the Comic Sans reviews on the cover? Yeah, this looks fun. I mean, this looks super low budget. I guess it's a Mother's Day horror film. 2011. Oh no, the original is from the 90s, I guess. Maybe it's shot on video. This is probably shot on video more than anything, so I guess I could change it after I watch it. If it is what I think, I could change it and put it in my shot on video. Jonathan, those films, I've covered all of these, so please go watch those videos. Barf Bunny was the first one. Super fun movie. I need to rewatch it. I mean, it's short. I like the ending. I'm not too sure about the whole puking thing, but hey. Oh, we got The Degenerates. Again, I've covered all of these, and you guys know my thoughts on these. I haven't picked up his newer stuff because I'm not that interested. I'm sorry, John. Defilement of a Porcelain Doll, definitely my least favorite. Way too long for what it is. Guy S. Pearce, now I love Guy. I've covered 2 of his main films, but this was also something that was on his website. It's The Rope Maiden. It's one of his... it's a short film that he made before he made Difficulty Breathing, which is coming after. And yeah, it's a really cool little short film. Really enjoyed it. Need to rewatch it. It's much less dark than you'd expect, especially when you watch it after you've seen Difficulty Breathing, which is a phenomenal indie film. This is what I want to see more out of the underground films like these. Yeah, this one's really great. I've covered it. It's great. Some Lucky Cerruti, Toxic and Terrifying TV... Uncle Sleezo's Toxic and Terrifying TV show. I haven't watched this one yet. It is signed, of course. Thank you, Lucky. I got this from The Boys. They sent me this as a gift. And speaking of The Boys, another one of Sin's release. This is, of course, Gabe's Smash Mind, or as I call him, Smash. This is his short film with another British indie film. Yeah, Not Long Now and Cherish. Yeah, I can't wait to watch these. I haven't seen them yet. I'm a terrible friend. Gabe did send me this film, and I guess I was busy that day. I'm a terrible friend, but yeah, pretty cool. I forgot to turn off my gosh darn sound. Of course, Short Shits. Man, I love this. I know John is like, you're only saying this because we're friends, but man, I really genuinely love this. It's a compilation of his short films through the years, and of course the first ones are a bit rough, they were basically just made in a day when him and his friends couldn't go skate. But man, there are a lot of actual talent in this. There's a lot of actual good short films. There's one of them, I forgot the name, but it's like a throwback to really Jean Rollin and Jess Franco's bizarre vampire films in black and white. The movie looks good. And of course there's Chinese Jalapeno and the music video he did. Yeah, it's super fun. They still have copies of this. Please go support them. This is probably one of the better releases of the year, because for independent cinema, super low DIY filmmaking, there's so much fun, passion, and love put in this little project. And it's 2 discs. I haven't looked at anything on the second disc yet, but I will. Then we covered this on the podcast, and I always forget we covered this. Oh, that was nudity. It's The Secret of Cock Island. A love letter to Trauma. This one is really fun. I was pleasantly surprised, honestly. I thought it was just gonna be stupid, which it is, but it's fun stupid. Death Escort Services. I need to watch the entire series. I enjoyed this way more than I thought I would. And yeah, from the Sleaze Box, Sean Donahue film. And yeah, I like this one. I haven't seen this one yet from Massacre Video. It's Dead American Women. I'm not sure if that's a printed signature. I don't think it is. It's from, what's their name? Peter Romero Lambert, who made the Nurse film, which is coming up pretty soon. Alright, come on. This one's a beast. Unearthed's release of Flowers by Phil Stevens, back when they did these 3 discs, I'm close to the ground, I can show you guys. These were pretty cool. I really miss Unearthed doing these, but I understand why they don't anymore. It's probably more expensive. Plus, look at this state. They were really flimsy and kind of broke easily. But yeah. Oh, come on. More Unearthed releases. We got 100 Tears by Marcus Cook. This was fun. It's not my favorite. A lot of people love this one way more than I do. I think it's too long. But man, the gore in this is incredible. If you just want a straight up fun little splatter film, watch this. Because of course Marcus Cook, being a special effects artist, makes some pretty good special effects. We got Cryptic Plasm by Brian Paulin. Thanks to the boys because they got me this as a gift for my birthday, because I'm always complaining how shipping to Canada from Brian Paulin is too expensive and I really want to see his films and I can't. But man, I watched these in a week right as I got them and I absolutely fell in love. These are such amazing pieces of underground indie DIY, and the special effects are as good as Hollywood productions, if not better. Man, these are amazing. I'll definitely cover them in a video. I absolutely love Fetus. Fetus is great. Man, Fetus is some nasty, gnarly shit. And it's way more serious than I expected. But I loved it. Love Brian Paulin. Love you, boo-boo. You Can't Rent Here Anymore. I got this basically for free from the director, Ryan Meady, because I bought his Invaluable documentary. I haven't watched it yet because it's more of a comedy than a horror film. I'm not much into comedies. Invaluable, of course, is a documentary on Tom Sullivan, which I met, and he did this nice little drawing. Tom Sullivan, of course, is the man who drew inside the Necronomicon in the Evil Dead franchise, one of my favorite franchises, one of my favorite movies. And yeah, this documentary is really interesting. I think it got a Blu-ray release recently, so I'm proud of Ryan. Met him in Chicago back in the days, super nice guy. We got Found. I haven't watched it yet. I couldn't tell you if it's good. We got some Richard Griffin, I think is his name. We got Flesh of the Inferno. This was fun. Not my favorite, but definitely you could see, I could see a lot of people enjoying this. It's kind of a throwback to nunsploitation films. I should rewatch it now that I'm more open about nunsploitation films. Now I need to make a short about this one, because my last one about drugs did very well, but The Evil Within, super underrated film made by a one-time director. Why did he only make one movie? Because he sadly passed away. Andrew Getty. Yeah, this film is really good, and then the story behind it is also super interesting. And I think it was one of the Frederick Kohler's first films. So yeah, really good. Visually, this one is striking. There are some really creative camera work. The acting isn't the best, but hey. Then we got The Cinema Snob, back when I was a fan. I haven't watched one of his videos in years. This was when he did hardcore sexploitation reviews. And he only released them on DVD because he couldn't show nudity, of course. And then that's his movie, which was really interesting. I'm not interested in rewatching it, but I remember it being more of a giallo kind of throwback. Interesting little film. I don't think I'll watch it. Not the biggest Brad Jones fan nowadays. I got Crossbearer. I did an unboxing of this on my main channel. This is a limited edition German Blu-ray that had, of course, many different covers. And yeah, this one's enjoyable. Not my favorite, but really enjoyable. Talked to death about this film, so I won't talk about it too much. Portraits of Andrea Palmer. Amazing little indie film. One of the best that I watched when I started this channel. And I went down this rabbit hole. Amazon Hotbox. This is a throwback to women in prison film. It's really interesting. It's a modern take on the whole women in prison films movement. It's not my favorite, but yeah, it had its moment. I can't say I didn't enjoy it. I did enjoy it. WNUF Halloween Special, of course, amazing film that I throw on every Halloween. Man, this one rules, but you probably already know about it. It was released by TerraVision, I think? Yeah, TerraVision. I really want the sequel, but TerraVision split off from Vinegar Syndrome, and it's too expensive now. I'm just gonna squat, because, man, this whole back thing. Nurse Jill, I've covered this really interesting little indie film, shot on 16mm, completely silent, of course shot by Joe Rubin, who also worked on Portraits of Andrea Palmer. Nathan Rumler, Amityville Vibrator, really fun, really fun film. I'm gonna definitely do a video about it. Then we got some Sam Hell in my Sam Hell collection. As downsized, we got Love Dump with the cover. I'm just gonna go quickly through these because the covers, even though they are from Silas and they look great, they are a bit too naughty for YouTube. Got Flesh Eater X. Most of these I've covered anyways, so. The reason why I downsized is because I got this collection, so a lot of the movies I owned individually, I now own through this. Sam Hell's most interesting recent project. Wish he would do more movies like this. I might be more interested, but let's stop at the Morgue. Really good. I did a video on it. Fluid Fields, did a video on it. And finally, the Too Extreme for Mainstream release of the Blood Corrodes Inside trilogy. Of course, amazing art. Once again, I just love that Silas works on these because he's amazing and the covers look great. Whew, my back. I'm out of breath because I have to basically do squats. A Corpse for Christmas. I've talked about this film on my channel. I absolutely love it. Bruce Longo is one of the most talented dudes making movies right now. Bloodsick Psychosis. I haven't seen it yet. Samurai Avenger the Blind Wolf, an American take on 80s cheesy action flicks. Another one of like the Grindhouse revival. I haven't watched this in years. I got this for super cheap. When I got this, I actually thought it was from like the 80s because I was young and dumb, but it's clearly not. Not my favorite. Now for some Unearthed, we got Song of Solomon. From the American Guinea Pig franchise, of course, and yeah, this movie is, the effects are amazing. Okay, people, effects are amazing. The acting, it really turns me off, man. The acting in this is fucking horrible, but like, really interesting and very ambitious of them to make a possession movie in the American Guinea Pig franchise, and for that, it's really good. The gore is amazing, the effects are great, but yeah. Not my favorite in terms of overall, but it is a pretty decent flick. Guys, Sound of Summer, of course I talked about this, one of my favorite indie films from last year. Incredible, highly recommended, go watch it right now, go buy it, go support Guy, so he can make another one, because I want to see more of his stuff. Now we have some Scream Team releasing. We got Backroad, kind of a throwback to like the Hostel era. For that, it was really interesting. Honestly, I was kind of surprised by this film. I didn't love it, but man, it was kind of good for what it is. You know, acting's not great. Gore was really good, though really interesting. Good special effects, good, you know, good not great acting, but like good special effects. Interesting little concept. Honestly, if you're somebody who grew up in like the, you know, 2000s era with Cabin Fever, Hostel, and every like Hostel ripoff that ever come out, you might be interested in this. It's an interesting throwback to that type of film. I haven't watched this one, but I heard it was really good. I'm dreaming of a White Doomsday, kind of a Christmas depressing horror film. They really specialize in like holiday horror. The Witching Hour, this is like a show. I didn't know that. It's fucking long. I think it's like 3 hours long. Maybe a bit too long for my taste, but I'll get to it eventually, you know. Of course, The Barn Part 2, when I originally went to the Scream Team table. Yeah, I love The Barn 2 just as much as the original, if not more. This is such a blast. Honestly, The Barn and The Barn 2 are getting some love, but they need to get more love. These are really, really fun. The Sleeper I covered on my second channel. It's an interesting little throwback, again, born from the era of like the Grindhouse revival, with some stupid film overlays, but they're not as distracting as they were in other films, but the cover is amazing, and yeah, I would recommend this one. It's pretty decent. We got Bag Boy Lover Boy. Man, this one is great. This is an amazing. It's a throwback to the New York kind of Maniac era, you know, Maniac, New York Ripper, really sleazy, but like done very well and not try-hardish. It feels genuine, and the way they portrayed New York as this sleazy shithole, like in the modern Disney-owned New York era, was impressive. Really one that is slept on. I don't know why I bought this. I was like into extreme cinema, and then I was like, oh, Block Lava. I need a film distributed by Block Lava. And I got this. Still haven't watched it. Don't think I ever will. If anybody wants it, it's for sale. Now we're moving on to what I call the classic era. So this is basically movies that don't really fit in. Now I'm just at the categories of like eras, decades. So these are like pre-1969. So pre-Night of the Living Dead. We got the Fly collection, which I absolutely love. The Fly. We got the Fly, Return of the Fly, The Curse of the Fly, and then some bonus discs. Yeah, this is a really cool old school release on DVD. Bought this at a used movie store, and yeah, really, I like The Fly. Who doesn't? These classic, yeah, I'm just gonna take out some stuff because it's too tight. The Invisible Man collection, I haven't watched any of them yet. I got this for super cheap, but you know, classic Universal era. We got the Criterion of the Uninvited in an X rental case. I might need to change the case because this case looks dirty. I haven't seen it yet. Monsters Crash the Pajama Party, Spook Show Spectacular. Yeah, this is a really cool little set. I mean, I haven't watched everything on this because this has like 3 hours of content. But it's just a mix and mash of short films, you know, old school like PSAs. There's some 3D shit in there. It's really made for like throwing on at a party. If you have friends who are really into like these old like 60s to basically 30s to 60s kind of Halloween vibe, kid-friendly thingies, it's an interesting set to get. The Blob with Steve McQueen. Yeah, I like The Blob. Not the biggest The Blob fan. I do like the remake a lot. But yeah, this one's a fun little film. I was really surprised. I watched this fairly young and I was entertained through it. So that means it's a good movie if it can capture my like younger self's attention. Now this is what I love. Attack of the Puppet People. I really love this one. It's so wholesome. It's so fun. Like these old like 50s, I think. Yeah, Samuel Z. Arkoff, of course. 58. Like these old 50s little horror sci-fi films always give me a warm little feeling in my heart. Makes me feel like a kid again. Basically, people get like downsized to the size of like animals and puppets. Yeah, it's really fun, man. I love this one. It's so much fun. Not enough movies like that are made anymore. Village of the Damned and Children of the Damned, of course, big influence to Children of the Corn, I think. Not too sure, I haven't seen any of these, but I bought this for super cheap. Plus, you know, they're old school 50s little horror films. We got The Thing, which we'll cover on the next podcast with them. Old school Snapper case from Warner Brothers. Howard Hawks production presents The Thing from Another World. Yeah. Oh yes, of course, some Alfred Hitchcock. We got Psycho. Great film. I mean, I can't say anything about it, really, that hasn't been said. Of course, The Birds. We've covered this on our childhood trauma podcast with I Stand Alone. Don't ask me why those two movies were together, but they certainly were. We got The Haunting. Again, old haunted house movie that I haven't seen. I really need to watch more 50s stuff. That's kind of why I wanted to do the 50s sci-fi episode, but we will have to do like I think this is 40s even. No, 63. Okay, I'm way off. We'll have to do like classic haunted house type of films. Then some Roger Corman, I think. Edgar Allan Poe. Oh yeah, Roger Corman, Tales of Terror, really good. I love Corman's Poe stuff, of course. Really good. X, The Man with the X-Ray Eyes with Ray Millard, a really fun little flick. These are just inoffensive little flicks that you can throw in like middle of the day and really have a blast for like 80 minutes. I really like these. They're fun. Speaking of which, some Mexican horror, of course, The Witch's Mirror. Yeah, really little fun flick from the 50s, 60. Okay, so got my timeline off. Yeah, I mean, I threw this a morning, like a little Saturday morning, just like, I wanted to watch a little spooky black and white film on a Saturday morning, and man, it was fun. It was fun. I like doing that. It's really fun. Of course, the original King Kong. One of the first movies that I bought with my own money back in the days, and yeah, it's King Kong, what can I say? Not one that I throw in often, but man, one that I just really like. Boris Karloff's Frankenstein, HMV days, 2 for $30, man, I wish we could still get 2 movies for $30 at Sunrise Record, but we can't. But again, these are like the movies that, like, what do you want me to say? It's Frankenstein, for God's sakes, like, it's a classic for a reason. One that I really love. Not a lot of people love this one as much as I do, but I really like Phantom of the Opera. The whole Phantom of the Opera like story is one that really gets me, because I have so many Phantom of the Opera adaptations, and honestly, I just love it. I think I just love the story. I just love the style, and this was really a good one. I like it. I haven't seen this one yet. I should. It's with Raquel Welch, of course, 1 million years BC, and I'm pretty sure the effects, Ray Harryhausen, of course, legendary of special effects, and this looks really fun, so I really need to watch it. Maybe it's another one that I can throw in on an afternoon. And of course, to end it all, we got Night of the Living Dead. This is what I describe as the dawn of like modern horror. That's why I separate like anything pre-1969 with this one. Honestly, this could also be in like my exploitation stack. It's just a great film, let's be honest. We've all seen Night of the Living Dead. Yes, it is the shitty Mill Creek Blu-ray. The Criterion one is expensive. Now we're moving on to the 70s, the groovy 70s, my favorite era, my favorite decade for horror, and of course, that's only appropriate for Dawn of the Dead to be the one right next to Night of the Living Dead. I absolutely love Dawn of the Dead. I got the chance to watch it in a theater recently. It's a banger. Everybody knows it. What's the Matter with Helen and Whoever Slew Auntie Roo, which I think What's the Matter with Ellen is probably a better transfer on those Shout Factory, Scream Factory little ones. But I got this for What's the Matter with Ellen. I haven't watched these yet, but I do love these little early 70s little films. I need to upgrade this because Arrow put this out, and I was hoping whenever the first time I watched this that somebody would put it out. I think back when I saw this, I was probably like, man, Scream Factory should put this one out. And then I'm like, no, anybody but Scream Factory. The Dunwich Horror, mind-blowing, absolutely mind-blowing. Based on an H.P. Lovecraft story, of course. Man, this one is, I love this one. This is a amazing film, honestly, really underrated. I mean, a lot of people know about it, but man, really great little flick. We got The Exorcist in an old snapper case that comes out with my copy of the Texas. You guys all seen The Exorcist, I don't need to take it out. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, of course, this little Blu-ray, whenever they did the 40th anniversary 4K remaster, I saw it in the theater. I love this film. It's one of my favorites. Again, 73. No, 74. Damn, okay, I thought this was 73. Okay, yeah. I love Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Again, it's a movie that, I can't, you guys know about it. We got Ants. It happened at Lakewood Manor. TV film, back when people cared about TV films and cared to make them quality. And yeah, this one I covered on my second channel. It's a really fine film. It's a fine, good little movie. Again, I watched this on like a Saturday afternoon. Don't regret it. 70s. It's fun. Really fun. Not a lot of people talk about it, but it's really good. Phantom of the Paradise. Probably my favorite Phantom of the Opera adaptation. This is a 70s take on the classic tale of Phantom of the Opera. It is a rock opera style of retelling, and it's amazing. I absolutely love this film. I watched it for the first time completely blind by, and I had my little butthole puckered. It's so amazing. Really an underrated proto-slasher. I love this film. It's Alice, Sweet Alice. I don't know why it's on 88 Films slasher line. This is not a slasher, it's like a proto-slasher, and it's more in vein with a giallo, but I won't question it. Arrow did put this one out. Not gonna side grade. I just, it's one that I need to rewatch. It's really good. I really, really love this one. Tourist Trap, of course, classic little film. I watched this so long ago, I need to rewatch it, but from what I remember, it's this classic House of Wax kind of storyline, but a really good one. Of course, it has Brooke Shields, I think, isn't this? Tanya Roberts, I'm getting my actresses confused. Yeah, really fun one. I need to rewatch it. This one I just need to watch because I recently watched the original and I'm kind of due now to watch remake/readaptations. This is the 70s Invasion of the Body Snatchers. I only heard good things. I don't know why I haven't watched this yet. I've owned this for decades now almost. Yeah, the Gormich song. Okay, now we're moving on. Okay, we got done with the 70s, but before we can get into the 80s, we gotta go through the genre of the 80s, which is the straight up slashers kind of. This should be in like the shot on video, but at the same time it's on 8mm. I don't know where to put this. I should just throw it in the trash because it's a garbage movie. But yeah, it's in the slasher collection. Dead Girls, I think this got a Blu-ray recently. Yeah, this is a bootleg, of course. VHS rip, I'll watch if I like it, or if I like it enough to think to myself that maybe if it looked better, it would be better. I would probably buy it. Looks interesting. The Intruder, of course, a lot of people love this one. I do too. I like this one. I need to rewatch it. This is a terrible edition. It's 4:3. Pretty sure it's cut. I'm not too sure. Don't quote me on that, but it's full moon. Wouldn't surprise me, but yeah. Bruce Campbell, Sam Raimi. It's fun. It's fun. I just need to rewatch it because I didn't love it as much as other people. Now we got Nightmare. Nightmare is amazing. I love Nightmare. I need to watch it again. I haven't watched it in decades. It's directed by David Jones. For some reason, it has audio commentary with David Dakota. This is the infamous, I think, Bill from Code Red basically telling everybody to eat shit on the back of the DVD set. This was, I think, the original printing. I really gotta piss. I gotta piss. I'll be right back. I was so proud of myself. I was like, damn, I almost made it through an entire shelf in under an hour, but then I realized I still have a bunch of shit. But yeah, Nightmare, I think now you can get on 4K through Severin, if I'm not mistaken. Then we got Truth or Dare, which again, this one was also not shot on video, it was shot on film, but edited on tape from Tim Ritter. Clear little Halloween little ripoff, but really fun. Again, Tim Ritter just makes some really fun films. One of the most objectively better slasher, especially the whole camp forest slasher genre. It's Just Before Dawn. Man, I think, did I cover this on my second channel? I might have. I don't remember. Again, Jeff Lieberman, as I said, he hasn't really made anything that I've seen that I didn't like. But yeah, this one is a solid slasher. Truly one of the better 80s slasher in terms of objective filmmaking. This one is really good. But sometimes you can make a really good slasher that might not be objectively a really great film, but it's still gonna be a slapper, and that's House on Sorority Row. Man, I wasn't expecting to like this one that much. I mean, I've heard mixed things about this one, as I do about a lot of this period, this era slasher. But man, yeah, this one I absolutely loved it. Directed by Mark Rossman. Really, really little fun. It had a remake that I do own that really sucks, because it's too much of its time, but this one is really, really fun. Yeah, little MVD rewind collection, like the whole thing of fake VHS, which is a trend right now that depending, I'm not a big fan. We got the whole last Nightmare on Elm Street collection, and I do own Halloween and Friday the 13th, and we're stuck with this little shitty little edition of Nightmare on Elm Street. But yeah, I do love Nightmare on Elm Street. To me, Friday the 13th is my favorite of the big three slashers. It's one that I wouldn't mind watching a new movie from. Nightmare on Elm Street is like the second one. I do definitely enjoy Nightmare more than I like Halloween. I think Halloween is the most overrated, middle of the road of the big three slasher. It basically had three good movies. Well, one great, one good, and one masterpiece, that being Halloween 3, Halloween 2, and Halloween 1. Halloween 1, of course, is a masterpiece, but I prefer Halloween 3. But yeah, Nightmare, I feel, I like the first one. I really like the first one. I think it has some weak points. Nightmare 2 is really, really fun, kind of a surprising. 3 I like, 4 I like, 5 it's alright. Then after that, it goes down. And then New Nightmare, god damn, I hate New Nightmare. One of my favorite slashers that I love, I watch this every year around the fall break, because as a university student, I have fall break, and this is just because this alternative title was Fall Break, and that's what the theme song, which is an absolute banger. Absolutely love The Mutilator. The Mutilator is one of my favorite, if not, it's right up there with Sleepaway Camp and My Bloody Valentine, but for different reasons, I'll just say that. And plus the slipcover of Arrow from Arrow is beautiful. This is one I really liked. It's a regional slasher film, and I talked about it to some friends, and then they bought it, and then they hated it, because that tends to happen a lot with me. It's the super low-budget regional slasher from the 80s. I think this was Midwest or Southern United States. It feels like the Midwest, probably the Midwest. Yeah, I really like it. It has a lot of heart, it has a lot of passion. That's all I need for movies. The Microwave Massacre, yeah, it's alright. It's alright. Nothing great. Unlike the next one, which we covered on the podcast, because this is one of Urschel's favorite films, and I understand why this movie is a slapper. I absolutely love Blood Rage. It's another one that I watch every year now. Absolute gem. Great little film. The Prey I haven't watched in years. I watched this while very depressed. It's a mid-80s slasher in the forest. So probably inspired by Friday. Bloody Birthday, man. I love Bloody Birthday. This was when I was getting into horror and Netflix still had cool shit. They had Bloody Birthday, and man, I love Bloody Birthday. I don't like children, but whenever they play evil little bastards, because that's what kids are, little evil bastards, I tend to really enjoy the films. The main girl in this does such a good job at being a little devil. Man, Bloody Birthday is low-key underrated. Then we got the slasher line, of course, Mother's Day. Absolute classic. I love Mother's Day. I really need to do a video on this because it would fit my channel perfectly. It is so trashy, so sleazy, so much fun. Absolutely love this one. It's one that I grew on because at first I wasn't the biggest fan, but then I learned to appreciate it and I love it. Splatter University, man, I love Splatter University. Again, I talked about this on my second channel. The first time I watched this, I hated it, and just to tell you, people, rewatch your movies, because I rewatch it 5 years later, I'm like, this is a low-key slapper. Man, this is a banger. Again, a Trauma 88 Films collaboration, I think, but yeah, absolute banger. And speaking of bangers, this is getting a 4K. I cannot believe that this movie is getting a 4K from TerrorVision, which their announcement did boost my views on this video. It's one of my favorite videos I've ever done just because of how just terribly amazing this film is. It's honestly one of the most underrated little so bad it's good movies, like so bad it's good slasher. It's a regional slasher from Texas, and it shows. I love this one. I know Matt hates this. I don't know why. I haven't seen it in years. Special effects by Tom Savini, The Prowler. It seems like a fairly, average little slasher, and it is just a fairly little average little slasher. I find it inoffensive. It's directed by Joseph Zito. I liked it when I first watched this, when I was getting into these films. Maniac, signed by the one, the only, wow, shit fart. William Letzig. I don't know why I was gonna say Frank Enenlotter. I don't know why. They're both great, talented filmmakers, but they made different things. Yeah, I'm questioning if this should be in my slashers, but it is a slasher. It's just a very one that is much more about the character instead of the slashing and the victims, because you don't follow the victims, you follow the killer. And I saw this in the theaters last week, and I still love it. It's still one of my favorite films ever. It is very uncomfortable, it is very disturbing, but it is really fun. And then Bill was like, let's just make a fun straight-up slasher, and we got Maniac Cop with Bruce Campbell, Tom Atkins. I absolutely love this one. You have the right to remain silent forever. Yeah, great tagline, great little film. Really enjoy this one. Double feature, When a Stranger Calls and Happy Birthday to Me. Happy Birthday to Me is a Canadian film. Still haven't seen it because it's long, but apparently it's one of the better slashers of the 80s, so I'm pretty curious about that. And When a Stranger Calls, it's pretty decent. Not my favorite. Child's Play, of course I like Child's Play. Who doesn't? I mean, not my favorite of the big franchises, but honestly it might have better movies than Halloween as a whole. Yeah. I like the later entries too of the Child's Play series. Apparently the remake is good too. The Majorettes by Bill Einsman and produced by Russo. Of course, from Bill Einsman. Is he the zombie in Night of the Living Dead? I know this is like a Pittsburgh, the class of George A. Romero kind of film. I haven't seen this since I got the Blu-ray. I was just surprised and shocked and awed that Freak Show is still in business. I think they own like the rights to 5 films, and that's about it right now. It has its moments. I haven't seen it in years. I need to really rewatch it. Then we got Silent Night, Deadly Night. Absolutely classic film, little slasher. 30th anniversary from Anchor Bay. It's good. It's great. In fact, I watch it every Christmas season. Then we got this one, which is a Spanish release. It is... what's this fucking movie? I love it too. It's a great little film. Is it a slasher? Again, I don't really think it really classifies it as a straight up slasher, but it has elements. Night Warning. Yeah, Night Warning is one of the titles. Amenaza en la noche. Yeah, I can't. I got scared by a dog. Again, this is a Video Nasty, and this one is really good. Jimmy McNichol, Susan Tyrell, Bo Svensson is in this. I think he's a piece of shit in this. Man, he does a great job at being the most hateable person ever. Now we're moving on to the 80s, and what better way to start the 80s than one of my favorite films of all time, Tanz der Teufel 2, which is a Evil Dead 2. I love this edition. I'm just gonna show off. Signed by Tom Sullivan, because I got this in Chicago. It's in German. I don't understand, but it's pretty nifty. Dead and Buried is really, really good. Not one that a lot of people talk about it. I think Blue Underground still has the rights and they put it on 4K, and it's one that I would recommend. My old DVD of Evil Dead 2, this is the first time I bought Evil Dead 2. I was in Vegas with my parents and I had like $20 budget. I got this and a DVD of King Kong, and I kept this as a souvenir when I discovered that I really liked horror films, because this was one of the first that really made me love the genre, and that's why I keep the DVD. And I have another edition of Evil Dead 2 that I will show you guys later. We got The Fog, John Carpenter. Of course, I need to get this on Blu-ray. This is amazing. I love John Carpenter, and I love The Fog, one of his most underrated films. We got Christine. I haven't watched it yet, but I'm sure it's going to be a masterpiece because it's Johnny Carpenter. We got Silent Rage with Chuck Norris, because I'm not the biggest Chuck Norris fan, but I've heard that this had a lot of horror elements, and for that I am down like a clown, down to clown around with Mr. Chuck Norris. Monkey Shines, I got this for not even $5. This was even cheaper. This was 50 cents. Of course, George A. Romero. I remember watching this as a kid and being traumatized, or that might have been Shakma. But yeah, Monkey Shines. I have 20% left of my battery. Hopefully I can at least finish this goddamn shelf. We got House. I'm not the biggest fan of this movie, honestly. The comedy just doesn't hit. It doesn't work for me as a movie. I guess if you grew up with this, you'd prefer it. Presented by Sean S. Cunningham and directed by Steve Miner. Again, names that you should be familiar with if you're familiar with 80s horror. We got Cocaine Wars, Code Red. I don't know. This was a super cheap Code Red. Not really into action films. I didn't really like it. We got the 80s Phantom of the Opera with Robert Englund, which I haven't seen yet, and I really need to, because again, I'm a big fan of Phantom Opera adaptations, so this is probably going to be really good. This one was alright, I guess. It's a murder mystery, very 80s. It almost feels like an 80s, like, TV movie. This was New Horizon, okay. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of this. This felt way too much like a TV cop drama. We got another Video Nasty, The Funhouse, because that was the alternative title to Last House on Dead End Street, and they banned the wrong movie. They banned the very generic 80s slasher film, The Funhouse, instead. Yeah, I'm not the biggest The Funhouse fan, I'm not the biggest The Serpent and the Rainbow fan, and I'm not the... I liked... And I haven't seen Phantasm 2 yet. I haven't seen any of the Phantasm movies, because I'm a piece of shit. Man, this movie needs a release. This is super low-key underrated. Like, nobody talks about this film, probably because it's lost to VHS obscurity. But man, this is one of the better, like, retelling kind of based on Lord of the Flies. Just a bunch of kids in like a summer camp that are without parental presence, and they go wild. Really underrated film. Not enough people talk about that one. It needs a Blu-ray release. God damn. We got Chud, old school Anchor Bay. Chud is Chud. It has Daniel Stern, of course. I think he's the voice of Krusty the Clown, if I'm not mistaken. Chud is it's aight. Street Trash is great. I really need to rewatch it. I bought this at a con in Montreal, and I did like the way, like, I went from my house to Montreal, which is like 2-hour drive, and then I came back and I was super tired. It was early in the morning. Then I threw this on and I didn't really care for it, but I was also really super like tired, so I need to rewatch this as in my full state of mind. I know John loves this, and like I changed my rating afterwards because I'm like, yeah, I was too harsh on this film. It's really great. I just was in a bad mood. We got some Sorority Babe in the Slime Ball-O-Rama. I like this movie. I don't care. I know it's David Dakota. I know it's just... but man, I really enjoy this one. It's... Look, I like my scream queens, I like my nudity, and I like my silliness. This one I need to watch ASAP. One of my friends, who's a bit older, remember renting this in a video store in Quebec, and he talked about it the first time we kind of met, because I was asking him about movies, of course, and I just want to bring this to him and show him so he can have like nostalgia. But he watched the French dub. This is the English dub. It might not be the same. We got Cannibal Women in the Avocado Jungle of Death. Again, this is just a vehicle for Scream Queens getting naked. We got Shannon Tweed, Adrienne Barbeau, which I'm not the biggest Adrienne Barbeau fan. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen this. It's like an American take on the jungle cannibal thingy from the 80s, 89. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Chopping Mall, I need to watch this. Apparently it's super fun, of course, from Jen Wynorski. And I own this. I did not know I owned this. I got this, I guess, for super cheap, because I was reading Kier La Jeunesse's book. As you can see, I just started, and she talked about this one. And I didn't know I owned it. But now I do. Okay, that's cool. We got The Hitchhiker. I bought this because I thought it was the movie The Hitcher, but it's... Oh, I'm sorry about the noise. But it's not. It's the HBO TV show, but still, you know, still intriguing. Still curious about it. But I did eventually find The Hitcher, which is this old snapper case, of course, with Rutger Hauer, C. Thomas Howell. Apparently one of the better kind of 80s a horror film. I don't know. I haven't watched it. I paid, not this price, I paid $15 because the guy knew what he had. He's like, yo, come on, this is like super out of print, impossible to find. Then we got Hellraiser 1, 2, 3. Of course, I absolutely love Hellraiser. I recently rewatched the first one. It became a spooky 10 out of 10 hood classic. The second one, too. The third one, I haven't watched in a while. We, of course, got Brain Damage from Frank Henenlotter. I don't know what my favorite Henenlotter film is. I think one day it's like, oh, clearly it's Basket Case. Then I'm like, oh, no, wait, it's Brain Damage. And then I'm like, wait, no, it's Frankenhooker. So I don't know, but I absolutely love Brain Damage. This is one of my brother's favorite movie that we watched together. It's great. I love it. Brain Damage is a good movie. It's a good movie. Then we got Walking the Edge from Fun City Edition. Not a lot of people talk about this one, and Fun City Edition is no longer with Vinegar Syndrome, so I can't buy anything from them because of shipping. But yeah, I was pleasantly surprised. This has Robert Forster in it, the real one, not the one in Jess Franco movies. And yeah, really underrated, not talked about enough little film. We got Phantasm. Apparently there's issues with this disc, and I don't have the receipt, of course. I have never seen any of the Phantasm. I bought this edition because it was cheap, it looked cool, it has a poster inside. I really need to get my ass to watch goddamn Phantasm, because from what I hear, I would love those films, but I don't know. It's like, I'm too afraid sometimes when a lot of people love a movie to watch it, just in case, like, I want to save some masterpieces for later on, you know, when I think I don't know. The Evil Dead. I love The Evil Dead. Speaking of masterpieces, it's a fun little anchor-based steelbook. It's The Evil Dead. What do you want me to say more? And finally, for this shelf, then I only have two left. It's David Lynch's Blue Velvet Criterion. Look, I understand what you were trying to do. It's a nice cover, but what is this little edition? Like, it's so flimsy and small, but yeah. Blue Velvet, of course, is a masterpiece. I absolutely love Blue Velvet. It's probably my favorite from David Lynch, as of now. But man, at the same time, there's Mulholland Drive, there's Eraserhead, there's Wild at Heart. There's just too many good David Lynch movies. But yeah. Alright, now we got Tintin and Tales from the Dark Side, which are holding up this entire wall. And yeah, that was it for me for now. Moving on to the 90s, I think. Or I might have 80s movies left. Alright, so I just woke up and I was like determined to finish this today, so, and I have more 80s stuff, of course I do. I don't know why I didn't, but I do. Dressed to Kill is amazing. I mean, I love this film. It's really not, I wouldn't say underrated, because of course it's Brian De Palma, but you rarely hear about this one talked as like one of the best from 1980. I would highly recommend anybody check that one out. The Thing, of course, do I really need to say anything? It's one of the best horror films ever made. Objectively, it's fucking amazing. Then we got Bride of Reanimator. I do really like this film. I don't like it as much as the first one, of course, but I really do like this film. Another one that I really like, I'm just not as high on it as a lot of people, and it's An American Werewolf in London. I did get the chance, I think, last year of watching this in the theater, and that was a blast. More De Palma, and I think this is my favorite from De Palma. It's a Blowout, of course, with John Travolta and Nancy Allen. A really, really good one. It's a great thriller. I mean, Brian De Palma was just the master of the thriller. Goddamn, I'm really French when I wake up. We got Tobe Hooper's Life Force. I haven't watched this one yet. I'm kind of scared of the long running time, and it's just almost 2 hours. I mean, I could do, it's like, it's 2 hours. I should watch this because I feel like I would like this one. It's kind of a take on the space vampire story, and there's a French model naked the entire time, which is never a bad thing. Then we got, of course, Jim Van Bebber's Deadbeat at Dawn. I absolutely adore this movie. This is one of the best of its kind. I've heard it described as kind of like a beat 'em up NPC, what they're doing when they're not fighting, and that's exactly what this film is. It's great. Really cool addition. I'm glad Arrow put it out. We got The Blob. I did a video on my second channel about this. It's great. Yes, I do like it more than the original, but the original is still fun. This just is very much of its time. At times it's a bit too 80s, but hey, what can you say? Then we got the Basket Case trilogy. We got 1, 2, and 3. That's, yes, spooky. That's kind of the point of a trilogy. Yeah, I really like all of them, surprisingly enough. I know not a lot of people like the third one, but I did really enjoy it. It is over the top, and it kind of reminded me of Spy Kids in a way, you know, those little creatures. Yeah, I don't know, I like it. Then we got the original Reanimator. I absolutely love this one. This is one of my favorite films. I did have the pleasure to meet Mr. Combs. And yeah, you'll see it later on, because I did get something signed, just not Reanimator, because I thought I was going to be different. Return of the Living Dead, man, do I really need to talk about this one? It's one of my favorite films. It's a perfect spooky 10 out of 10. Highly recommended. This one doesn't get talked about enough. It's Dead Pit. I mean, I was not expecting this movie to go where it went. And it was really fun. I watched this on a goddamn Saturday morning, and I was like, that's quite the way to start your Saturday morning. This one is really good. Not enough people talk about it. It's really an underrated little gem from the 80s, and I'm gonna stop recording. Alright, Deadly Prey, yeah, this was known as like a So Bad It's Good, David A. Pryor. I'm not a David A. Pryor fan. I really don't like this one. I really don't care for it. What I do like is Blood Diner. Blood Diner is so much fun. It's basically a remake of Herschel Gordon Lewis's Blood Feast, but way more of its time, with a lot more nudity, a lot more 80s, and a lot more better gore. Really good. I like this one. Not a lot of people talk about it, but they should. Krull. I've never watched Krull. Got this for so cheap. I don't know why. Omega Syndrome, not my favorite. I mean, it's an action film from the 80s. It has its moments, but yeah, not my favorite. Who put this out? Oh, Scorpion. Okay, that makes sense. Probably got this on a Kino sale. Speaking of Kino, we got Nightkill. I haven't watched it yet. Yeah. Wanted Dead or Alive with Rutger Hauer. Rutger boy, little Rudgy boy. Look at the Rudgy boy. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I watched it. I don't remember. I'm not the biggest, action guy. Anyways, now we're going on to the 90s, my favorite decade of American horror. Just kidding, it's not. But we start with Dr. Giggles, ex-rental case. Again, we got this for cheap at a video store closing sale, and I was looking for it, and it's one that was out of print. Did this get a Blu-ray? I don't remember. Probably did. Probably Vestron. That seems like the type of stuff they'd release, or Scream Factory, limited to their website, and something I'd never buy. Carnosaur, a Jurassic Park ripoff produced by Roger Corman. With a lot of gore, and I haven't seen it yet. Needful Things. I really like Needful Things. This one is really good, honestly. I was kind of surprised at how good it was. I mean, I knew it was going to be, decent, but I watched it and was like, damn, this is really, really, really flippin' good. Really good film. Faust, Love of the Damned. I don't know why I'm taking this accent. It is just very decent film. I do not love it. I do not hate it. It got Mark Frost and his frosty tip. We're at the point in this video where I'm just going literally insane. Wolfen, Body Snatcher, Coma, Bad Moon. Body Snatcher is of course the Abel Ferrara take. Wolfen is a wolf movie. Coma, I don't know what Coma is. More suspect. Then we got Bad Moon, Lune de Sang. I don't know, these are like all 90s. I haven't watched any of these, honestly. I'm gonna keep it $1.50. We got Seed People. Yeah, I like Seed People. This was fun. Not great, but fun. And I'm just gonna sit, because my legs are hurting, and I'm literally on the floor. Yeah, I like Seed People. I don't mind it. We got Idle Hands. I don't know. I haven't seen it. This seems to be like a post-Scream slasher, maybe, so I'm not too sure if I'm gonna like it or not. Probably not, but I heard good things. It got, of course, the typical 90s poster of just heads. Moving on to The Exorcist 3, which is probably my favorite of the Exorcist franchise. I absolutely love this one. George C. Scott is Daddy. He's fucking amazing in this. I really like this film. I need to upgrade it, honestly. This old snapper case is kind of ridiculous. Not as ridiculous as this old Scanner Cop DVD. I got this and I watched it in French because I thought it would be funny, and it was hilarious. Filmed by Pierre David, and it's in 4:3. Yeah, I know. Did Vinegar Syndrome release this on 4K even? That sounds like something they do. But yeah, I have never seen the original Scanner. I know that's weird, but I did watch Scanner Cop, which was honestly it's really a fun movie. It's not good, but it's fun. I mean, it's a nice little take. It's really B-movie-esque, but it's fun. I like B-movies. One of my favorites from 96. I think it's my favorite from 96, and I was born in 96. Yay! That used to mean, I'm so young for, the community of like collecting DVDs and Blu-rays, but now it just means I'm a middle-aged man. I mean, if you die at 52, 28 would be middle age, right? And I am working on that slowly but surely. I got this for the sequels because the DVD collection, the DVD edition I own comes with Full Tilt Boogie. Full Tilt Boogie, by the way, is an amazing making of documentary. It's really, really good. I got this for the sequels, and I haven't watched them yet because I heard they were terrible. But eventually I'll get to it. I mean, I do adore the original, so might as well watch the sequel. And for some reason, Here are Children of the Corn 3, Children of the Corn 4, and Children of the Corn 5. I was recently listening to the Moods episode on the Children of the Corn franchise, and honestly, the fifth one sounded like my jam. But the rest of the franchise, as I've said before, I really don't like. I don't like the Children of the Corn movie at all, even the original, so I don't know why I have a triple feature. I mean, I got this on eBay for like $3, so you know, it's not an expensive find. We got Bats with Lou Diamond Phillips. Got this at a. Did I really pay $10 for this? I mean, I guess it is the older out of print DVD. I haven't watched it yet because why? Why? Just why would I do that? We got the 90s Arrow video. We got Nightbreed. Nightbreed is some good cheese. Yeah, I really like Nightbreed. Nightbreed rules. Honestly, another super underrated film. Probably one of the best like American horror film from the 90s. Came out in 1990, so it still has that, you know, 80s feel. But, you know, just a tad more 90s. Of course, from Clive Barker, the creator of Hellraiser. Yeah, it's really good. I like this one a lot. This one I didn't mind. I had this last year in my 80s slasher collection because I thought this was going to be an 80s slasher, but no, it's a 90s supernatural slasher, and it was pretty decent. I heard mixed things about it, but, you know, it was pretty decent. Nothing mind-blowing. I really did enjoy the kind of not creativity. I mean, it was an interesting twist, you know, turning a snowmobile stuck in isolation into a supernatural slasher. Yeah, pretty interesting. This one I'll probably get rid of because I really didn't like it. Of course, it's Raw Nerve by David A. Pryor, trying to do a kind of murder mystery slasher-esque film. Oh, I don't like this one. It was so good. I don't like saying boring, but this was such a snoozer. We got the Samurai Cop. Samurai Cop is a blast. This is so fun. I really like this one. It's a classic like Red Letter Media movie that I was like, oh, I'll buy it because it looks so bad it's good, and then I just enjoy it. So it doesn't mean it's bad, it means it's good because I enjoy it. People, good, bad movies don't exist. Wes Craven's other masterpiece, I think he made a few in his career. I've talked about two of them already, but this is like his other one that not a lot. I mean, this one gets talked about a lot, but I mean not as much as like Nightmare or Scream, although it is, in my opinion, better than Nightmare and Scream, but that's a hot take. Just objectively, it's a better film. This is Castle Freak, signed by Jeffrey Combs. I absolutely love this film. This was one of the first one that really got me into Stuart Gordon. Of course, I had seen Reanimator, but when I got this, I was like, oh yeah, that's my type of guy. I like this guy. And Jeffrey Combs was super nice, and this film is really good. Barbara Crampton, of course, was kind of having a resurgence, and I'm all here for it, even though I haven't seen any of the newer films she's really in, other than the one that I'll talk about later that I really like. But like, I mean, 2023, I think she was in a couple, and I didn't see any of those. Another one of my favorite Frankenenlader films, Frankenhooker. Absolutely love Frankenhooker. I mean, how can you not? You got you got exploding hookers, you got the main actress does such a great job. I saw her at FrankenCon last year. I didn't talk to her because I didn't want to get an autograph. I'm not much of an autograph person anymore. They're just too expensive, especially if I'm going to the States. Oof. With that exchange rate, people, I can't afford damn junk. Other than movies, because that's just because I'm addicted. Army of Darkness, of course, my least favorite of the trilogy, but still better than the remake of Evil Dead. Hot take. I like Army of Darkness. It's not a horror film. I wouldn't even call this a horror film. The stop motion animation, though, is moi succulent, and the film is great. We got Jacko. I talked about this on my second channel. This is absolutely abysmal. It's a terrible film. I should really stop buying movies from Fred Olen Ray. No, that's not even Fred Olen Ray. Steve Latshaw. Fuck you, Steve. I'm just gonna scoot like a dog, and go to the Troma section. We got the Troma. We got Toxic Avenger, signed by the one and only Lloydie Kaufman. I love Toxic Avenger. We got Toxic Avenger 4, because I don't have 2 or 3. I've never seen them, actually, which is weird, because I'm such a big fan of these movies. But yeah, I haven't seen it. Yeah, these are packed tight. I'm gonna just take one out. And it's a hefty edition, really good edition. We got Troma's War. I absolutely love Troma's War, one of the most underrated Troma films. It's basically just a Rambo, but Troma style. It's really fun. We got Romeo and Juliet, Lloyd's take on Romeo and Juliet. Of course, Lloyd is a big Shakespeare fella, and yeah, this one is really, really good. I need to rewatch it. Last time I watched it was, I think I was a teenager, so it's been probably over 10 years. Terra Firma I like, but I've never been the biggest fan of it. I mean, I don't know why. I watched it recently too, and I just couldn't get into it as much as, other people could. But I appreciate it. And I'm just gonna push the bed. I'll be back. My last Troma purchase, because I haven't bought anything from them in a long time, because they don't really put out anything I'm interested. I am interested in this in the 4K Toxic Avenger set though. We got Beware, Children at Play. Redneck Zombies we've covered on the podcast. I'm not the biggest fan. I do really enjoy it, and it's a really cool edition. This one, really old, comes with a CD. We got the Astron 6 short collection. You guys know I love my Astron 6, so yeah, this is just a compilation of their short they did before or in between Manborg and Father's Day. Really, really cool little set of short films. And Father's Day, of course, probably my favorite of the Astron 6 films. I really need to upgrade this. The Blu-ray for this was insane. I don't know why I didn't pick it up back in the days. It was on like Amazon for cheap for so long. I never picked it up because I'm an idiot, but this DVD is pretty cool. Not as cool as the Blu-ray, of course. The Blu-ray came with like a full feature-length documentary that I did watch because I think it was free on YouTube back in the days. Anyway, Father's Day rules. I need to make a video on that one. Then we got the Giuseppe Andrews. We got Period Piece. I haven't seen any of them. I've seen Giuseppe's shorts, but not his feature stuff. Trailer Town and Touch Me in the Morning. We got Blood Junkies. Blood Junkie. This one is a really good like throwback to 80s slasher. I mean, it does look like period appropriate. The overlays are kind of well done. They're not as annoying as they could be or as they were in some other movies I talked about. And it's just 73 minutes long, so it's not it goes by like a breeze, and it's not too bad. I like it. Doomsday County. I haven't never seen this one. Oh, this looks pretty cool. Maybe I should watch these. I haven't seen Doomsday County, but for some reason I own both these from Asia with Lust, Camp Hitchhike, and Lipstick and Weekend. These are pretty much the same goddamn movie 4 times. It's kind of impressive on how lazy these movies are. Starring adult film star Miyuki Yokoyama, so you know what type of films these are. They're rape revenge films, and I'm telling you people, they're the same goddamn thing. Makes Last House on the Left look like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood? I don't think so. I do not think so, guys. These are pretty weak in that genre. They're pretty, like, not extreme. I should maybe do a video on these, but man, who cares about these? And by the way, the subtitles in Weekend at the end just stop. There's like 10 minutes without subtitles. It's great. Shout out Troma. This is a stinker. This is a stinky stinker. Oh my god, this is one of the worst pieces of shit in this collection. Honestly, people, if I could just sell it, I would, but who's gonna buy this? This is like a $1 DVD, so might as well just keep it and tell people, yeah, this is the worst movie in my collection. Go to Hell. I haven't seen it yet. It's a musical, I think. Maybe. I don't know. I think I'm getting it confused with Mr. Bricks. Toxic Crusader. Yeah, I really like Toxic Crusader. I never watched this as a kid. Obviously, I don't think it played in Canada, at least in the early 2000s. But yeah, this is super fun kids cartoon. I cannot believe there was a Saturday morning cartoon based on the Toxic Avenger. That is just an absurd statement. Merchants of Death. Your Kidney or Your Life. I haven't seen this one yet. It has Ross Agan, Clint Howard, of course, PJ Souls, and Russ Tamblyn. Sign me up. We got Combat Shock. Damn, this movie is bleak. This movie is so freaking bleak. Oh my god, this one is like a punch in the face, punch in the gut, and punch in the balls all at the same time. This is one of the best films that Troma ever put out, just distributed. This edition's pretty cool. Yeah, of course I'd like to have the Severin Blu-ray, but that's not gonna happen. Let's be honest. This is the musical, Mr. Bricks heavy metal musical. I've never seen it. I got this for like $2 back in the days. Now for some Troma Blu-rays, and I don't have a lot of those because they didn't make a lot of these, or I lost interest whenever they started making more. Covered this on my channel, Bloodsucking Freaks. It is a nasty piece of 70s exploitation, really nasty little film. We got the Toxic Avenger on Blu-ray. That Troma quality right there. Yeah, it's really, I mean, I talked about it already. I love this film. This, I was a Kickstarter backer. It's Return to Nukem High Volume 1. I really love this one. This one is so much fun. I really love, and I discovered like Catherine Cochrane through this, and she's great. She was in Terrifier, of course, and the other actress is pretty good too. I love this film. This was, I saw this in the theater. I met Lloyd Kaufman at the screening. I love this one. So much fun. I think I was a backer on this one, yeah, because it got signed, and I was a backer on the worst one of the two. Man. What the fuck, Lloyd? What happened? What happened between the first and the second one? Weren't they shot like basically, why? Why is it so bad? We've covered Poltergeist on the podcast. I absolutely love Poltergeist. This was my first Troma experience. I went to my local video store back in the days and I asked for Poltergeist, and they gave me Poltergeist, which might explain why I don't like Poltergeist, but I do like Poultrygeist, Night of the Chicken Dead, of course. Hood classic. Then we got something that got re-released by Severin recently. It's the last horror film, aka Fanatic, aka Maniac 2, because it's got Joe Spinell, Carolyn Monroe. I never was a big fan of this one. I need to rewatch it. I watched this probably like 10 years ago. Now we're moving on to modern horror. So basically I define modern horror as anything that came out after 2000. And I should maybe start separating them, because I do realize it's been 20 years since the 2000s, but I will never acknowledge that I'm old. We got Tremors Anthology. I've never seen any of them. I heard some good things. I am pretty excited about watching them. Baba Hotep, never watched it. It's a film by Don Coscarelli. I've only seen one film by Don Coscarelli, and Boba Hotep was in it, but it's a pretty cool collector's edition that MGM put out. I feel like these are gonna be kind of like VHS, like these older DVDs for like early 2000 films are gonna gain some value eventually. We got Behind the Mask, The Rise of Leslie Vernon, and this, people, is how you make a meta horror film not cringe. Take notes, Wes. The movie that got me into horror, I don't care if you don't like it, I love it. This is a perfect film for me. Absolute blast of a film, one of my favorites. This is the catalyst for all this, so I don't know if I should love or hate that, because I've spent a lot of money thanks to this film, but it's an absolute gem, and I've kept this old DVD, even though I do have the, I do have the Grindhouse double feature Blu-ray, which is great because it comes with all the fake trailers, but it's like they're shortened versions, so I keep this DVD for the extended cut. Victor Crowley. I'm not the biggest Hatchet fan, but I do enjoy them fairly enough. Adam Green, of course. I do like a lot of Adam Green's film that I've seen. I really liked Digging Up the Marrow, even though it was just Nightbreed, but found footage. But Victor Crowley is really fun. Honestly, it's a great little. I think it's the last one that came out. So if it's a standoff, if it's a send off to the franchise, I don't hate it. It's fun. We got It Follows. This is another perfect 10 out of 10 for me, directed by David Robert Mitchell. Man, I love this one. When this came out, I watched it and I absolutely loved it. And 10 years later, I still absolutely love it. This is genuinely, and I don't say that to sound tough, but this is genuinely one of the few films that legitimately scare me. What's funny is I don't have the first Hatchet, but I've seen it. But I have Hatchet 2, which was one of the first horror films I saw when I got into horror. I like it okay. Didn't age perfectly, but it's fine. Then we got Hatchet 3 that I did pay $6.99 for at Videotron back in the day. Yeah, I really like this one. Again, I'm not the biggest Hatchet fan, but I tend to really enjoy them. We got the Wrong Turn franchise, the 1 to the 5, the only ones that matter. Some of the only one that matter. I'm not even the fan of the first one, but man, the second one is one that I've seen way too much. Way too much. The second one is so much fun. It's like this parody of like Survivor and shit, and then you got this incestuous, murderous hillbillies. 3 was okay, 4 was bad, 5 was bad. It's a hit or miss. The 6th one I did buy when it came out, and I think I threw it in the trash, or probably just sold it. We got Ricky 6 by Sin Film Preservation. Yeah, Ricky 6. It's a 2000s film. It's about the Satanic Panic. It's about murders during the Satanic Panic. Yeah, it sounds really interesting. I need to watch it. Jim Van Bibber's The Manson Family. Of course, I covered this on my channel. Go check out that video. Some early 2000s absolute trash. We got Stay Alive, unrated director's cut. I'm ashamed. No, I don't have shame. I like this film. It's not even, I don't believe in guilty pleasures too. I mean, it's not I don't love this film. It's not one I throw on. It's not a comfort movie, but for what it is fairly entertaining. Very, very much of its time. It's a nice time capsule to the mid 2000s and the video game industry that was kind of booming at the time. It's not a great film, but I have fun with it. I'm not ashamed. Sideshow is another one that's not great, but I had fun with it. Honestly, for Full Moon in the modern era, even though, as I said, this came out 20 years ago, but I still consider it Full Moon modern era. It is fairly fun. It has its moments. Now, my friends, the boys, recently covered this on their podcast. I've never seen it. X-Rental, again, got this for super cheap. It's Dead Girl. It seems cool. I mean, the way that we're talking about it seems interesting. We got the Coen Brothers, I think, debut feature. It's Blood Simple. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. Now, hot take incoming. Hot take. I'm full of hot take this morning. We got Cabin Fever 2 by Ty West, and I like this one better than the original. This feels just like super bad, but with a lot of gore. The dialogue is really funny. That's kind of my type of comedy, you know, very dialogue heavy. And if you don't watch the last 15 minutes, it's a pretty decent film. I always stop this film at the last 15 minutes. We got Beyond the Black Rainbow. It's by Panos Cosmatos. Absolutely loved Mandy. I haven't seen this one yet. I don't know why. I am so shit at watching modern day flicks. We got Meurtre à la Saint-Valentin, prévisionné, 6,99, 16 ans et plus. My Bloody Valentine, the remake. Decent little remake. Honestly, I don't hate this one. Of course, the original cannot be beat, but this one is pretty decent. Honestly, the first one is a very good a display of the characters, you know, and their environment and why they are the way they are. This one is just straight up 2000 slasher trash, which, you know, sometimes you need. Chillerama. I haven't watched this since I was basically a kid. Again, this is one that I watched when I got into horror. It's Joel Lynch, Adam Green, Adam Rifkin, and Tim Sullivan. They're a bunch of short films. I don't remember. I remember really loving it, but I think my taste has changed now that I know what exploitation and B movies are. You got Sorority Row, which is the remake to The House on Sorority Row. Man, this sucks. Oh my god, this is... fuck. This is bad. Honestly, a lot of people like this one. It's so middle of the road average mid-2000s slasher. And I was excited because I'm like, oh, okay, so it's 18 plus, so that means it probably has balls, and it kind of does, but not really. I just don't like how mid-2000s slashers look and feel, and the way they're so scared of actually being shocking. We got Machete. I love Machete. We got Black Dynamite. Again, don't really need to talk about these too much. Everybody has seen them, or they should have seen it. Black Dynamite is such a blast. Need to rewatch that one. Plus, it's like super short. We got Scarlett Johansson in Under the Skin. I haven't seen it yet. We've got Antichrist by the... what's that fucking madman's name? It's on the top of my head. Why is there so many names? Lars von Trier, famed director and famed weirdo. Now, these are really underrated. Not a lot of people talk about them. Again, I feel like in a couple of years, these will be discovered as like 2000s classic. I'm just waiting on the company to start releasing these until somebody is like, well, these movies are actually pretty damn good. There's some very realistic post-apocalyptic vampire movies. They're extremely depressing. You completely feel the isolation of the characters. They're not fun watches, but they're really good movies. And then Dark Sky released the sequel. Or they produced it? I don't know. Stakeland 2. Stakeland 2 is really good too. Again, this one's a bit newer, 2016, but again, these really honestly just need like a re-release from a reputable distribution label, and people will freak out. Speaking of which, this needs a goddamn release ASAP. Who has the rights to Pervert, and why can't we get a Pervert on 4K? I'm just gonna look at the back, make sure it's fine. Dude, I love Pervert. This movie is so much fun. It's kind of a throwback to Russ Meyer's film, but like really, really like comically made with some gore, a lot of nudity. Of course, Mary Carey's in this, so you could have probably guessed. Man, this is such a blast. Not enough people talk about this one. Truly a gem. Black Sheep, this could be in my New Zealand collection, because this is from New Zealand, right? I'm gonna need to check that out. I haven't seen it yet. Killer Joe. Oh my god, Killer Joe is great. Nobody talks about this one. It is such a great movie. People, you need to watch Killer Joe. Honestly, it's so underrated. It's directed by gosh darn William Friedkin, and nobody talks about it. It has goddamn Matthew McConaughey, Juno Temple. They do a great job in this. This movie is nasty. They had the balls to release this uncut NC-17 in theaters. Yeah, let's not talk about this. This is the cut version, and I'm not even sure I'd like the uncut version. I don't know why. I bought this for cheap. We got Terrifier. I've talked about Terrifier to death, okay? I like it now. I enjoy it. It's a solid 6 to 7 out of 10. This I got recently. It's like Camp Motion Pictures releasing modern stuff. It's Beyond the Dunwich Horror and Pretty Dead Things. Never seen either, but I do see that Pretty Dead Things seems to have some titties, so I'm gonna watch that. Woot. Love myself some Ti West. This is a great film from Ti West. Absolutely love this one. It is... People will call it boring. I call it a perfectly paced slow burn. Absolutely love the ending too. Totally worth it. Now, I follow this director on YouTube. He does superhero movies now. Of course he does. This is the story of every Hollywood director of recent year. They make some interesting indie stuff. They get picked up by a studio to make a horror film like Lights Out. They make it successful. They make a sequel into a well-regarded or a marketable franchise. They do well. They get to do a superhero movie, rinse and repeat, and that was this director, David F. Sandberg's first feature-length Hollywood film, and then he made a Annabelle film. Now he made, what did he make? The Adam? Not the Adam. That stupid Shazam. La Conjuration. With the clapping hands. A really nice slipcover. I forgot this had this lenticular cover. Yeah, I like The Conjuring. A lot of people are like, it's religious propaganda. A lot of movies are that, people, and it's not because the characters are religious that the movie is religious propaganda. Some people really cannot read between the lines of movies. Town That Dreaded Sundown. As you guys know, the original is one of my favorite films. This was not as good. It's more of a straight up slasher, but I did really enjoy it. I do think it's a really well done, competent remake, and I like the concept of basically being a bit meta. You know, the first film is an actual film. It plays in Texarkana, and then somebody 50 years later replicates the murders. Really interesting concept. I like it. Alright, one that I really liked when it came out, but I don't know if I'd like it as much today. I kind of feel like the sequel has ruined this for me. It's Don't Breathe. I mean, it was pretty decent. Fun watching the theater. Now this next one could be in my indie section, but I just feel it appropriate here. It's The Endless with the amazing sticker, Walmart sticker that covers the title. Beautiful sticker placement. Yeah, this is so freaking good. Oh my god. It's directed by two dudes. It's Justin Benson and Aaron Moorhead. And man, this was mind-blowing. It's a film about, of course, a cult, and there's some weird stuff happening. Really good one. Saint Maud, yeah, it's pretty good. I really like this one. It's not my favorite, but it was a entertaining watch. I think this person, pretty sure woman directed this. I'm pretty sure they or she made a Rose Glacier. I'm pretty sure they have they have a new film coming up. Yeah, Saint Maud was really fun, really surprising, honestly. Then we got Pig with Nicolas Cage, which I just heard good things about. I know it's great. I just haven't watched it. It's on the list for me and my brother's Nicolas Cage marathon. Ti West's return to greatness with X. Man, I love this one. This is such a great film. Nice little homage to Texas Chainsaw while still doing its own things. The cast in this is freaking great. We got Jenna Ortega, Mia Goth, goddamn. We got Brittany Snow, and we got, of course, Scott Mescudi, aka Kid Cudi. Just out of nowhere, Kid Cudi just fucking does this amazing performance, and he sings. Man has the voice of an angel. Absolutely love X. Man, I just love Ti West. We got Terrifier 2, really good little flick. I'm not the biggest, I'm not a diehard, Terrifier fan. You won't see me with a Terrifier shirt or dressed as Art the Clown. I do understand the cultural impact this franchise had, which is insanely surprising in this climate that this straight slasher gory ass film can be, one of the most popular horror franchises is mind-boggling. But I mean, it deserves it. Damien Leone seems like a cool guy. He worked a lot. I mean, he made a lot of films, so I respect him. Respect the hustle. Don't play with your tussle. We got the Candyman remake. I bought this right after watching the original, and like I said, I loved the original, and I heard this one was just as good. So I'm kind of curious as to how it turns out. Got Family Portraits. Of course, I talked about Cutting Moments a couple weeks ago. That video did surprisingly well. Probably my best performing video in months. My channel dying. Family Portraits, yeah. I'll cover the rest. Jeff Lieberman's Satan's Little Helpers. Christmas Horror. I haven't seen yet, but I'm pretty excited to. This was pretty good. VFW. I mean, it's a very... Oh, ouch. I just... Goddamn fucking stupid case. That's probably why I paid $10 for it. This was pretty good. I mean, I was worried because Joe Bigas, I only seen Christmas Bloody Christmas, and that sucked. But VFW was really, really entertaining. It's not really horror. It's more of a siege film with some really good gore. The gore in this is completely insane. I really like the characters, the old veterans, and of course Fred Williamson makes any movie better. Probably one of my favorite modern day horror film from the past few years is We Are Still Here, but I think this is getting older now because it came out in 2014. Jesus Christ, that came out 10 years ago, and I was about to say it's one of my favorite films from the past 5 years. Yeah, this was a kind of throwback to the kind of slow burn, Fulci-esque in a lot of aspects. Really enjoy this one, and it's of course the one I was talking about with Barbara Crampton. Very good performance from her. This mother in grieving, who's grieving, of course, and we got Larry Fessenden playing the stoner father. I think he plays, or he might play the more serious. I haven't seen this one in a while, but I do enjoy this one. It is good. That's good. We got Pearl. I don't like Pearl as much as I like X, but I still really love this one. Obviously, Ti West did a fantastic job. Mia Goth is incredible, as she usually is in these. Banger after banger, that Ti West. We got the Saw Complete Collection. I like Saw. I don't love Saw, but I like Saw. And my favorite Saw, of course... Again, another hot take for this morning, but it is Saw the final chapter, or Saw 7, or Saw 3D. Whatever, the one where Chester Bennington plays a neo-Nazi. Man, I know that movie stinks. I know it's a stinker, but like I said, I love when franchises just give up and go full trash, and I feel like it's the Saw franchise will never go full trash like that. It's kind of a stuck in that era of the late 2000s, early 2010s. We got the Neon Demon, absolute banger. I rewatched this last year for the Halloween horror marathon thingy, 31 days, so I talked about it on my second channel, but absolute banger, love this one. This one I really need to rewatch. This is another one that I bought like at Videotron back in the days when I just got into horror, and I had a blast. I really liked it, and it's of course Don Coscarelli. This is the only Don Coscarelli film I've seen. Now this one I talked about from the director of Oldboy. It's Stoker. I need to rewatch this. I watched this whenever it came out and I liked it back then, so I assume I'll love it today. Sexual thriller from Park Chan-wook. Sign me up. I hate The Strangers, but the sequel is alright. Prey at Night is pretty alright. It plays up just like, you know, a straight slasher. Man, the trailer for the new Strangers looks awful. We got Overlord, talked about this one earlier. It's one of those, you know, Nazi experimentation gone wrong action horror film. I watched this recently because I bought it like a couple months ago, and man, this holds up. This is still one of the better like horror films from 2018. Big budget, big epic, but still really fun. My favorite Rob Zombie film, the only one I own too, because it's the only one worth owning. I'm sorry, that's why I don't talk about modern day films, because I feel like my opinions are not shitty, because, you know, they're my opinions, but I feel like a lot of people disagree with them. That's why I don't talk about modern day horror really that much, unless it's like Japanese or messed up stuff or indie stuff. I love Last Night in Soho. That was my favorite of the year. My favorite movie of the year it came out. Of course, Edgar Wright's kind of homage to Italian cinema. The cinematography in this is spectacular. Anna Taylor-Joy is so good in this. Absolutely love that one. We got Hereditary. No, I haven't watched it yet. And before I get to that, I also own Midsommar on 4K. Let's go. We got Freaks of Nature. I haven't seen it. Bought it for $5 buckaroos. We got Promising Young Women. Again, disc made in Mexico. Thank you, Universal. Really necessary. I haven't seen it yet. The Halloween classic that is Trick or Treat. Yeah, I really like Trick or Treat. It's kind of a tradition. I didn't watch it last Halloween just because I had school, and October is like midterm season, so of course I don't have the time to watch as many horror movies as I would like to. But Trick or Treat is always one that gets played. Again, another example of meta horror done right. We got Cabin in the Woods. I think everybody has seen this at this point. It's really good. I haven't seen it in years. I might not like it as much, but I remember really liking it. Then we got Get Out, Jordan Peele. Great film. Probably my favorite from Peele. I didn't mind Us, but I really like Get Out. Panos Cosmatos, Mandy, absolute banger. Watched this in the theaters. Absolutely loved it when this came out. I love throwing this on and just look at the pretty colors. Because there's a lot of pretty colors. What that pretty mouth do. Got Death Race 2050. Course à la mort 2050. I haven't watched this yet. It looks fun, looks over the top, looks like a blast. Probably not as good as the original, but come on. You can't really beat that. I was talking about this one earlier, the movies that got me into horror. We got Planet Terror and Death Proof. This is the way to watch them as a double feature, but I do really enjoy watching them individually, but yeah. We got the fake trailers, they're amazing. The fake trailers are probably Eli Roth's and Rob Zombie's best work. We got Book of Blood and Midnight Meat Train. Yeah, I really enjoyed Midnight Meat Train. I was surprised. I mean, some of the CG is dated, but you know, what do you expect from the era that this came out? But overall, it's a good movie. I saw this in the theater. I liked it. but I don't think I will like it now. But I mean, it came out, what, 2013? Yeah, watch this when this came out. I got this Blu-ray for cheap. I was like, why not? But I haven't watched it since. My favorite from, well, X or this are probably my favorite from Ti West. I just absolutely love The Innkeepers. To me, this is how you make a haunted house movie without making it, like, you know, too Conjuring-esque. I just love the characters. Sarah Paxton and what's his goddamn name? Pat Ely do such a great job at playing these co-workers. There's kind of, you know, sexual tension, but could that just be, you know, co-workers co-working? We don't know. We may never know. It's another one that genuinely scares me. I just love this film. Blast. We got The Conjuring 2. I like The Conjuring 2. I like the British aspect of The Conjuring 2. Yeah, I like The Conjuring movies. Call me a goddamn normie. I don't care. This is the other David F. Sandberg film. This is the only one I've seen because I haven't seen Lights Out yet. But it's Annabelle Creation, and it's leagues better than the first Annabelle. And that's what I like about David F. Sandberg. I was like, okay, so he's taking these very generic, middle-of-the-road, sometimes bad franchises and making them a bit better. And then he made superhero movies, and I was like, God damn, David. I was counting on you, David. Hostel, you know my thoughts. I made a video recently about this. I will make a video on the sequel because I like the sequel better. We got Cabin Fever, Eli Roth's debut feature-length film. I mean, it's decent. It's not terrible. I'm not the biggest fan, but I mean, it is leagues probably Thanksgiving, which I should pick up because I really like that one. It's probably Eli Roth's best work. Moving on to some trailer compilations, we got 42nd Street Forever. These are classic. They're so long, 2 hours and 8 minutes, and they're just the craziest, most wildest trailers. I need to pick up more of these. I only got volume 2 and volume 1. This one is also great. It's also really, really fun. You got some monsters, you got some schlock, college girls, curious female, deadly blessing, Miss 45, like a lot of these films, a lot of these trailers are what I based like my early day into collecting purchases, and yeah, that was fun era. Then we got these Something Weird intermission clips, DVDRs. I had a reason to buy these. I will not really talk about it because I'm not sure that project will ever come to fruition. But this one, trailers? Yeah, okay, this is trailers. This I'm gonna probably throw in eventually. Yeah. Dusk to Dawn Drive-In Trashorama Show. Yeah, oh yeah, these. Yeah, they got some nice trailers on there. Of course, this one's a classic, Grindhouse trailers. A lot of these tend to repeat, but they're always fun to, you know, throw on. Then we got some documentaries. We got the Penny Pinchers. Interesting look into super no-budget film, underground, shot on video, you know, the works. Probably Dustin Ferguson's best film, because it's just interviews. Then we got Not Quite Hollywood, of course, the documentary on Ozploitation films, a really good one. Eurocrime, documentary on Eurocrime, so Italian Polizieschi films. Of course, you got interviews with Franco Nero, John Saxon, Henry Silva, Antonio Sabato, Fred Williamson, Luke Mendenda, this is the Chris Mitchum. You got this is not the best made documentary, but it's really informative. I would recommend to people getting into Polizieschi. We got the Vice Guide to Travel, of course, the show hosted by David Show. I need to watch these. I watched the show back in the day on YouTube. I don't know if they're still up because I don't think they vibe well with Vice's current political leniency. I mean, they're not even political. They're just, you know, a guy traveling in weird places. It's just, you know, I don't know, Vice. They're A Life in Picture about Stanley Kubrick. Yeah, this was pretty decent. Not as good as the recent documentary about Kubrick that was a documentary about his assistant. That was really good. Akimantari, a documentary about Shibari. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. Seems interesting. The Goddess Bunny, Sin Film Preservation, that's for Big True. A documentary about LGBTQ members in the, 80s? 90s. Goddess Bunny is a tour of the LGBTQ plus community of Los Angeles during the 90s. However, for the most part, we are giving a glimpse into the extraordinary life of a transgender woman, Sadie Crisp. Yeah, that's the one. Then we got the Blu-rays, the AGFA trailer, horror trailer show, absolute blast. I like AGFA trailer compilations because they're kind of well-edited mixtapes, sort of. Yeah, they're really interesting. And I hate the word mixtape because now it's associated with gore mixtapes. Kung Fu Trailers of Fury, a bunch of Kung Fu trailers, of course, from Severin. Pretty decent. Full Chief or Fake, of course, the documentary on Lucio Fulci, and I really like this one. Not my favorite. I'm not a big fan of the execution, but man, hearing Fulci's daughter throughout this entire film is goddamn heartbreaking. I cried during that documentary. Probably the most disappointing documentary of all time. It's all the colors of the Giallo. Look, if you don't know anything about Gialli, you might get something out of this one, but I cannot. I know too much. It's not even me being like, oh, I know too much. The reason I keep this is because there's a 5.5 classic Giallo trailer compilation in this, which is amazing. A slap. Then I need to pick up more of these, but we got Drive-In Delirium, 60s, 70s, 60s and 70s savagery. Yeah, these are fun. They're trailer compilations. Now we're moving on to some new Hollywood. We got Chinatown. We got The Godfather. Of course, we got Sin City. It's not new Hollywood. It's just holding things together. We got Tarantino. We got Sam Peckinpah. Of course, love Sam Peckinpah. But you guys are here for horror, so I'll move on quickly. Alright, last shelves, and then I got my box sets, and then it's the end, people. We made it to the end. It's Mean Street. Martin Scorsese. I'm a big Martin Scorsese fan. Of course, you know, yeah, I have to. How can you not? And I know, Taxi Driver, the incel movie. It's not because the character is not somebody you like that it makes the movie an incel movie. You goddamn learn to read between the fucking lines. Holy shit, people. Speaking of which, sorry, I got angry. Taxi Driver, this really cool edition with a bunch of little poster cards. It's a really cool edition. It's kind of warped now, but hey, I really like this one. Ooh, I'm sniffly. I got my allergies coming. That might be why I got angry. I'm sorry, people. I didn't mean to yell at you. We got the Steelbook. Absolutely love this Steelbook. Love this movie. Who doesn't love Taxi Driver? We got The Italian Job. Not really new Hollywood. This is more of the I think it's 60 or 50s even. I really like the colors in this. Like, you can see it's like early Technicolor. It pops. It's beautiful. Love this film. Fun little film. Fun little car film. Why is this not next to Taxi Driver? I will never know. It's Raging Bull with Robert De Niro. One of my favorite Scorsese films. Absolutely love this one. I'll put it next to Taxi Driver because it belongs there. We talked about this recently. This is a masterpiece. More people need to know about this. Of course, Grindhouse put it out in the North American market, so go pick up that version. And if you're in England, if you're British, go pick up this Indicator release. It's really great. Man, I love this film. Do I like it more or less than Hardcore? I don't know. I think I like Hardcore more. I don't know what I rated this, but it's definitely a spooky 10 out of 10. This is what 8mm was trying to be. I still like 8mm, but this is the classic version. Absolutely love this. It's of course directed by Paul Schrader, writer of Taxi Driver. I love Paul Schrader. The Magnificent Seven, of course, by Sam Peckinpah, one of the best American westerns ever. This is an amazing western. Highly recommend it if you are into westerns. We got The Graduate. Man, I love this film. This is such an amazing, amazing film. Shout out Mike Nichols. We got Bonnie and Clyde, absolute goat film. We got Ben-Hur. Ben-Hur is an epic of epic proportions. This is really, really fun. We watched this in like religion class for some reason, and yeah, Jesus is in there for like five seconds. Jesus got a little cameo in this, but yeah, it's a great film. Get in there. We got Barbarella with Jane Fonda. I haven't seen Barbarella yet. We got this sci-fi western. We got Westworld, which got a HBO TV show, I think, recently. Apparently the TV show is really good. I haven't seen the original movie. We got The Outlaw Josie Wales, of course, with Clint Eastwood. Amazing little western, directed by Clint Eastwood. Clint Eastwood is a great director. We got Magnificent Seven is not Sam Peckinpah. I lied. It's John Sturges. I'm sorry, people. I lied. Can already hear the comments. The Wild Bunch. Now that is one of the greatest American westerns ever, and well, I mean, so is The Magnificent Seven, but The Wild Bunch is top tier. Sam Peckinpah, amazing. We got Midnight Cowboy. Again, masterpiece of the 70s. Great film with Dustin Hoffman and Jon Voight. Incredible film. I love this. We got Death Wish, of course, with Charles Bronson, one of the better mainstream, rape revenge films. Yeah, really love this one. One of my favorite, the goddamn Sam Peckinpah, whoa, my crotch. Sam Peckinpah movie, Straw Dogs with Dustin Hoffman. I guess I'm just a really big Dustin Hoffman fan, and who isn't? The man was great, goated with the sauce. This film is a masterpiece. Another masterpiece, of course, Apocalypse Now by Francis Ford Coppola. Again, you guys know about this. We got the Rambo franchise. I love Rambo. I love Sylvester Stallone. I absolutely love these films. I watched these a lot as a kid, especially the first and second one, and then the fourth one was a banger, and then the most recent one was pretty decent, honestly. Pretty good, kind of surprising. Got Back to the Future, the trilogy. I got this for $2. How could I pass up this for $2? I love these films. At this point, I'm just saying this because you guys don't need to know about these films. You probably all seen them. Love them. Scarface, absolute banger. Being John Malkovich. I haven't seen this, but I got this for cheap at Value Village. Same thing with Shallow Grave, which I've heard somebody talk about recently. Oh yeah, it's Danny Boyle, of course, that's why I heard about it recently. I haven't seen it yet. Looks good. Mulholland Drive. Banger. I need to upgrade this. We got Conan the Complete Quest. It's Conan the Barbarian and Conan the Destroyer. I haven't seen any of these. Fargo, absolutely love Fargo. It was one of my favorite films. Absolute banger. Stand By Me. Of course, it's great. I really don't need to talk about these. We got Ed Wood, absolute classic. Absolutely love this one. When I was really into the idea of becoming a filmmaker, I would watch this a lot before starting projects. This is out of nowhere, but it's the Andy Sidaris collection. I don't buy them individually because I got all of them on DVD, even though they're not great transfers. I mean, they're decent transfers. They're just 4.3, I think. But yeah, these are super fun action films, over the top, very horny. We got these Cold War thrillers, 6 film collections. Parents got me this for Christmas. I haven't watched any of them yet, but they're like 70s, 60s Cold War thrillers. They look pretty decent. I'll have to check them out eventually. We got The Terminator, of course, classic. We got Bad Lieutenant, Abel Ferrara's. I think it's my favorite movie from him. Oh, Miss 45. Yeah, it's kind of hard to beat Miss 45. We got Kids. Of course, everybody knows about Kids. We got Cruel Intentions, or Paris Cruel. Great 90s little erotic thriller, even though there's not even nudity in this. Now, I hate this film. I absolutely despise this film. The story behind this is Matt and Urschel. There's a hole in my sock. Jesus Christ. Matt and Urschel wanted to cover this for the Open Casket podcast, and I was like, no, I refuse. I hate this goddamn movie. So they started a podcast just to review this film. And I'm gonna say just to review this film because they haven't made an episode 2, people. Where's It's the Best episode 2? Platoon, of course. Boys in the Hood, absolute banger, man. Boys in the Hood is great. Holy jeez, I love this film. Of course, with Ice Cube. We got Nightcrawler, great little flick. This should be in my, like, Italian. No, it's not Italian. Maybe, I don't know. It's Blow Up. These are all my goddamn snapper cases. We got Star 80. We got Gremlins. Then we're getting to my Stanley Kubrick. We got, oh, fuck it. Full Metal Jacket, one of my favorite films of all time. I absolutely love this one. It's also another one of these edition with a book. And it's freaking great. Honestly, Full Metal Jacket is a masterpiece. I absolutely love this. I could watch this any goddamn time of day. My mother's calling. Mother's calling. I gotta answer. No, you gotta answer when mother's calling. Lolita. I haven't seen Lolita for some reason. Yeah, I've seen rip-offs of Lolita, but I've never seen the original Lolita. Just gonna scoot over here. Scoot. Clockwork Orange, absolutely love Clockwork Orange. Man, this movie is a banger, certified hood classic. Blazing Saddles, so much fun. I really like this. I got to see this on 35mm and I had a blast, so I bought it the day after. This is one of my favorite comedies ever. Absolutely love this one. We got Ronin, absolutely underrated gem. It's from John Frankenheimer. Man, I love this one. It's one of my favorite car movies because I like European cars more than I like classic American cars. So I really like this era, late 90s, early 2000s of like European action films. A lot of them with Jason Statham, you know, Transporter, that type of shit. Then we got some steel books. We got The Eightful Eight by Tarantino, of course. I love this film. I haven't seen it in so long. I need to rewatch it. Martin Scorsese's Casino. Absolutely love Casino. Sharon Stone in this is great. Come on, get in. My favorite comedy. Oh, they all fail. My favorite comedy of all time, Superbad. Yeah, I love Superbad. This is very nostalgic for me, and yeah, I really like Superbad. Come on, movies. You can hold up for just a few minutes more. We got Blade Runner 2049, absolute banger. We got Florida Project, absolute banger. We got Dazed and Confused, absolute banger. We got Buffalo 66, I haven't seen it. We got The Wolf of Wall Street, absolute banger. We got Django Unchained, absolute banger. We got Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, absolute banger. We got Machete Kills, absolute trash, terrible film. Oh god, that was one of my biggest disappointments because I loved the first one. And then Robert Rodriguez was like, yeah, I kind of gave up. And he made this movie. And he made a whole bunch of shitty movies. I'll just leave it there. Oh, I gotta scoot. We got Free Fire, really underrated little film from the recent years. It's really, really good. I really like it. We got Running Scared with Paul Walker, banger. We got The Boondock Saints, it's alright. We got John Wick, absolute banger. We got John Wick 2, absolute banger. We got Dope, absolute banger. We got Green Room, absolute banger. We got The Guest, one of my favorite movies ever, absolute banger. We got Eyes Wide Shut, I haven't seen it yet. We got 2001: A Space Odyssey, absolute banger. We got Goodfellas, absolute banger. We got Argo, absolute banger. We got El Mariachi and Desperado, absolute bangers. We got Drive, absolute bangers. Banger. We got The Big Short, banger. We got Baby Driver, banger. We got Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, banger. We got Leaving Las Vegas with Nicolas Cage, absolutely destroyed me emotionally for a week, banger. We got Boogie Nights, banger. Honestly, Boogie Nights is probably in my top 5 favorite films of all time. We got The Grand Budapest Hotel, haven't seen it. We got RoboCop, banger. We got Girls Without Hands, I haven't seen it yet. We got Der Tootskin, we got Midsummer, we got this, Blood, the Last Vampire, for some fucking reason. These are just gonna go on the other room. Disturbing Behavior. We're finally done the shelves, people. Oh my god, we're here, we're proud, we got it, we got through it. Let's go. Now we're gonna go into some box sets, and then I am absolutely done. So this is the wall, ouch, the wall of movies, yay. Alright, now just for the last little bits, up there is one of my most prized possession. It is the 2 VHS, 2 DVDs, a t-shirt, which I sadly ruined back when I was a teenager and I was staining the deck. It's Video Violence, the Die Hard edition. This one is amazing. Both films come on tape, DVD, really one of the best releases ever. We got the Roger Corman little tin set. It's just, public domain films, but it's really cool just to look at. Some figures, of course, Chucky, some glass for alcohol. Then we got some toys, of course, Cuphead toys. I love Cuphead. Some action figures. Absolutely love with this. This is the Tough Ones. Because for people who are not familiar with Grindhouse releasing, is they release like these limited edition little objects that come with their movies, and one of them was a bullet for the Tough Ones. That's actually a pen, really cool little thing. Of course, we got Pikachu that I got in Japan. I went into October, so it's like Witch Pikachu. Then we got I Drink Your Blood, the needle. I really need these, are dusty AF. I need to clean these. That might be why I'm sniveling like a piece of shit. We got the Audi Quattro Lego. We got, of course, these toys. And we got this old Dracula toy that I got at a flea market. These are really cool. They're the American United States Postal Service. These little homage to classic Universal horror characters. You got Dracula, of course. You got the Hellraiser NECA figure. Not big into collectibles, but man, some of these, like the Chucky one and the Hellraiser one, really cool. I do have the TCM one. You got these little action figures. You got the amazing Battle Royale Aero Video Edition. Really, both films. You got a card game in this. You got a booklet. It's an amazing release. You got the original theatrical, the special edition director's cut, and 2 cuts of the sequel. You got the soundtrack. You got the cards, and you got this little booklet. Really beautiful little release. My Malcolm McDowell signed Caligula picture of me with a maid in Japan. This is cringe. This is my grandfather, and this is me as a little boy. We got this little Shiba that I got at a not a vending machine, but a crane game. We got an old 8mm camera. We got some books, some good little books. We got the Jean Rollin Vampire Collection. These used to be on my shelf, but no longer there for space reason. It's Requiem for a Vampire, The Rape of a Vampire, Shivers of the Vampire, and The Nude Vampire, which I covered most of these already. I've covered The Rape, and I've covered Requiem, so I need to cover more of these. I will of course do a lot more Jean Rollin videos. Then we got these bootleg but really cool looking Gorilla, King Gorilla VHSs. We got the Bamboo House of Dolls, which I really need on Blu-ray. I was looking at the Blu-ray for so long. It sadly doesn't have a Region 1 release. I think somebody needs to get on that. One of the most like brutal Hong Kong women in prison film. Really highly recommended. We got the Black Cat, which now I own on Blu-ray, and it's really a fun film. And of course, this one also doesn't have a release. It needs it. It's the Imp, really fun one. I'm pretty sure this one's on YouTube for all of you who want to see it. I covered it on my second channel. Then we got Friday the 13th, this amazing Scream Factory edition. You got all the movies. That's a banger edition. Honestly, the art is not bad either. It just looks really cool. And of course, you get a little booklet. It's really nice. I love this. Halloween, you can see I barely watch these movies on how dusty this is, but yeah, that's the Halloween franchise. The art on this is kind of disappointing. It doesn't look that great. But what does look great is this Dungeon of Andy Milligan collection. So you got a lot of Andy Milligan film. From what I understand, it's pretty much everything that was found or that could be saved. Some of these might be somewhere lost to time. The gassy one, The Rats Are Coming, The Werewolves Are Here, Vapors, The Body Beneath, Guru the Mad Monk, Seeds, Carnage, The Man with Two Heads, Flesh Pot on 42nd Street, Blood, Bloodthirsty Butchers, Nightbirds, Torture Dungeon, which I've covered on my second channel, Legacy of Blood, and then finally you got this tin Anchor Bay edition of Evil Dead 2. And that does it, people. That is all for me, and see you guys on the other side.